Chapter 52. Killing the Divine Animal. Section 1. Killing the Sacred Buzzard. In the preceding chapters, we saw that many communities which have progressed so far as to subsist mainly by agriculture have been in the habit of killing and eating their farinaceous deities, either in their proper form of corn, rice, and so forth, or in the borrowed shapes of animals and men. It remains to show that hunting and pastoral tribes, as well as agricultural peoples, have been in the habit of killing the beings whom they worship. Among the worshipful beings or gods, if indeed they deserve to be dignified by that name, whom hunters and shepherds adore and kill, are animals pure and simple, not animals regarded as embodiments of other supernatural beings. Our first example is drawn from the Indians of California, who, living in a fertile country under a serene and temperate sky, nevertheless rank near the bottom of the savage scale. The Akaichimum tribe adored the great buzzard, and once a year they celebrated a great festival called Pan's or Bird Feast in its honor. The day selected for the festival was made known to the public on the evening before its celebration, and preparations were at once made for the erection of a special temple, Thankich, which seems to have been a circular or oval enclosure of stakes, with the stuffed skin of a coyote or prairie wolf set up on a hurdle to represent the god Chinich. When the temple was ready, the bird was carried into it in solemn procession and laid on an altar erected for the purpose. Then all the young women, whether married or single, began to run to and fro as if distracted, some in one direction and some in another, while the elders of both sexes remained silent spectators of the scene, and the captains, tricked out in paint and feathers, danced around their adored bird. These ceremonies being concluded, they seized upon the bird and carried it to the principal temple, all the assembly uniting in the grand display, and the captains dancing and singing at the head of the procession. Arrived at the temple, they killed the bird without losing a drop of its blood. The skin was removed entire and preserved with the feathers as a relic, or for the purpose of making the festal garment or pelt. The carcass was buried in a hole in the temple, and the old women gathered round the grave, weeping and moaning bitterly, while they threw various kinds of seeds or pieces of food on it, crying out, "Why did you run away? Would you not have been better with us? You would have made pinole, a kind of gruel as we do, and if you had not run away, you would not have become a pains," and so on. When this ceremony was concluded, the dancing was resumed and kept up for 3 days and nights. They said that the Pains was a woman who had run off to the mountains and had been changed into a bird by the god Chinich. They believed that though they sacrificed the bird annually, she came to life again and returned to her home in the mountains. Moreover, they thought that as often as the bird was killed, it became multiplied, because every year all the different captains celebrated the same feast of Pains, and were firm in the opinion that the birds sacrificed were but one and the same female. The unity and multiplicity thus postulated by the Californians is very noticeable and helps to explain their motive for killing the divine bird. The notion of the life of a species as distinct from that of an individual, easy and obvious as it seems to us, appears to be one which the Californian savage cannot grasp. He is unable to conceive the life of the species otherwise than as an individual life, and therefore as exposed to the same dangers and calamities which menace and finally destroy the life of the individual. Apparently, he imagines that a species left to itself will grow old and die like an individual, and that therefore some step must be taken to save from extinction the particular species which he regards as divine. The only means he can think of to avert the catastrophe is to kill a member of the species in whose veins the tide of life is still running strong and has not yet stagnated among the fens of old age. The life thus diverted from one channel will flow, he fancies, more freshly and freely. In a new one, in other words, the slain animal will revive and enter on a new term of life with all the spring and energy of youth. To us, this reasoning is transparently absurd, but so too is the custom. A similar confusion, it may be noted, between the individual life and the life of the species was made by the Samoans. Each family had for its god a particular species of animal, yet the death of one of these animals, for example, an owl, was not the death of the god. He was supposed to be yet alive and incarnate in all the owls in existence. Section 2. Killing the sacred ram. The rude Californian rite which we have just considered has a close parallel in the religion of ancient Egypt. The Thebans and all other Egyptians who worshipped the Theban god Ammon held rams to be sacred, and would not sacrifice them. But once a year at the festival of Ammon, they killed a ram, skinned it, and clothed the image of the god in the skin. Then they mourned over the ram and buried it in a sacred tomb. The custom was explained by a story that Zeus had once exhibited himself to Hercules clad in the fleece and wearing the head of a ram. Of course, the ram in this case was simply the beast god of Thebes, as the wolf was the beast god of Lycopolis, and the goat was the beast god of Mendes. In other words, the ram was Ammon himself. On the monuments, it is true, Ammon appears in semi-human form with the body of a man and the head of a ram, but this only shows that he was in the usual chrysalis state through which beast gods regularly pass before they emerge as full-blown anthropomorphic gods. The ram therefore was killed, not as a sacrifice to Ammon, but as the god himself, whose identity with the beast is plainly shown by the custom of clothing his image in the skin of the slain ram. The reason for thus killing the ram god annually may have been that which I have assigned for the general custom of killing a god, and for the special Californian custom of killing the divine buzzard. As applied to Egypt, this explanation is supported by the analogy of the bull god Apis, who was not suffered to outlive a certain term of years. The intention of thus putting a limit to the life of the human god was, as I have argued, to secure him from the weakness and frailty of age. The same reasoning would explain the custom, probably an older one, of putting the beast god to death annually, as was done with the ram of Thebes. One point in the Theban ritual, the application of the skin to the image of the god, deserves particular attention. If the god was at first a living ram, his representation by an image must have originated later. But how did it originate? One answer to this question is perhaps furnished by the practice of preserving the skin of the animal, which is slain as divine. The Californians, as we have seen, preserved the skin of the buzzard, and the skin of the goat, which is killed on the harvest field as a representative of the corn spirit, is kept for various superstitious purposes. The skin, in fact, was kept as a token or memorial of the god, or rather as containing in it a part of the divine life, and it had only to be stuffed or stretched upon a frame to become a regular image of him. At first, an image of this kind would be renewed annually, the new image being provided by the skin of the slain animal. But from annual images to permanent images, the transition is easy. We have seen that the older custom of cutting a new May tree every year was superseded by the practice of maintaining a permanent maypole, which was, however, annually decked with fresh leaves and flowers, and even surmounted each year by a fresh young tree. Similarly, when the stuffed skin as a representative of the god was replaced by a permanent image of him in wood, stone, or metal, the permanent image was annually clad in the fresh skin of the slain animal. When this stage had been reached, the custom of killing the ram came naturally to be interpreted as a sacrifice offered to the image, and was explained by a story like that of Ammon and Hercules, Section 3, killing the sacred serpent. West Africa appears to furnish another example of the annual killing of a sacred animal and the preservation of its skin. The Negroes of Issapu in the island of Fernando Po regard the Cobra Capella as their guardian deity, who can do them good or ill, bestow riches or inflict disease and death. The skin of one of these reptiles is hung tail downwards from a branch of the highest tree in the public square, and the placing of it on the tree is an annual ceremony. As soon as the ceremony is over, all children born within the past year are carried out, and their hands made to touch the tail of the serpent's skin. The latter custom is clearly a way of placing the infants under the protection of the tribal god. Similarly, in Senegambia, a python is expected to visit every child of the python clan within 8 days after birth, and the Sili, a snake clan of ancient Africa, used to expose their infants to snakes in the belief that the snakes would not harm true-born children of the clan. Section 4. Killing the sacred turtles. In the Californian, Egyptian, and Fernando Po customs, the worship of the animal seems to have no relation to agriculture, and may therefore be presumed to date from the hunting or pastoral stage of society. The same may be said of the following custom, though the Zuni Indians of New Mexico who practice it are now settled in walled villages or towns of a peculiar type and practice agriculture and the arts of pottery and weaving. But the Zuni custom is marked by certain features which appear to place it in a somewhat different class from the preceding cases. It may be well, therefore, to describe it at full length in the words of an eyewitness. With midsummer the heat became intense. My brother Hatha, his adopted Indian brother, and I sat day after day in the cool underrooms of our house, the latter busy with his quaint forge and crude appliances, working Mexican coins over into bangles, girdles, earrings, buttons, and whatnot for savage ornament. Though his tools were wonderfully rude, the work he turned out by dint of combined patience and ingenuity was remarkably beautiful. One day as I sat watching him, a procession of 50 men went hastily down the hill, and off westward over the plain. They were solemnly led by a painted and shell-bedecked priest, and followed by the torch-bearing Shuluwitsi, or god of fire. After they had vanished, I asked old brother what it all meant. "They are going," said he, "to the city of Kaka and the home of our others," 4 days after, towards sunset, costumed and masked in the beautiful paraphernalia of the Kakake, or good dance. They returned in file up the same pathway, each bearing in his arms a basket filled with living, squirming turtles, which he regarded and carried as tenderly as a mother would her infant. Some of the wretched reptiles were carefully wrapped in soft blankets, their heads and forefeet protruding, and mounted on the backs of the plume-bedecked pilgrims made ludicrous but solemn caricatures of little children in the same position. While I was at supper upstairs that evening, the governor's brother-in-law came in. He was welcomed by the family as if a messenger from heaven. He bore in his tremulous fingers one of the much abused and rebellious turtles. Paint still adhered to his hands and bare feet, which led me to infer that he had formed one of the sacred embassy. "So you went to Kathluelan, did you?" I asked. Replied the weary man in a voice husky with long chanting as he sank, almost exhausted, on a roll of skins which had been placed for him, and tenderly laid the turtle on the floor. No sooner did the creature find itself at liberty than it made off as fast as its lame legs would take it. Of one accord the family forsook dish, spoon, and drinking cup, and grabbing from a sacred meal bowl whole handfuls of the contents, hurriedly followed the turtle about the room, into dark corners around water jars behind the grinding troughs, and out into the middle of the floor again, praying and scattering meal on its back as they went. At last, strange to say, it approached the footsore man who had brought it. "Ha!" he exclaimed with emotion. "See, it comes to me again. Ah, what great favors the fathers of all grant me this day!" And, passing his hand gently over the sprawling animal, he inhaled from his palm deeply and long, at the same time invoking the favor of the gods. Then he leaned his chin upon his hand and with large, wistful eyes regarded his ugly captive as it sprawled about, blinking its meal-bedimmed eyes, and clawing the smooth floor in memory of its native element. At this juncture I ventured a question. "Why do you not let him go or give him some water?" Slowly the man turned his eyes toward me, an odd mixture of pain, indignation, and pity on his face, while the worshipful family stared at me with holy horror. "Poor younger brother," he said at last, "know you not how precious it is? It will not die. I tell you it cannot die. But it will die if you don't feed it and give it water. I tell you it cannot die. It will only change houses tomorrow and go back to the home of its brothers." "How should you know?" he mused, turning to the blinded turtle again. "Ah, my poor dear lost child or parent, my sister or brother to have been, who knows which? Maybe my own great-grandfather or mother." And with this he fell to weeping most pathetically, and tremulous with sobs, which were echoed by the women and children, he buried his face in his hands. Filled with sympathy for his grief, however mistaken, I raised the turtle to my lips and kissed its cold shell, then depositing it on the floor, hastily left the grief-stricken family to their sorrows. Plumes and offerings, the poor turtle was killed, and its flesh and bones were removed and deposited in a little river, that it might return once more to eternal life among its comrades in the dark waters of the lake of the dead. Carefully scraped and dried was made into a dance rattle, and covered by a piece of buckskin, it still hangs from the smoke-stained rafters of my brother's house. Once a Navajo tried to buy it for a ladle. Loaded with indignant reproaches, he was turned out of the house. Were anyone to venture the suggestion that the turtle no longer lived, his remark would cause a flood of tears, and he would be reminded that it had only changed houses and gone to live forever in the home of our lost others. In this custom, we find expressed in the clearest way a belief in the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of turtles. The theory of transmigration is held by the Moqui Indians, who belong to the same race as the Zunis. The Moqui are divided into totem clans: the Bear Clan, Deer Clan, Wolf Clan, Hare Clan, and so on. They believe that the ancestors of the clans were bears, deer, wolves, hares, and so forth, and that at death the members of each clan become bears, deer, and so on according to the particular clan to which they belonged. The Zuni are also divided into clans, the totems of which agree closely with those of the Moquis, and one of their totems is the turtle. Thus, their belief in transmigration into the turtle is probably one of the regular articles of their totem faith. What, then, is the meaning of killing a turtle in which the soul of a kinsman is believed to be present? Apparently, the object is to keep up a communication with the other world in which the souls of the departed are believed to be assembled in the form of turtles. It is a common belief that the spirits of the dead return occasionally to their old homes, and accordingly the unseen visitors are welcomed and feasted by the living and then sent upon their way. In the Zuni ceremony, the dead are fetched home in the form of turtles, and the killing of the turtles is the way of sending back the souls to the spirit land. Thus, the general explanation given above of the custom of killing a god seems inapplicable to the Zuni custom, the true meaning of which is somewhat obscure, nor is the obscurity which hangs over the subject entirely dissipated by a later and fuller account which we possess of the ceremony. From it, we learn that the ceremony forms part of the elaborate ritual which these Indians observe at the midsummer solstice for the purpose of ensuring an abundant supply of rain for the crops. Envoys are dispatched to bring their other selves, the tortoises, from the sacred lake Kathuwalawa, to which the souls of the dead are believed to repair. When the creatures have thus been solemnly brought to Zuni, they are placed in a bowl of water and dances are performed beside them by men in costume, who personate gods and goddesses. After the ceremonial, the tortoises are taken home by those who caught them and are hung by their necks to the rafters till morning. When they are thrown into pots of boiling water, the eggs are considered a great delicacy. The meat is seldom touched except as a medicine, which is curative for cutaneous diseases. Part of the meat is deposited in a river with kohakwa, white shell beads, and turquoise beads as offerings to council of the gods. This account at all events confirms the inference that the tortoises are supposed to be reincarnations of the human dead, for they are called the other selves of the Zuni. Indeed, what else should they be than the souls of the dead in the bodies of tortoises, seeing that they come from the haunted lake? As the principal object of the prayers uttered and of the dances performed at these midsummer ceremonies appears to be to procure rain for the crops, it may be that the intention of bringing the tortoises to Zuni and dancing before them is to intercede with the ancestral spirit incarnate in the animals, that they may be pleased to exert their power over the waters of heaven for the benefit of their living descendants. Section 5. Killing the sacred bear. Doubt also hangs at first sight over the meaning of the bear sacrifice offered by the Aino or Ainu, a primitive people who are found in the Japanese island of Yezo or Yeso, as well as in Sagalian and the southern of the Kurile Island. It is not quite easy to define the attitude of the Aino towards the bear. On the one hand, they give it the name of Kamui or God, but as they apply the same word to strangers, it may mean no more than a being supposed to be endowed with superhuman, or at all events, extraordinary powers. Again, it is said that the bear is their chief divinity. In the religion of the Aino, the bear plays a chief part. Amongst the animals, it is especially the bear which receives an idolatrous veneration. They worship it after their fashion. There is no doubt that this wild beast inspires more of the feeling which prompts worship than the inanimate forces of nature, and the Aino may be distinguished as bear worshippers, yet on the other hand, they kill the bear whenever they can. In bygone years, the Ainu considered bear hunting the most manly and useful way in which a person could possibly spend his time. The men spend the autumn, winter, and spring in hunting deer and bears. Part of their tribute or taxes is pay in skins, and they subsist on the dried meat. Bear's flesh is indeed one of their staple foods. They eat it both fresh and salted, and the skins of bears furnish them with clothing. In fact, the worship of which writers on this subject speak appears to be paid chiefly to the dead animal. Thus, although they kill a bear whenever they can, in the process of dissecting the carcass, they endeavor to conciliate the deity, whose representative they have slain, by making elaborate obeisances and deprecatory salutations. When a bear has been killed, the Ainu sit down and admire it, make their salams to it, worship it, and offer presents of inao. When a bear is trapped or wounded by an arrow, the hunters go through an apologetic or propitiatory ceremony. The skulls of slain bears receive a place of honor in their huts, or are set up on sacred posts outside the huts, and are treated with much respect. Libations of millet beer and of psych and intoxicating liquor are offered to them, and they are addressed as divine preservers or precious divinities. The skulls of foxes are also fastened to the sacred post outside the huts. They are regarded as charms against evil spirits, and are consulted as oracles. Yet it is expressly said, the live fox is revered just as little as the bear. Rather, they avoid it as much as possible, considering it a wily animal. The bear can hardly therefore be described as a sacred animal of the Ainu, nor yet as a totem, for they do not call themselves bears, and they kill and eat the animal freely. However, they have a legend of a woman who had a son by a bear, and many of them who dwell in the mountains pride themselves on being descended from a bear. Such people are called descendants of the bear, Kimun Kamui Sanikiri, and in the pride of their heart they will say, as for me, I am a child of the god of the mountains. I am descended from the divine one who rules in the mountains, meaning by the god of the mountains, no other than the bear. It is therefore possible that, as our principal authority, the Reverend J. Batchelor believes the bear may have been the totem of an Ainu clan. But even if that were so, we would explain the respect shown for the animal by the whole Ainu people. But it is the bear festival of the Ainu which concerns us here. Towards the end of winter, a bear cub is caught and brought into the village. If it is very small, it is suckled by an Ainu woman. But should there be no woman able to suckle it, the little animal is fed from the hand or the mouth. During the day, it plays about in the hut with the children and is treated with great affection. But when the cub grows big enough to pain people by hugging or scratching them, he is shut up in a strong wooden cage, where he stays generally for 2 or 3 years, fed on fish and millet porridge till it is time for him to be killed and eaten. But it is a peculiarly striking fact that the young bear is not kept merely to furnish a good meal. Rather, he is regarded and honored as a fetish, or even as a sort of higher being. In Yezo, the festival is generally celebrated in September or October. Before it takes place, the Ainu apologize to their gods, alleging that they have treated the bear kindly as long as they could. Now they can feed him no longer, and are obliged to kill him. A man who gives a bear feast invites his relations and friends. In a small village, nearly the whole community takes part in the feast. Indeed, guests from distant villages are invited and generally come, allured by the prospect of getting drunk for nothing. The form of invitation runs somewhat as follows. I, so-and-so, am about to sacrifice the dear little divine thing who resides among the mountains. My friends and masters, come ye to the feast. We will then unite in the great pleasure of sending the god away. Come. When all the people are assembled in front of the cage, an orator chosen for the purpose addresses the bear and tells it that they are about to send it forth to its ancestors. He craves pardon for what they are about to do to it, hopes it will not be angry, and comforts it by assuring the animal that many of the sacred whittled sticks in Io and plenty of cakes and wine will be sent with it on the long journey. One speech of this sort, which Mr. Batchelor heard, ran as follows. O thou divine one, thou wast sent into the world for us to hunt. O thou precious little divinity, we worship thee. Pray hear our prayer. We have nourished thee and brought thee up with a deal of pains and trouble, all because we love thee so. Now as thou hast grown big, we are about to send thee to thy father and mother. When thou comest to them, please speak well of us. and tell them how kind we have been. Please come to us again, and we will sacrifice thee." Having been secured with ropes, the bear is then let out of the cage and assailed with a shower of blunt arrows in order to arouse it to fury. When it has spent itself in vain struggles, it is tied up to a stake, gagged and strangled, its neck being placed between two poles, which are then violently compressed, all the people eagerly helping to squeeze the animal to death. An arrow is also discharged into the beast's heart by a good marksman, but so as not to shed blood, for they think that it would be very unlucky if any of the blood were to drip on the ground. However, the men sometimes drink the warm blood of the bear, that the courage and other virtues it possesses may pass into them, and sometimes they besmear themselves and their clothes with the blood in order to ensure success in hunting. When the animal has been strangled to death, it is skinned, and its head is cut off and set in the east window of the house, where a piece of its own flesh is placed under its snout, together with a cup of its own meat boiled, some millet dumplings, and dried fish. Prayers are then addressed to the dead animal. Amongst other things, it is sometimes invited, after going away to its father and mother, to return into the world in order that it may again be reared for sacrifice. When the bear is supposed to have finished eating its own flesh, the man who presides at the feast takes the cup containing the boiled meat, salutes it, and divides the contents between all the company present. Every person, young and old alike, must taste a little. The cup is called the cup of offering because it has just been offered to the dead bear. When the rest of the flesh has been cooked, it is shared out in like manner among all the people, everybody partaking of at least a morsel. Not to partake of the feast would be equivalent to excommunication. It would be to place the recreant outside the pale of Aino fellowship. Formerly, every particle of the bear, except the bones, had to be eaten up at the banquet, but this rule is now relaxed. The head, being detached from the skin, is set up on a long pole beside the sacred wands in a hall outside of the house, where it remains till nothing but the bare white skull is left. Skulls so set up are worshipped not only at the time of the festival, but very often as long as they last. The Aino assured Mr. Batchelor that they really do believe the spirits of the worshipful animals to reside in the skulls. That is why they address them as divine preservers and precious divinities. The ceremony of killing the bear was witnessed by Dr. B. Shube on the 10th of August at Kunui, which is a village on Volcano Bay in the island of Yizo or Yeso. As his description of the rite contains some interesting particulars not mentioned in the foregoing account, it may be worthwhile to summarize it. On entering the hut, he found about 30 Aino present, men, women, and children, all dressed in their best. The master of the house first offered a libation on the fireplace to the god of the fire, and the guests followed his example. Then a libation was offered to the house god in his sacred corner of the hut. Meanwhile, the housewife, who had nursed the bear, sat by herself, silent and sad, bursting now and then into tears. Her grief was obviously unaffected, and it deepened as the festival went on. Next, the master of the house and some of the guests went out of the hut and offered libations before the bear's cage. A few drops were presented to the bear in a saucer, which he at once upset. Then the women and girls danced around the cage, their faces turned towards it, their knees slightly bent, rising and hopping on their toes. As they danced, they clapped their hands and sang a monotonous song. The housewife and a few old women, who might have nursed many bears, danced tearfully, stretching out their arms to the bear, and addressing it in terms of endearment. The young folks were less affected. They laughed as well as sang. Disturbed by the noise, the bear began to rush about his cage and howl lamentably. Next, libations were offered at the Inneo, Inabos, or sacred wands which stand outside of an... These wands are about a couple of feet high and are whittled at the top into spiral shavings. 5 new wands with bamboo leaves attached to them had been set up for the festival. This is regularly done when a bear is killed. The leaves mean that the animal may come to life again. Then the bear was let out of his cage, a rope was thrown around his neck, and he was led about in the neighborhood of the hut. While this was being done, the men, headed by a chief, shot at the beast with arrows tipped with wooden buttons. Dr. Shube had to do so also. Then the bear was taken before the sacred wands. A stick was put in his mouth. 9 men knelt on him and pressed his neck against a beam. In 5 minutes, the animal had expired without uttering a sound. Meantime, the women and girls had taken post behind the men, where they danced, lamenting and beating the men who were killing the bear. The bear's carcass was next placed on the mat before the sacred wands, and a sword and quiver taken from the wands were hung round the beast's neck. Being a she-bear, it was also adorned with a necklace and earrings. Then food and drink were offered to it in the shape of millet broth, millet cakes, and a pot of sake. The men now sat down on mats before the dead bear, offered libations to it, and drank deep. Meanwhile, the women and girls had laid aside all marks of sorrow and danced merrily, none more merrily than the old women. When the mirth was at its height, 2 young Aino, who had let the bear out of his cage, mounted the roof of the hut and threw cakes of millet among the company, who all scrambled for them without distinction of age or sex. The bear was next skinned and disemboweled, and the trunk severed from the head, to which the skin was left hanging. The blood, caught in cups, was eagerly swallowed by the men. None of the women or children appeared to drink the blood, though custom did not forbid them to do so. The liver was cut in small pieces and eaten raw, with salt, the women and children getting their share. The flesh and the rest of the vitals were taken into the house to be kept till the next day, but one, and then to be divided among the persons who had been present at the feast. Blood and liver were offered to Dr. Shub. While the bear was being disemboweled, the women and girls danced the same dance which they had danced at the beginning, not, however, round the cage, but in front of the sacred wands. At this dance the old women who had been merry a moment before again shed tears freely. After the brain had been extracted from the bear's head and swallowed with salt, the skull, detached from the skin, was hung on a pole beside the sacred wands. The stick with which the bear had been gagged was also fastened to the pole, and so were the sword and quiver which had been hung on the carcass. The latter were removed in about an hour, but the rest remained standing. The whole company, men and women, danced noisily before the pole, and another drinking bout, in which the women joined, closed the festival. Perhaps the first published account of the bear feast of the Aino is one which was given to the world by a Japanese writer in 1652. It has been translated into French and runs thus: when they find a young bear, they bring it home, and the wife suckles it. When it is grown, they feed it with fish and fowl, and kill it in winter for the sake of the liver, which they esteem an antidote to poison, the worms, colic, and disorders of the stomach. It is of a very bitter taste, and is good for nothing if the bear has been killed in summer. This butchery begins in the first Japanese month. For this purpose, they put the animal's head between 2 long poles, which are squeezed together by 50 or 60 people, both men and women. When the bear is dead, they eat his flesh, keep the liver as a medicine, and sell the skin, which is black, and commonly 6 feet long, but the longest measure 12 feet. As soon as he is skinned, the persons who nourish the beast begin to bewail him. Afterwards, they make little cakes to regale those who help them. The Aino of Sagalian rear bear cubs and kill them with similar ceremonies. We are told that they do not look upon the bear as a god, but only as a messenger whom they dispatch with various commissions to the god of the forest. The animal is kept for about 2 years in a cage and then killed at a festival which always takes place in winter and at night. The day before the sacrifice is devoted to lamentation, old women relieving each other in the duty of weeping and groaning in front of the bear's cage. Then about the middle of the night, or very early in the morning, an orator makes a long speech to the beast, reminding him how they have taken care of him, and fed him well, and bathed him in the river, and made him warm and comfortable. Now he proceeds, "We are holding a great festival in your honor. Be not afraid, we will not hurt you. We will only kill you and send you to the god of the forest who loves you. We are about to offer you a good dinner, the best you have ever eaten among us, and we will all weep for you together. The Aino who will kill you is the best shot among us. There he is," he weeps, "and asks your forgiveness. You will feel almost nothing, it will be done so quickly. We cannot feed you always, as you will understand. We have done enough for you. It is now your turn to sacrifice yourself for us. You will ask God to send us for the winter plenty of otters and sables, and for the summer seals and fish in abundance. Do not forget our messages, we love you much. And our children will never forget you. When the bear has partaken of his last meal, amid the general emotion of the spectators, the old women weeping afresh, and the men uttering stifled cries. He is strapped, not without difficulty and danger, and being let out of the cage is led on leash or dragged according to the state of his temper, thrice round his cage, then round his master's house, and lastly round the house of the orator. Thereupon he is tied up to a tree, which is decked with sacred whittled sticks, of the usual sort, and the orator again addresses him in a long harangue, which sometimes lasts till the day is beginning to break. "Remember," he cries, "remember! I remind you of your whole life and of the services we have rendered you. It is now for you to do your duty. Do not forget what I have asked of you. You will tell the gods to give us riches, that our hunters may return from the forest, laden with rare furs and animals good to eat, that our fishers may find troops of seals on the shore and in the sea, and that their nets may crack under the weight of the fish. We have no hope but in you. The evil spirits laugh at us, and too often they are unfavorable and malignant to us, but they will bow before you. We have given you food and joy and health. Now we kill you in order that you may, in return, send riches to us and to our children." To this discourse the bear, more and more surly and agitated, listens without conviction. Round and round the tree he paces and howls lamentably, till, just as the first beams of the rising sun light up the scene, an archer speeds an arrow to his heart. No sooner has he done so than the marksman throws away his bow and flings himself on the ground, and the old men and women do the same, weeping and sobbing. Then they offer the dead beast a repast of rice and wild potatoes, and having spoken to him in terms of pity and thanked him for what he has done and suffered, they cut off his head and paws and keep them as sacred things. A banquet on the flesh and blood of the bear follows. Women were formerly excluded from it, but now they share with the men. The blood is drunk warm by all present. The flesh is boiled, custom forbids it to be roasted. And as the relics of the bear may not enter the house by the door, and Ainimo houses in Sagalian have no windows, a man gets up on the roof and lets the flesh, the head, and the skin down through the smoke hole. Rice and wild potatoes are then offered to the head, and a pipe, tobacco, and matches are considerately placed beside it. Custom requires that the guests should eat up the whole animal before they depart. The use of salt and pepper at the meal is forbidden, and no morsel of the flesh may be given to the dogs. When the banquet is over, the head is carried away into the depth of the forest and deposited on a heap of bear skulls, the bleached and moldering relics of similar festivals in the past. The Gilyaks, a Tungusian people of eastern Siberia, hold a bear festival of the same sort once a year in January. The bear is the object of the most refined solicitude of an entire village and plays the chief part in their religious ceremonies. An old she-bear is shot and her cub is reared, but not suckled, in the village. When the bear is big enough, he is taken from his cage and dragged through the village. But first they lead him to the bank of the river, for this is believed to ensure abundance of fish to each family. He is then taken into every house in the village, where fish, brandy, and so forth are offered to him. Some people prostrate themselves before the beast. His entrance into a house is supposed to bring a blessing, and if he snuffs at the food offered to him, this also is a blessing. Nevertheless, they tease and worry, poke and tickle the animal continually, so that he is surly and snappish. After being thus taken to every house, he is tied to a peg and shot dead with arrows. His head is then cut off, decked with shavings, and placed on the table where the feast is set out. Here they beg pardon of the beast and worship him. Then his flesh is roasted and eaten in special vessels of wood finely carved. They do not eat the flesh raw, nor drink the blood, as the Aino do. The brain and entrails are eaten last, and the skull, still decked with shavings, is placed on a tree near the house. Then the people sing in both sexes, dance in ranks, as bears. One of these bear festivals was witnessed by the Russian traveler L.L. von Schrank and his companions at the Gilyak village of Tibak in January 1856. From his detailed report of the ceremony, we may gather some particulars which are not noticed in the briefer accounts which I have just summarized. The bear, he tells us, plays a great part in the life of all the peoples inhabiting the region of the Amur and Siberia as far as Kamchatka, but among none of them is his importance greater than among the Gilyaks. The immense size which the animal attains in the valley of the Amur, his ferocity whetted by hunger, and the frequency of his appearance, all combine to make him the most dreaded beast of prey in the country. No wonder, therefore, that the fancy of the Gilyaks is busied with him and surrounds him, both in life and in death, with a sort of halo of superstitious fear. Thus, for example, it is thought that if a Gilyak falls in combat with a bear, his soul transmigrates into the body of the beast. Nevertheless, his flesh has an irresistible attraction for the Gilyak palate, especially when the animal has been kept in captivity for some time and fattened on fish, which gives the flesh, in the opinion of the Gilyaks, a peculiarly delicious flavor. But in order to enjoy this dainty with impunity, they deem it needful to perform a long series of ceremonies, of which the intention is to delude the living bear by a show of respect, and to appease the anger of the dead animal by the homage paid to his departed spirit. The marks of respect begin as soon as the beast is captured. He is brought home in triumph and kept in a cage, where all the villagers take it in turns to feed him. For although he may have been captured or purchased by one man, he belongs in a manner to the whole village. His flesh will furnish a common feast, and hence all must contribute to support him in his life. The length of time he is kept in captivity depends on his age. Old bears are kept only a few months. Cubs are kept till they are full grown. A thick layer of fat on the captive bear gives the signal for the festival, which is always held in winter, generally in December, but sometimes in January or February. At the festival witnessed by the Russian travelers, which lasted a good many days, 3 bears were killed and eaten. More than once the animals were led about in procession and compelled to enter every house in the village, where they were fed as a mark of honor, and to show that they were welcome guests. But before the beasts set out on this round of visits, the Gilyaks played at skipping rope in presence, and perhaps, as Elvan Skrank inclined to believe, in honor of the animals. The night before they were killed, the 3 bears were led by moonlight a long way on the ice of the frozen river. That night no one in the village might sleep. Next day, after the animals had been again led down the steep bank to the river, and conducted thrice around the hole in the ice from which the women of the village drew their water, they were taken to an appointed place not far from the village, and shot to death with arrows. The place of sacrifice or execution was marked as holy by being surrounded with whittled sticks, from the tops of which shavings hung in curls. Such sticks are with the Gilyaks, as with the Aino, the regular symbols that accompany all religious ceremonies. When the house has been arranged and decorated for their reception, the skins of the bears, with their heads attached to them, are brought into it, not, however, by the door, but through a window, and then hung on a sort of scaffold opposite the hearth on which the flesh is to be cooked. The boiling of the bear's flesh among the Gilyaks is done only by the oldest men, whose high privilege it is. Women and children, young men and boys, have no part in it. The task is performed slowly and deliberately, with a certain solemnity. On the occasion described by the Russian travelers, the kettle was first of all surrounded with a thick wreath of shavings, and then filled with snow, for the use of water to cook bear's flesh is forbidden. Meanwhile, a large wooden trough, richly adorned with arabesques and carvings of all sorts, was hung immediately under the snouts of the bears. On one side of the trough was carved in relief a bear, on the other side a toad. When the carcasses were being cut up, each leg was laid on the ground in front of the bears, as if to ask their leave before being placed in the kettle, and the boiled flesh was fished out of the kettle with an iron hook, and set in the trough before the bears, in order that they might be the first to taste of their own flesh. As fast, too, as the fat was cut in strips, it was hung up in front of the bears, and afterwards laid in a small wooden trough on the ground before them. Last of all, the inner organs of the beasts were cut up and placed in small vessels. At the same time, the women made bandages out of party-colored rags, and after sunset, these bandages were tied round the bears' snouts just below the eyes, in order to dry the tears that flowed from them. As soon as the ceremony of wiping away poor Bruin's tears had been performed, the assembled Gilyak set to work in earnest to devour his flesh. The broth obtained by boiling the meat had already been partaken of. The wooden bowls, platters, and spoons out of which the Gilyaks eat the broth and flesh of the bears on these occasions are always made specially for the purpose at the festival. and only then. They are elaborately ornamented with carved figures of bears and other devices that refer to the animal or the festival, and the people have a strong superstitious scruple against parting with them. After the bones had been picked clean, they were put back in the kettle in which the flesh had been boiled. And when the festal meal was over, an old man took his stand at the door of the house with a branch of fir in his hand, with which, as the people passed out, he gave a light blow to every one who had eaten of the bear's flesh or fat, perhaps as a punishment for their treatment of the worshipful animal. In the afternoon, the women performed a strange dance. Only one woman danced at a time, throwing the upper part of her body into the oddest postures, while she held in her hands a branch of fir or a kind of wooden castanet. The other women, meanwhile, played an accompaniment by drumming on the beams of the house with clubs. Von Schrenk believed that after the flesh of the bear has been eaten, the bones and the skull are solemnly carried out by the oldest people to a place in the forest not far from the village. There all the bones except the skull are buried. After that, a young tree is felled a few inches above the ground, its stump cleft, and the skull wedged into the cleft. When the grass grows over the spot, the skull disappears from view, and that is the end of the bear. Another description of the bear festivals of the Gilyaks has been given us by Mr. Leo Sternberg. It agrees substantially with the foregoing accounts, but a few particulars in it may be noted. According to Mr. Sternberg, the festival is usually held in honor of a deceased relation. The next of kin either buys or catches a bear cub and nurtures it for 2 or 3 years, till it is ready for the sacrifice. Only certain distinguished guests, Narcha, are privileged to partake of the bear's flesh, but the host and members of his clan eat a broth made from the flesh. Great quantities of this broth are prepared and consumed on the occasion. The guests of honor, Narchan, must belong to the clan into which the host's daughters and the other women of his clan are married. One of these guests, usually the host's son-in-law, is entrusted with the duty of shooting the bear dead with an arrow. The skin, head, and flesh of the slain bear are brought into the house, not through the door, but through the smoke hole. A quiver full of arrows is laid under the head, and beside it are deposited tobacco, sugar, and other food. The soul of the bear is supposed to carry off the souls of these things with it on the far journey. A special vessel is used for cooking the bear's flesh, and the fire must be kindled by a sacred apparatus of flint and steel, which belongs to the clan and is handed down from generation to generation, but which is never used to light fires except on these solemn occasions. Of all the many viands cooked for the consumption of the assembled people, a portion is placed in a special vessel and set before the bear's head. This is called feeding the head after the bear has been killed. After the bear has been killed, dogs are sacrificed in couples of male and female. Before being throttled, they are fed and invited to go to their lord on the highest mountain, to change their skins and to return next year in the form of bears. The soul of the dead bear departs to the same lord, who is also lord of the primeval forest. It goes away laden with the offerings that have been made to it, and attended by the souls of the dogs, and also by the souls of the sacred whittled sticks, which figure prominently at the festival. The Goldy neighbors of the Gilyaks treat the bear in much the same way. They hunt and kill it, but sometimes they capture a live bear and keep him in a cage, feeding him well and calling him their son and brother. Then, at a great festival, he is taken from his cage, paraded about with marked consideration, and afterwards killed and eaten. The skull, jawbones, and ears are then suspended on a tree as an antidote against evil spirit. But the flesh is eaten and much relished, for they believe that all who partake of it acquire a zest for the chase, and become courageous. The Arachas, another Tungusian people of the region of the Amur, hold bear festivals of the same general character. Anyone who catches a bear cub considers it his bounden duty to rear it in a cage for about 3 years, in order at the end of that time to kill it publicly and eat the flesh with his friends. The feasts being public, though organized by individuals, the people try to have one in each Orachi village every year in turn. When the bear is taken out of his cage, he is led about by means of ropes to all the huts, accompanied by people armed with lances, bows, and arrows. At each hut, the bear and bear leaders are treated to something good to eat and drink. This goes on for several days until all the huts, not only in that village but also in the next, have been visited. The days are given up to sport and noisy jollity. Then the bear is tied to a tree or wooden pillar and shot to death by the arrows of the crowd, after which its flesh is roasted and eaten. Among the Arachis of the Tunja River, women take part in the bear feasts, while among the Arachis of the river the Sixth, the women will not even touch bear's flesh. In the treatment of the captive bear by these tribes, there are features which can hardly be distinguished from worship. Such, for example, are the prayers offered to it both alive and dead, the offerings of food, including portions of its own flesh, laid before the animal's skull, and the Gilyak custom of leading the living beast to the river in order to ensure a supply of fish, and of conducting him from house to house in order that every family may receive his blessing. Just as in Europe, a May tree or a personal representative of the tree spirit used to be taken from door to door in spring for the sake of diffusing among all and sundry the fresh energies of reviving nature. Again, the solemn participation in his flesh and blood, and particularly the Aino custom of sharing the contents of the cup which had been consecrated by being set before the dead beast, are strongly suggestive of a sacrament. And the suggestion is confirmed by the Gilyak practice of reserving special vessels to hold the flesh, and cooking it on a fire kindled by a sacred apparatus which is never employed except on these religious occasions. Indeed, our principal authority on Aino religion, the Reverend John Batchelor, frankly describes as worship the ceremonious respect which the Aino pay to the bear, and he affirms that the animal is undoubtedly one of their gods. Certainly, the Aino appear to apply their name for God, Kamui freely to bear, but as Mr. Batchelor himself points out, that word is used with many different shades of meaning, and it is applied to a great variety of objects. So that, from its application to the bear, we cannot safely argue that the animal is actually regarded as a deity. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Aino of Sagalian do not consider the bear to be a god, but only a messenger to the gods, and the message with which they charge the animal at its death bears out the statement. Apparently, the Gilyaks also look on the bear in the light of an envoy dispatched with presents to the Lord of the Mountain, on whom the welfare of the people depends. At the same time, they treat the animal as a being of a higher order than man. In fact, as a minor deity, whose presence in the village, so long as he is kept and fed, diffuses blessings, especially by keeping at bay the swarms of evil spirits who are constantly lying in wait for people, stealing their goods and destroying their bodies by sickness and disease. Moreover, by partaking of the flesh, blood, or broth of the bear, the Gilyaks, the Aino, and the Goldie are all of opinion that they acquire some portion of the animal's mighty powers, particularly his courage and strength. No wonder, therefore, that they should treat so great a benefactor with marks of the highest respect and affection. Some light may be thrown on the ambiguous attitude of the Aino to bears by comparing the similar treatment which they accord to other creatures. For example, they regard the eagle owl as a good deity who, by his hooting, warns men of threatened evil and defends them against it. Hence he is loved, trusted, and devoutly worshipped as a divine mediator between men and the Creator. The various names applied to him are significant both of his divinity and of his mediatorship whenever an opportunity offers. One of these divine birds is captured and kept in a cage, where he is greeted with the endearing titles of beloved God and dear little divinity. Nevertheless, the time comes when the dear little divinity is throttled and sent away in his capacity of mediator to take a message to the superior gods or to the Creator himself. The following is the form of prayer addressed to the eagle owl when it is about to be sacrificed. Beloved deity, we have brought you up because we loved you, and now we are about to send you to your father. We herewith offer you food, inoa, wine, and cakes. Take them to your parent, and he will be very pleased. When you come to him, say, I have lived a long time among the Ainu, where an Ainu father and an Ainu mother reared me. I now come to thee. I have brought a variety of good things. I saw while living in Ainuland a great deal of distress. I observed that some of the people were possessed by demons, some were wounded by wild animals, some were hurt by landslides, others suffered shipwreck, and many were attacked by disease. The people are in great straits. My father, hear me, and hasten to look upon the Ainu and help them. If you do this, your father will help us. Again, the Ainu keep eagles in cages, worship them as divinities, and ask them to defend the people from evil. Yet they offer the bird in sacrifice, and when they are about to do so, they pray to him, saying, O precious divinity, O thou divine bird, pray listen to my word. Thou dost not belong to this world, for thy home is with the Creator and his golden eagles. This being so, I present thee with these inao and cakes and other precious things. Do thou ride upon the inao and ascend to thy home in the glorious heavens. When thou arrivest, assemble the deities of thy own kind together, and thank them for us for having governed the world. Do thou come again, I beseech thee, and rule over us? O my precious one, go thou quietly. Once more the Aino revere hawks, keep them in cages, and offer them in sacrifice. At the time of killing one of them, the following prayer should be addressed to the bird. O divine hawk, thou art an expert hunter, please cause thy cleverness to descend on me. If a hawk is well treated in captivity, and prayed to after this fashion when he is about to be killed, he will surely send help to the hunter. Thus, the Aino hopes to profit in various ways by slaughtering the creatures which nevertheless he treats as divine. He expects them to carry messages for him to their kindred, or to the gods in the upper world. He hopes to partake of their virtues by swallowing parts of their bodies or in other ways. And apparently he looks forward to their bodily resurrection in this world, which will enable him again to catch and kill them, and again to reap all the benefits which he has already derived from their slaughter. For in the prayers addressed to the worshipful bear and the worshipful eagle before they are knocked on the head, the creatures are invited to come again, which seems clearly to point to a faith in their future resurrection. If any doubt could exist on this head, it would be dispelled by the evidence of Mr. Batchelor, who tells us that the Aino are firmly convinced that the spirits of birds and animals killed in hunting or offered in sacrifice come and live again upon the earth clothed with a body, and they believe further that they appear here for the special benefit of men, particularly Ainu hunters. The Aino, Mr. Batchelor tells us, confessedly slays and eats the beast that another may come in its place and be treated in like manner. And at the time of sacrificing the creatures, prayers are said to them, which former request that they will come again and furnish viands for another feast, as if it were an honor to them to be thus killed and eaten, and a pleasure as well. Indeed, such is the people's idea. These last observations, as the context shows, refer especially to the sacrifice of bears. Thus, among the benefits which the Aino anticipates from the slaughter of the worshipful animals, not the least substantial, is that of gorging himself on their flesh and blood, both on the present and on many a similar occasion hereafter. And that pleasing prospect again is derived from his firm faith in the spiritual immortality and bodily resurrection of the dead animals. A like faith is shared by many savage hunters in many parts of the world, and has given rise to a variety of quaint customs, some of which will be described presently. Meantime, it is not unimportant to observe that the solemn festivals at which the Aino, the Giliaks, and other tribes slaughter the tame cage bears with demonstrations of respect and sorrow are probably nothing but an extension or glorification of similar rites which the hunter performs over any wild bear which he chances to kill in the forest. Indeed, with regard to the Giliaks, we are expressly informed that this is the case. If we would understand the meaning of the Giliak ritual, says Mr. Sternberg, we must above all remember that the bear festivals are not, as is usually but falsely assumed, celebrated only at the killing of a house bear, but are held on every occasion when a Giliak succeeds in slaughtering a bear in the chase. It is true that in such cases the festival assumes less imposing dimensions, but in its essence it remains the same. When the head and skin of a bear killed in the forest are brought into the village, they are accorded a triumphal reception with music and solemn ceremonial. The head is laid on a consecrated scaffold, fed and treated with offerings, just as at the killing of a house bear, and the guests of honor Narchin are also assembled. So too, dogs are sacrificed, and the bones of the bear are preserved in the same place, and with the same marks of respect as the bones of a house bear. Hence, the great winter festival is only an extension of the rite, which is observed at the slaughter of every bear. Thus the apparent contradiction in the practice of these tribes, who venerate and almost deify the animals which they habitually hunt, kill, and eat, is not so flagrant as at first sight it appears to us. The people have reasons, and some very practical reasons, for acting as they do. For the savage is by no means so illogical and unpractical as to superficial observers. He is apt to seem. He has thought deeply on the questions which immediately concern him. He reasons about them. And though his conclusions often diverge very widely from ours, we ought not to deny him the credit of patient and prolonged meditation on some fundamental problems of human existence. In the present case, if he treats bears in general as creatures wholly subservient to human needs, and yet singles out certain individuals of the species for homage, which almost amounts to deification, we must not hastily set him down as irrational and inconsistent, but must endeavor to place ourselves at his point of view, to see things as he sees them, and to divest ourselves of the prepossessions which tinge so deeply our own views of the world. If we do so, we shall probably discover that, however absurd his conduct may appear to us, the savage nevertheless generally acts on a train of reasoning, which seems to him in harmony with the facts of his limited experience. This I propose to illustrate in the following chapter, where I shall attempt to show that the solemn ceremonial of the bear festival among the Ainos and other tribes of northeastern Asia is only a particular striking example of the respect which, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the savage habitually pays to the animals which he kills and eats. Chapter 53. The propitiation of wild animals by hunters. The explanation of life by the theory of an indwelling and practically immortal soul is one which the savage does not confine to human beings, but extends to the animate creation in general. In so doing, he is more liberal and perhaps more logical than the civilized man, who commonly denies to animals that privilege of immortality which he claims for himself. The savage is not so proud. He commonly believes that animals are endowed with feelings and intelligence like those of men, and that, like men, they possess souls which survive the death of their bodies, either to wander about as disembodied spirits or to be born again in animal form. Thus to the savage, who regards all living creatures as practically on a footing of equality with man, the act of killing and eating an animal must wear a very different aspect from that which the same act presents to us, who regard the intelligence of animals as far inferior to our own and deny them the possession of immortal souls. Hence, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the primitive hunter who slays an animal believes himself exposed to the vengeance either of its disembodied spirit or of all the other animals of the same species, whom he considers as knit together, like men by the ties of kin and the obligations of the blood feud, and therefore as bound to resent the injury done to one of their number. Accordingly, the savage makes it a rule to spare the life of those animals which he has no pressing motive for killing, at least such fierce and dangerous animals as are likely to exact a bloody vengeance for the slaughter of one of their kind. Crocodiles are animals of this sort. They are only found in hot countries, where as a rule food is abundant and primitive man has therefore little reason to kill them for the sake of their tough and unpalatable flesh. Hence it is a custom with some savages to spare crocodiles, or rather only to kill them in obedience to the law of blood feud, that is, as a retaliation for the slaughter of men by crocodiles. For example, the Dyaks of Borneo will not kill a crocodile unless a crocodile has first killed a man. For why, say they, should they commit an act of aggression, when he and his kindred can so easily repay them? But should the alligator take a human life, revenge becomes a sacred duty of the living relatives, who will trap the man-eater in the spirit of an officer of justice pursuing a criminal. Others, even then, hang back, reluctant to embroil themselves in a quarrel which does not concern them. The man-eating alligator is supposed to be pursued by a righteous nemesis, and whenever one is caught, they have a profound conviction that it must be the guilty one or his accomplice. Like the Dyaks, the natives of Madagascar never kill a crocodile except in retaliation for one of their friends who has been destroyed by a crocodile. They believe that the wanton destruction of one of these reptiles will be followed by the loss of human life. In accordance with the principle of lex talionis, the people who live near the Lake Iddisea in Madagascar make a yearly proclamation to the crocodiles. announcing that they will revenge the death of some of their friends by killing as many crocodiles in return, and warning all well-disposed crocodiles to keep out of the way, as they have no quarrel with them, but only with their evil-minded relations who have taken human life. Various tribes of Madagascar believe themselves to be descended from crocodiles, and accordingly, they view the scaly reptile as, to all intents and purposes, a man and a brother. If one of the animals should so far forget himself as to devour one of his human kinsfolk, the chief of the tribe, or in his absence an old man familiar with the tribal customs, repairs at the head of the people to the edge of the water, and summons the family of the culprit to deliver him up to the arm of justice. A hook is then baited and cast into the river or lake. Next day, the guilty brother, or one of his family, is dragged ashore, and after his crime has been clearly brought home to him by a strict interrogation, he is sentenced to death and executed. The claims of justice being thus satisfied and the majesty of the law fully vindicated, the deceased crocodile is lamented and buried like a kinsman. A mound is raised over his relics, and a stone marks the place of his head. Again, the tiger is another of those dangerous beasts whom the savage prefers to leave alone, lest by killing one of the species, he should excite the hostility of the rest. No consideration will induce a Sumatran to catch or wound a tiger except in self-defense, or immediately after a tiger has destroyed a friend or relation. When a European has set traps for tigers, the people of the neighborhood have been known to go by night to the place and explain to the animals that the traps are not set by them, nor with their consent. The inhabitants of the hills near Rajamahal in Bengal are very averse to killing a tiger, unless one of their kinsfolk has been carried off by one of the beasts. In that case, they go out for the purpose of hunting and slaying a tiger, and when they have succeeded, they lay their bows and arrows on the carcass and invoke God, declaring that they slew the animal in retaliation for the loss of a kinsman. Vengeance having been thus taken, they swear not to attack another tiger, except under similar provocation. The Indians of Carolina would not molest snakes when they came upon them, but would pass by on the other side of the path, believing that if they were to kill a serpent, the reptile's kindred would destroy some of their brethren, friends, or relations in return. So the Seminole Indians spared the rattlesnake, because they feared that the soul of the dead rattlesnake would incite its kinsfolk to take vengeance. The Cherokee regard the rattlesnake as the chief of the snake tribe and fear and respect him accordingly. Few Cherokee will venture to kill a rattlesnake unless they cannot help it, and even then they must atone for the crime by craving pardon of the snake's ghost, either in their own person or through the mediation of a priest, according to a set formula. If these precautions are neglected, the kinsfolk of the dead snake will send one of their number as an avenger of blood, who will track down the murderer and sting him to death. No ordinary Cherokee dares to kill a wolf if he can possibly help it, for he believes that the kindred of the slain beast would surely avenge its death, and that the weapon with which the deed had been done would be quite useless for the future, unless it were cleaned and exercised by a medicine man. However, certain persons who know the proper rites of atonement for such a crime can kill wolves with impunity, and they are sometimes hired to do so by people who have suffered from the raids of the wolves on their cattle or fish traps. In Jebel Nuba, a district of the eastern Sudan, it is forbidden to touch the nests or remove the young of a species of blackbirds, resembling our blackbirds, because the people believe that the parent birds would avenge the wrong by causing a stormy wind to blow, which would destroy the harvest. But the savage clearly cannot afford to spare all animals. He must either eat some of them or starve, and when the question thus comes to be whether he or the animal must perish, he is forced to overcome his superstitious scruples and take the life of the beast. At the same time, he does all he can to appease his victims and their kinsfolk. Even in the act of killing them, he testifies his respect for them, endeavors to excuse or even conceal his share in procuring their death, and promises that their remains will be honorably treated. By thus robbing death of its terrors, he hopes to reconcile his victims to their fate and to induce their fellows to come and be killed also. For example, it was a principle with the Kamtchatkans never to kill a land or sea animal without first making excuses to it and begging that the animal would not take it ill. Also, they offered it cedar nuts and so forth to make it think that it was not a victim but a guest at a feast. They believed that this hindered other animals of the same species from growing shy. For instance, after they had killed a bear and feasted on its flesh, the host would bring the bear's head before the company, wrap it in grass, and present it with a variety of trifles. Then he would lay the blame of the bear's death on the Russians, and bid the beast wreak his wrath upon them. Also, he would ask the bear to inform the other bears how well he had been treated, that they too might come without fear. Seals, sea lions, and other animals were treated by the Kamchatkans with the same ceremonious respect. Moreover, they used to insert sprigs of a plant resembling bear's wort in the mouths of the animals they killed. After which they would exhort the grinning skulls to have no fear but to go and tell it to their fellows, that they also might come and be caught and so partake of this splendid hospitality. When the Ostyaks have hunted and killed a bear, they cut off its head and hang it on a tree. Then they gather round in a circle and pay it divine honors. Next they run towards the carcass, uttering lamentations and saying, "Who killed you?" "It was the Russians. Who cut off your head? It was a Russian axe. Who skinned you? It was a knife made by a Russian." They explain, too, that the feathers which sped the arrow on its flight came from the wing of a strange bird, and that they did nothing but let the arrow go. They do all this because they believe that the wandering ghost of the slain bear would attack them on the first opportunity if they did not thus appease it, or they stuff the skin of the slain bear with hay. And after celebrating their victory with songs of mockery and insult, after spitting on and kicking it, they set it up on its hind legs, and then, for a considerable time, they bestow on it all the veneration due to a guardian god. When a party of Koryak have killed a bear or a wolf, they skin the beast and dress one of themselves in the skin. Then they dance round the skin-clad man, saying that it was not they who killed the animal, but someone else, generally a Russian. When they kill a fox, they skin it, wrap the body in grass, and bid him go tell his companions how hospitably he has been received, and how he has received a new cloak instead of his old one. A fuller account of the Koryak ceremonies is given by a more recent writer. He tells us that when a dead bear is brought to the house, the women come out to meet it, dancing with firebrands. The bear skin is taken off along with the head, and one of the women puts on the skin, dances in it, and entreats the bear not to be angry, but to be kind to the people. At the same time, they offer meat on a wooden platter to the dead beast, saying, "Eat, friend." Afterwards, a ceremony is performed for the purpose of sending the dead bear, or rather his spirit, away back to his home. He is provided with provisions for the journey in the shape of puddings or reindeer flesh packed in a grass bag. His skin is stuffed with grass and carried round the house, after which he is supposed to depart towards the rising sun. The intention of the ceremonies is to protect the people from the wrath of the slain bear and his kinsfolk, and so to ensure success in future bear hunts. The Finns used to try to persuade a slain bear that he had not been killed by them, but had fallen from a tree or met his death in some other way. Moreover, they held a funeral festival in his honor, at the close of which bards expatiated on the homage that had been paid to him, urging him to report to the other bears the high consideration with which he had been treated, in order that they also, following his example, might come and be slain, when the Lapps had succeeded in killing the bear with impunity. They thanked him for not hurting them and for not breaking the clubs and spears which had given him his death wounds, and they prayed that he would not visit his death upon them by sending storms or in any other way. His flesh then furnished a feast. The reverence of hunters for the bear whom they regularly kill and eat may thus be traced all along the northern region of the Old World from Bering Straits to Lapland. It reappears in similar forms in North America. With the American Indians, a bear hunt was an important event for which they prepared by long fasts and purgations. Before setting out, they offered expiatory sacrifices to the souls of bears slain in previous hunts, and besought them to be favorable to the hunters. When a bear was killed, the hunter lit his pipe, and putting the mouth of it between the bear's lips, blew into the bowl, filling the beast's mouth with smoke. Then he begged the bear not to be angry at having been killed, and not to thwart him afterwards in the chase. The carcass was roasted whole and eaten. Not a morsel of flesh might be left over. The head, painted red and blue, was hung on a post and addressed by orators who heaped praise on the dead beast. When men of the Bear clan in the Ottawa tribe killed a bear, they made him a feast of his own flesh, and addressed him thus: "Cherish us no grudge, because we have killed you. You have sense. You see that our children are hungry. They love you and wish to take you into their bodies. Is it not glorious to be eaten by the children of a chief amongst the Indians of British Columbia when a bear had been killed? It was brought in and seated before the head chief in an upright posture, with a chief's bonnet wrought in figures on its head, and its fur powdered over with white down. A tray of provisions was then set before it, and it was invited by words and gestures to eat. After that, the animal was skinned, boiled, and eaten. A like respect is testified for other dangerous creatures by the hunters who regularly trap and kill them. When caffrey hunters are in the act of showering spears on an elephant, they call out, 'Don't kill us, great captain. Don't strike or tread upon us, mighty chief.' When he is dead, they make their excuses to him, pretending that his death was a pure accident. As a mark of respect, they bury his trunk with much solemn ceremony. For they say that the elephant is a great lord, his trunk is his hand. Before the Amaxosa caffreys attack an elephant, they shout to the animal and beg him to pardon them for the slaughter they are about to perpetrate, professing great submission to his person and explaining clearly the need they have of his tusks to enable them to procure beads and supply their wants. When they have killed him, they bury in the ground, along with the end of his trunk, a few of the articles they have obtained for the ivory, thus hoping to avert some mishap that would otherwise befall them. Amongst some tribes of eastern Africa, when a lion is killed, the carcass is brought before the king, who does homage to it by prostrating himself on the ground and rubbing his face on the muzzle of the beast. In some parts of western Africa, if a Negro kills a leopard, he is bound fast and brought before the chiefs for having killed one of their peers. The man defends himself on the plea that the leopard is chief of the forest, and therefore a stranger. He is then set at liberty and rewarded, but the dead leopard, adorned with a chief's bonnet, is set up in the village, where nightly dances are held in its honor. The Baganda greatly fear the ghosts of buffaloes which they have killed, and they always appease these dangerous spirits. On no account will they bring the head of a slain buffalo into a village, or into a garden of plantains. They always eat the flesh of the head in the open country. Afterwards they place the skull in a small hut, built for the purpose, where they pour out beer as an offering, and pray to the ghost to stay where he is, and not to harm them. Another formidable beast whose life the savage hunter takes with joy, yet with fear and trembling, is the whale. After the slaughter of a whale, the maritime Koryak of northeastern Siberia hold a communal festival, the essential part of which is based on the conception that the whale killed has come on a visit to the village, that it is staying for some time, during which it is treated with great respect, that it then returns to the sea to repeat its visit the following year, that it will induce its relatives to come along, telling them of the hospitable reception that has been accorded to it. According to the Koryak ideas, the whales, like all other animals, constitute one tribe, or rather family, of related individuals who live in villages like the Koryak. They avenge the murder of one of their number and are grateful for kindnesses that they may have received. When the inhabitants of the Isle of St. Mary, to the north of Madagascar, go a-whaling, they single out the young whales for attack, and humbly beg the mother's pardon, stating the necessity that drives them to kill her progeny, and requesting that she will be pleased to go below while the deed is doing, that her maternal feelings may not be outraged by witnessing what must cause her so much uneasiness. An Ajumba hunter having killed a female hippopotamus on Lake Aziengo, in West Africa, the animal was decapitated and its quarters and bowels removed. Then the hunter, naked, stepped into the hollow of the ribs, and kneeling down in the bloody pool, washed his whole body with the blood and excretions of the animal, while he prayed to the soul of the hippopotamus not to bear him a grudge for having killed her, and so blighted her hopes of future maternity. And he further entreated the ghost not to stir up other hippopotamuses to avenge her death by butting at and capsizing his canoe. The ounce, a leopard-like creature, is dreaded for its depredations by the Indians of Brazil. When they have caught one of these animals in a snare, they kill it and carry the body home to the village. There the women deck the carcass with feathers of many colors, put bracelets on its legs, and weep over it, saying, I pray thee not to take vengeance on our little ones for having been caught and killed through thine own ignorance. For it was not we who deceived thee, it was thyself. Our husbands only set the trap to catch animals that are good to eat. They never thought to take thee in it. Therefore, let not thy soul counsel thy fellows to avenge thy death on our little ones. When a Blackfoot Indian has caught eagles in a trap and killed them, he takes them home to a special lodge called the Eagle's Lodge, which has been prepared for their reception outside of the camp. Here he sets the birds in a row on the ground and propping up their heads on a stick, puts a piece of dried meat in each of their mouths in order that the spirits of the dead eagles may go and tell the other eagles how well they are being treated by the Indian. So, when Indian hunters of the Orinoco region have killed an animal, they open its mouth and pour into it a few drops of the liquor they generally carry with them, in order that the soul of the dead beast may inform its fellows of the welcome it has met with, and that they too, cheered by the prospect of the same kind reception, may come with alacrity to be killed. When a Teton Indian is on a journey, and he meets a gray spider or a spider with yellow legs, he kills it, because some evil would befall him if he did not. But he is very careful not to let the spider know that he kills it, for if the spider knew, his soul would go and tell the other spiders, and one of them would be sure to avenge the death of his relation. So, in crushing the insect, the Indian says, "O grandfather spider, the thunder beings kill you." And the spider is crushed at once and believes what is told him. His soul probably runs and tells the other spiders that the thunder beings have killed him, but no harm comes of that. For what can gray or yellow-legged spiders do to the thunder beings? But it is not merely dangerous creatures with whom the savage desires to keep on good terms. It is true that the respect which he pays to wild beasts is in some measure proportioned to their strength and ferocity. Thus the savage Stians of Cambodia, believing that all animals have souls which roam about after their death, beg an animal's pardon when they kill it, lest its soul should come and torment them. Also they offer it sacrifices, but these sacrifices are proportioned to the size and strength of the animal. The ceremonies which they observe at the death of an elephant are conducted with much pomp and last 7 days. Similar distinctions are drawn by North American Indians. The bear, the buffalo, and the beaver are Manitos divinities which furnish food. The bear is formidable and good to eat. They render ceremonies to him, begging him to allow himself to be eaten, although they know he has no fancy for it. "We kill you, but you are not annihilated." His head and paws are objects of homage. Other animals are treated similarly from similar reasons. Many of the animal Manitos, not being dangerous, are often treated with contempt. The terrapin, the weasel, polecat, etc., the distinction is instructive. Animals which are feared, or are good to eat, or both, are treated with ceremonious respect. Those which are neither formidable nor good to eat are despised. We have had examples of reverence paid to animals, which are both feared and eaten. It remains to prove that similar respect is shown to animals which, without being feared, are either eaten or valued for their skins. When Siberian sable hunters have caught a sable, no one is allowed to see it, and they think that if good or evil be spoken of the captured sable, no more sables will be caught. A hunter has been known to express his belief that the sables could hear what was said of them as far off as Moscow. He said that the chief reason why the sable hunt was now so unproductive was that some live sables had been sent to Moscow. There they had been viewed with astonishment as strange animals, and the sables cannot abide that. Another, though minor, cause of the diminished take of sables was, he alleged, that the world is now much worse than it used to be, so that nowadays a hunter will sometimes hide the sable which he has got, instead of putting it into the common stock. This also, said he, the sables cannot abide. Alaskan hunters preserve the bones of sables and beavers out of reach of the dogs for a year, and then bury them carefully, lest the spirits who look after the beavers and sables should consider that they are regarded with contempt, and hence no more should be killed or trapped. The Canadian Indians were equally particular not to let their dogs gnaw the bones, or at least certain of the bones of beavers. They took the greatest pains to collect and preserve these bones, and, when the beaver had been caught in a net, they threw them into the river. To a Jesuit who argued that the beavers could not possibly know what became of their bones, the Indians replied, "You know nothing about catching beavers, and yet you will be prating about it." Before the beaver is stone dead, his soul takes a turn in the hut of the man who is killing him and makes a careful note of what is done with his bones. If the bones are given to the dogs, the other beavers would get word of it and would not let themselves be caught. Whereas if their bones are thrown into the fire or a river, they are quite satisfied. And it is particularly gratifying to the net which caught them. Before hunting the beaver, they offered a solemn prayer to the great beaver, and presented him with tobacco. And when the chase was over, an orator pronounced a funeral oration over the dead beavers. He praised their spirit and wisdom. "You will hear no more," said he, "the voice of the chieftains who commanded you, and whom you chose from among all the warrior beavers to give you laws. Your language, which the medicine men understand perfectly, will be heard no more at the bottom of the lake. You will fight no more battles with the otters, your cruel foes. No, beavers, but your skins shall serve to buy arms. We will carry your smoked hams to our children. We will keep the dogs from eating your bones, which are so hard." The eland deer and elk were treated by the American Indians with the same punctilious respect, and for the same reason. Their bones might not be given to the dogs, nor thrown into the fire, nor might their fat be dropped upon the fire, because the souls of the dead animals were believed to see what was done to their bodies, and to tell it to the other beasts, living and dead. Hence, if their bodies were illused, the animals of that species would not allow themselves to be taken, neither in this world, nor in the world to come. Among the Chiquites of Paraguay, a sick man would be asked by the medicine man whether he had not thrown away some of the flesh of the deer or turtle, and if he answered yes, the medicine man would say, "That is what is killing you. The soul of the deer or turtle has entered into your body to avenge the wrong you did it." The Canadian Indians would not eat the embryos of the elk unless at the close of the hunting season. Otherwise, the mother elks would be shy and refuse to be caught. In the Timberlot Islands of the Indian archipelago, the skulls of all the turtles which a fisherman has caught are hung up under his house. Before he goes out to catch another, he addresses himself to the skull of the last turtle that he killed, and having inserted betel between its jaws, he prays the spirit of the dead animal to entice its kinsfolk in the sea to come and be caught. In the Pozo district of central Celebes, hunters keep the jawbones of deer and wild pigs which they have killed, and hang them up in their houses near the fire. Then they say to the jawbones, "Ye cry after your comrades, that your grandfathers, or nephews or children may not go away." Their notion is that the souls of the dead deer and pigs tarry near their jawbones and attract the souls of living deer and pigs, which are thus drawn into the toils of the hunter. Thus, the wily savage employs dead animals as decoys to lure living animals to their doom. The Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco love to hunt the ostrich, but when they have killed one of these birds and are bringing home the carcass to the village, they take steps to outwit the resentful ghost of their victim. They think that when the first natural shock of death is past, the ghost of the ostrich pulls himself together and makes after his body. Acting on this sage calculation, the Indians pluck feathers from the breast of the bird and strew them at intervals along the track. At every bunch of feathers, the ghost stops to consider, "Is this the whole of my body or only a part of it?" The doubt gives him pause, and when at last he has made up his mind fully at all the bunches, and has further wasted valuable time by the zigzag course which he invariably pursues in going from one to another, the hunters are safe at home, and the bilked ghost may stalk in vain round about the village, which he is too timid to enter. The Eskimo about Bering Strait believe that the souls of dead sea beasts, such as seals, walrus, and whales, remain attached to their bladders, and that by returning the bladders to the sea, they can cause the souls to be reincarnated in fresh bodies, and so multiply the game which the hunters pursue and kill. Acting on this belief, every hunter carefully removes and preserves the bladders of all the sea beasts that he kills, and at a solemn festival held once a year in winter, these bladders, containing the souls of all the sea beasts that have been killed throughout the year, are honored with dances and offerings of food in the public assembly room, after which they are taken out on the ice and thrust through holes into the water. For the simple Eskimo imagine that the souls of the animals, in high good humor at the kind treatment they have experienced, will thereafter be born again as seals, walrus, and whales. and in that form will flock willingly to be again speared, harpooned, or otherwise done to death by the hunters. For like reasons, a tribe which depends for its subsistence, chiefly or in part, upon fishing, is careful to treat the fish with every mark of honor and respect. The Indians of Peru adored the fish that they caught in greatest abundance, for they said that the first fish that was made in the world above, for so they named heaven, gave birth to all other fish of that species, and took care to send them plenty of its children to sustain their tribe. For this reason they worshipped sardines in one region, where they killed more of them than of any other fish. In others, the skate; in others, the dogfish; in others, the dogfish, the golden fish for its beauty; in others, the crawfish; in others, for want of larger gods, the crabs, where they had no other fish, or where they knew not how to catch and kill them. In short, they had whatever fish was most serviceable to them as their gods. The Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia think that when a salmon is killed, its soul returns to the salmon country. Hence, they take care to throw the bones and offal into the sea, in order that the soul may reanimate them at the resurrection of the salmon. Whereas if they burned the bones, the soul would be lost, and so it would be quite impossible for that salmon to rise from the dead. In like manner, the Ottawa Indians of Canada, believing that the souls of dead fish passed into other bodies of fish, never burned fish bones, for fear of displeasing the souls of the fish, who would come no more to the nets. The Hurons also refrained from throwing fish bones into the fire, lest the souls of the fish should go and warn the other fish not to let themselves be caught, since the Hurons would burn their bones. Moreover, they had men who preached to the fish and persuaded them to come and be caught. A good preacher was much sought after, for they thought that the exhortations of a clever man had a great effect in drawing the fish to the nets. In the Huron fishing village where the French missionary Sagard stayed, the preacher to the fish prided himself very much on his eloquence, which was of a florid order. Every evening after supper, having seen that all the people were in their places, and that a strict silence was observed, he preached to the fish. His text was that the Hurons did not burn fish bones. Then, enlarging on this theme with extraordinary unction, he exhorted and conjured and invited and implored the fish to come and be caught, and to be of good courage, and to fear nothing. For it was all to serve their friends, who honored them and did not burn their bones. The natives of the Duke of York Island annually decorate a canoe with flowers and ferns, lade it, or are supposed to lade it, with shell money, and set it adrift to compensate the fish for their fellows who have been caught and eaten. It is especially necessary to treat the first fish caught with consideration in order to conciliate the rest of the fish, whose conduct may be supposed to be influenced by the reception given to those of their kind which were the first to be taken. Accordingly, the Maoris always put back into the sea the first fish caught, with a prayer that it may tempt other fish to come and be caught. Still more stringent are the precautions taken when the fish are the first of the season. On salmon rivers, when the fish begin to run up the stream in spring, they are received with much deference by tribes who, like the Indians of the Pacific coast of North America, subsist largely upon a fish diet. In British Columbia, the Indians used to go out to meet the first fish as they came up the river. They paid court to them, and would address them thus: you fish, you are all chiefs, you are all chiefs. Amongst the Tlingit of Alaska, the first halibut of the season is carefully handled and addressed as a chief, and a festival is given in his honor, after which the fishing goes on. In spring, when the winds blow soft from the south and the salmon begin to run up the Klamath River, the Kurarks of California dance for salmon, to ensure a good catch. One of the Indians, called the Kareya, or God-man, retires to the mountains and fasts for 10 days. On his return, the people flee while he goes to the river, takes the first salmon of the catch, eats some of it, and with the rest kindles the sacred fire in the sweating house. No Indian may take a salmon before this dance is held, nor for 10 days after it, even if his family are starving. The Karaks also believe that a fisherman will take no salmon if the poles of which his spearing booth is made were gathered on the riverside, where the salmon might have seen them. The poles must be brought from the top of the highest mountain. The fisherman will also labor in vain if he uses the same poles a second year in booths or weirs, because the old salmon will have told the young ones about them. There is a favorite fish of the Aino which appears in their rivers about May and June. They prepare for the fishing by observing rules of ceremonial purity, and when they have gone out to fish, the women at home must keep strict silence, or the fish would hear them and disappear. When the first fish is caught, he is brought home and passed through a small opening at the end of the hut, but not through the door, for if he were passed through the door, the other fish would certainly see him and disappear. This may partly explain the custom observed by other savages of bringing game in certain cases into their huts, not by the door, but by the window, the smoke hole, or by a special opening at the back of the hut, with some savages a special reason for respecting the bones of game, and generally of the animals which they eat, is a belief that, if the bones are preserved, they will in course of time be reclothed with flesh, and thus the animal will come to life again. It is therefore clearly for the interest of the hunter to leave the bones intact, since to destroy them would be to diminish the future supply of game. Many of the Minatari Indians believe that the bones of those bisons which they have slain and divested of flesh rise again clothed with renewed flesh, and quickened with life and become fat, and fit for slaughter the succeeding June. Hence, on the western prairies of America, the skulls of buffaloes may be seen arranged in circles and symmetrical piles, awaiting the resurrection. After feasting on a dog, the Dakotas carefully collect the bones, scrape, wash, and bury them, partly, as it is said, to testify to the dog species, that in feasting upon one of their number, no disrespect was meant to the species itself, and partly also from a belief that the bones of the animal will rise and reproduce another. In sacrificing an animal, the Lapps regularly put aside the bones, eyes, ears, heart, lungs, sexual parts, if the animal was a male, and a morsel of flesh from each limb. Then, after eating the remainder of the flesh, they laid the bones and the rest in anatomical order in a coffin and buried them with the usual rite, believing that the god to whom the animal was sacrificed would reclothe the bones with flesh and restore the animal to life in Jabmemo, the subterranean world of the dead. Sometimes, as after feasting on a bear, they seem to have contented themselves with thus burying the bones. Thus the Lapps expected the resurrection of the slain animal to take place in another world, resembling in this respect the Kamchatkans, who believe that every creature, down to the smallest fly, would rise from the dead and live underground. On the other hand, the North American Indians looked for the resurrection of the animals in the present world. The habit, observed especially by Mongolian peoples, of stuffing the skin of a sacrificed animal or stretching it on a framework points rather to a belief in a resurrection of the latter sort. The objection commonly entertained by primitive peoples to break the bones of the animals which they have eaten or sacrificed may be based either on a belief in the resurrection of the animals, or on a fear of intimidating other creatures of the same species and offending the ghosts of the slain animals. The reluctance of North American Indians and Eskimo to let dogs gnaw the bones of animals is perhaps only a precaution to prevent the bones from being broken. But after all, the resurrection of dead game may have its inconveniences, and accordingly some hunters take steps to prevent it by hamstringing the animal so as to prevent it or its ghost from getting up and running away. This is the motive alleged for the practice by Kui hunters in Laos. They think that the spells which they utter in the chase may lose their magical virtue, and that the slaughtered animal may consequently come to life again and escape. To prevent that catastrophe, they therefore hamstring the beast as soon as they have butchered it. When an Eskimo of Alaska has killed a fox, he carefully cuts the tendons of all the animal's legs in order to prevent the ghost from reanimating the body and walking about. But hamstringing the carcass is not the only measure which the prudent savage adopts for the sake of disabling the ghost of his victim. In old days, when the Aino went out hunting and killed a fox first, they took care to tie its mouth up tightly in order to prevent the ghost of the animal from sallying forth and warning its fellows against the approach of the hunter. The Gilyaks of the Amur River put out the eyes of the seals they have killed, lest the ghosts of the slain animal should know their slayers and avenge their death by spoiling the seal hunt. Besides the animals which primitive man dreads for their strength and ferocity, and those which he reveres on account of the benefits which he expects from them, There is another class of creatures which he sometimes deems it necessary to conciliate by worship and sacrifice. These are the vermin that infest his crops and his cattle. To rid himself of these deadly foes, the farmer has recourse to many superstitious devices, of which, though some are meant to destroy or intimidate the vermin, others aim at propitiating them and persuading them by fair means to spare the fruits of the earth and the herds. Thus, Estonian peasants in the island of Osel stand in great awe of the weevil, an insect which is exceedingly destructive to the grain. They give it a fine name, and if a child is about to kill a weevil, they say, "Don't do it. The more we hurt him, the more he hurts us." If they find a weevil, they bury it in the earth instead of killing it. Some even put the weevil under a stone in the field and offer corn to it. They think that thus it is appeased and does less harm. Amongst the Saxons of Transylvania, in order to keep sparrows from the corn, the sower begins by throwing the first handful of seed backwards over his head, saying, "That is for you, sparrows." To guard the corn against the attacks of leaf flies, he shuts his eyes and scatters 3 handfuls of oats in different directions. Having made this offering to the leaf flies, he feels sure that they will spare the corn. A Transylvanian way of securing the crops against all birds, beasts, and insects is this. After he has finished sowing, the sower goes once more from end to end of the field, imitating the gesture of sowing, but with an empty hand. As he does so, he says, "I sow this for the animals. I sow it for everything that flies and creeps, that walks and stands, that sings and springs, in the name of God the Father," etc. The following is a German way of freeing a garden from caterpillars. After sunset or at midnight, the mistress of the house, or another female member of the family, walks all round the garden dragging a broom after her. She may not look behind her and must keep murmuring, "Good evening, Mother Caterpillar. You shall come with your husband to church." The garden gate is left open till the following morning. Sometimes, in dealing with vermin, the farmer aims at hitting a happy mean between excessive rigor on the one hand and weak indulgence on the other. Kind but firm, he tempers severity with mercy. An ancient Greek treatise on farming advises the husbandman who would rid his lands of mice to act thus. Take a sheet of paper and write on it as follows: "I adjure you, ye mice here present, that ye neither injure me nor suffer another mouse to do so. I give you yonder field," here you specify the field, "but if ever I catch you here again, by the mother of the gods, I will rend you in 7 pieces. Write this, and stick the paper on an unhewn stone in the field before sunrise, taking care to keep the written side up. In the Ardens they say that to get rid of rats you should repeat the following words: Errate verbum, apud Deum vestum. Male rats and female rats, I conjure you by the great God to go out of my house, out of all my habitations, and to betake yourselves to such and such a place, there to end your days. Decretus reversus et decembrasis virgopods, Clement. Justitiae. Then write the same words on pieces of paper, fold them up, and place one of them under the door by which the rats are to go forth, and the other on the road which they are to take. This exorcism should be performed at sunrise. Some years ago, an American farmer was reported to have written a civil letter to the rats, telling them that his crops were short, that he could not afford to keep them through the winter, that he had been very kind to them, and that for their own good he thought they had better leave him and go to some of his neighbors who had more grain. This document he pinned to a post in his barn for the rats to read. Sometimes the desired object is supposed to be attained by treating with high distinction 1 or 2 chosen individuals of the obnoxious species, while the rest are pursued with relentless rigor. In the East Indian island of Bali, the mice which ravage the rice fields are caught in great numbers and burned in the same way that corpses are burned. But 2 of the captured mice are allowed to live and receive a little packet of white linen. Then the people bow down before them as before gods and let them go. When the farms of the sea Dyaks or Ibans of Sarawak are much pestered by birds and insects, they catch a specimen of each kind of vermin, one sparrow, one grasshopper, and so on. Put them in a tiny boat of bark well stocked with provisions, and then allow the little vessel with its obnoxious passengers to float down the river. If that does not drive the pests away, the Dyaks resort to what they deem a more effectual mode of accomplishing the same purpose. They make a clay crocodile as large as life and set it up in the fields, where they offer it food, rice spirit, and cloth, and sacrifice a fowl and a pig before it. Mollified by these attentions, the ferocious animal very soon gobbles up all the creatures that devour the crops. In Albania, if the fields or vineyards are ravaged by locusts or beetles, some of the women will assemble with disheveled hair, catch a few of the insects, and march with them in a funeral procession to a spring or stream, in which they drown the creatures. Then one of the women sings, O locusts and beetles, who have left us bereaved, and the dirge is taken up and repeated by all the women in chorus. Thus, by celebrating the obsequies of a few locusts and beetles, they hope to bring about the death of them all. When caterpillars invaded a vineyard or field in Syria, the virgins were gathered, and one of the caterpillars was taken, and a girl made its mother. Then they bewailed and buried it. Thereafter, they conducted the mother to the place where the caterpillars were, consoling her, in order that all the caterpillars might leave the garden. Chapter 54, Types of Animal Sacrament, Section 1. The Egyptian and the Aino types of sacrament. We are now perhaps in a position to understand the ambiguous behavior of the Aino and Gilyaks towards the bear. It has been shown that the sharp line of demarcation which we draw between mankind and the lower animals does not exist for the savage. To him, many of the other animals appear as his equals or even his superiors, not merely in brute force but in intelligence, and if choice or necessity leads him to take their lives, he feels bound, out of regard to his own safety, to do it in a way which will be as inoffensive as possible, not merely to the living animal, but to its departed spirit and to all the other animals of the same species, which would resent an affront put upon one of their kind much as a tribe of savages would revenge an injury or insult offered to a tribesman. We have seen that among the many devices by which the savage seeks to atone for the wrong done by him to his animal victims, one is to show marked deference to a few chosen individuals of the species, for such behavior is apparently regarded as entitling him to exterminate with impunity all the rest of the species upon which he can lay hands. This principle perhaps explains the attitude, at first sight puzzling and contradictory, of the Aino towards the bear. The flesh and skin of the bear regularly afford them food and clothing, but since the bear is an intelligent and powerful animal, it is necessary to offer some satisfaction or atonement to the bear species for the loss which it sustains in the death of so many of its members. This satisfaction or atonement is made by rearing young bears, treating them, so long as they live, with respect, and killing them with extraordinary marks of sorrow and devotion. So the other bears are appeased and do not resent the slaughter of their kind by attacking the slayers or deserting the country, which would deprive the Aino of one of their means of subsistence. Thus, the primitive worship of animals conforms to two types, which are in some respects the converse of each other. On the one hand, animals are worshipped, and are therefore neither killed nor eaten. On the other hand, animals are worshipped because they are habitually killed and eaten. In both types of worship, the animal is revered on account of some benefit, positive or negative, which the savage hopes to receive from it. In the former worship, the benefit comes either in the positive shape of protection, advice, and help, which the animal affords the man, or in the negative shape of abstinence from injuries, which it is in the power of the animal to inflict. In the latter worship, the benefit takes the material form of the animal's flesh and skin. The two types of worship are in some measure antithetical. In the one, the animal is not eaten because it is revered. In the other, it is revered. But both may be practiced by the same people, as we see in the case of the North American Indians, who, while they apparently revere and spare their totem animals, also revere the animals and fish upon which they subsist. The Aborigines of Australia have totemism in the most primitive form known to us, but there is no clear evidence that they attempt, like the North American Indians, to conciliate the animals which they kill and eat. The means which the Australians adopt to secure a plentiful supply of game appear to be primarily based, not on conciliation, but on sympathetic magic, a principle to which the North American Indians also resort for the same purpose. Hence, as the Australians undoubtedly represent a ruder and earlier stage of human progress than the American Indians, It would seem that before hunters think of worshiping the game as a means of ensuring an abundant supply of it, they seek to attain the same end by sympathetic magic. This again would show what there is good reason for believing, that sympathetic magic is one of the earliest means by which man endeavors to adapt the agencies of nature to his needs. Corresponding to the two distinct types of animal worship, there are two distinct types of the custom of killing the animal god. On the one hand, when the revered animal is habitually spared, it is nevertheless killed, and sometimes eaten, on rare and solemn occasions. Examples of this custom have been already given, and an explanation of them offered. On the other hand, when the revered animal is habitually killed, the slaughter of any one of the species involves the killing of the god, and is atoned for on the spot by apologies and sacrifices, especially when the animal is a powerful and dangerous one. And, in addition to this ordinary and everyday atonement, there is a special annual atonement, at which a select individual of the species is slain with extraordinary marks of respect and devotion. Clearly, the two types of sacramental killing, the Egyptian and Aino types, as we may call them for distinction, are liable to be confounded by an observer, and, before we can say to which type any particular example belongs, it is necessary to ascertain whether the animal sacramentally slain belongs to a species which is habitually spared, or to one which is habitually killed by the tribe. In the former case, the example belongs to the Egyptian type of sacrament, in the latter to the Aino type. The practice of pastoral tribes appears to furnish examples of both types of sacrament. Pastoral tribes, says Adolf, being sometimes obliged to sell their herds to strangers who may handle the bones disrespectfully, seek to avert the danger which such a sacrilege would entail by consecrating one of the herd as an object of worship, eating it sacramentally in the family circle with closed doors, and afterwards treating the bones with all the ceremonious respect which, strictly speaking, should be accorded to every head of cattle, but which, being punctually paid to the representative animal, is deemed to be paid to all. Such family meals are found among various peoples, especially those of the Caucasus. When amongst the Abchases the shepherds in spring eat their common meal with their loins girt and their staves in their hands, this may be looked upon both as a sacrament and as an oath of mutual help and support. For the strongest of all oaths is that which is accompanied with the eating of a sacred substance. Since the perjured person cannot possibly escape the avenging God whom he has taken into his body and assimilated, this kind of sacrament is of the Aino or expiatory type, since it is meant to atone to the species for the possible ill usage of individuals. An expiation, similar in principle but different in details, is offered by the Kalmucks to the sheep, whose flesh is one of their staple foods. Rich Kalmucks are in the habit of consecrating a white ram under the title of the Ram of Heaven or the Ram of the Spirit. The animal is never shorn and never sold, but when it grows old and its owner wishes to consecrate a new one, the old ram must be killed and eaten at a feast to which the neighbors are invited. On a lucky day, generally in autumn when the sheep are fat, a sorcerer kills the old ram after sprinkling it with milk. Its flesh is eaten. The skeleton, with a portion of the fat, is burned on a turf altar, and the skin, with the head and feet, is hung up. An example of a sacrament of the Egyptian type is furnished by the Todas, a pastoral people of southern India, who subsist largely upon the milk of their buffaloes. Amongst the buffalo is to a certain degree held sacred and is treated with great kindness, even with a degree of adoration by the people. They never eat the flesh of the cow buffalo, and as a rule abstain from the flesh of the male. But to the latter rule there is a single exception. Once a year all the adult males of the village join in the ceremony of killing and eating a very young male calf, seemingly under a month old. They take the animal into the dark recesses of the village wood, where it is killed with a club made from the sacred tree of the Todas, the Millingtonia. A sacred fire having been made by the rubbing of sticks, the flesh of the calf is roasted on the embers of certain trees, and is eaten by the men alone, women being excluded from the assembly. This is the only occasion on which the Tatas eat buffalo flesh. The Mahdi or Moru tribe of Central Africa, whose chief wealth is their cattle, though they also practice agriculture, appear to kill a lamb sacramentally on certain solemn occasions. The custom is thus described by Dr. Felkin. A remarkable custom is observed at stated times once a year, I am led to believe. I have not been able to ascertain what exact meaning is attached to it. It appears, however, to relieve the people's minds, for beforehand they evince much sadness, and seem very joyful when the ceremony is duly accomplished. The following is what takes place. A large concourse of people of all ages assemble, and sit down round a circle of stones, which is erected by the side of a road, really a narrow path. A very choice lamb is then fetched by a boy, who leads it 4 times around the assembled people. As it passes, they pluck off little bits of its fleece and place them in their hair, or onto some other part of their body. The lamb is then led up to the stones, and there killed by a man belonging to a kind of priestly order, who takes some of the blood and sprinkles it 4 times over the people. He then applies it individually. On the children, he makes a small ring of blood over the lower end of the breastbone. On women and girls, he makes a mark above the breasts, and the men he touches on each shoulder. He then proceeds to explain the ceremony and to exhort the people to show kindness. When this discourse, which is at times of great length, is over, the people rise. Each places a leaf on, or by the circle of stones, and then they depart with signs of great joy. The lamb's skull is hung on a tree near the stones, and its flesh is eaten by the poor. This ceremony is observed on a small scale at other times. If a family is in any great trouble, through illness or bereavement, their friends and neighbors come together, and a lamb is killed. This is thought to avert further evil. The same custom prevails at the grave of departed friends, and also on joyful occasions, such as the return of a son home after a very prolonged absence. The sorrow thus manifested by the people at the annual slaughter of the lamb seems to show that the lamb slain is a sacred or divine animal, whose death is mourned by his worshippers, just as the death of the sacred buzzard was mourned by the Californians and the death of the Theban ram by the Egyptians. The smearing each of the worshippers with the blood of the lamb is a form of communion with the divinity. The vehicle of the divine life is applied externally instead of being taken internally, as when the blood is drunk or the flesh eaten. Section 2. Processions with sacred animals. The form of communion in which the sacred animal is taken from house to house, that all may enjoy a share of its divine influence, has been exemplified by the Gilead custom of promenading the bear through the village before it is slain. A similar form of communion with the sacred snake is observed by a snake tribe in the Punjab. Once a year in the month of September, the snake is worshipped by all castes and religions for 9 days only. At the end of August, the Mirasans, especially those of the snake tribe, make a snake of dough which they paint black and red and place on a winnowing basket. This basket they carry round the village, and on entering any house they say, "God be with you all. May every ill be far. May our patrons God's word thrive." Then they present the basket with the snake, saying, "A small cake of flour, a little bit of butter. If you obey the snake, you and yours shall thrive." Strictly speaking, a cake and butter should be given, but it is seldom done. Everyone, however, gives something, generally a handful of dough or some corn. In houses where there is a new bride, or whence a bride has gone, or where a son has been born, it is usual to give a rupee and a quarter, or some cloth. Sometimes the bearers of the snake also sing, "Give the snake a piece of cloth, and he will send a lively bride." When every house has been thus visited, the dough snake is buried, and a small grave is erected over it. Thither, during the 9 days of September, the women come to worship. They bring a basin of curds, a small portion of which they offer at the snake's grave, kneeling on the ground and touching the earth with their foreheads. Then they go home and divide the rest of the curds among the children. Here the dough snake is clearly a substitute for a real snake. Indeed, in districts where snakes abound, the worship is offered, not at the grave of the dough snake, but in the jungles where snakes are known to be. Besides this yearly worship, performed by all the people, the members of the snake tribe worship in the same way every morning after a new moon. The snake tribe is not uncommon in the Punjab. Members of it will not kill a snake, and they say that its bite does not hurt them. If they find a dead snake, they put clothes on it and give it a regular funeral. Ceremonies closely analogous to this Indian worship of the snake have survived in Europe into recent times. and doubtless date from a very primitive paganism. The best known example is the hunting of the wren. By many European peoples, the ancient Greeks and Romans, the modern Italians, Spaniards, French, Germans, Dutch, Danes, Swedes, English, and West. The little king, the king of birds, the hedge king, and so forth, and has been reckoned amongst those birds, which it is extremely unlucky to kill. In England, it is supposed that if anyone kills a wren or harries its nest, he will infallibly break a bone or meet with some dreadful misfortune within the year. Sometimes it is thought that the cows will give bloody milk. In Scotland, the wren is called the Lady of Heaven's Hen, and boys say, "Malisons, Malisons, mair than 10 that harry the Lady of Heaven's Hen." At St. Donnan, in Brittany, people believe that if children touch the young wrens in the nest, they will suffer from the fire of St. Lawrence. That is, from pimples on the face, legs, and so on. In other parts of France, it is thought that if a person kills a wren or harries its nest, his house will be struck by lightning, or that the fingers with which he did the deed will shrivel up and drop off, or at least be maimed, or that his cattle will suffer in their feet. Notwithstanding such beliefs, the custom of annually killing the wren has prevailed widely, both in this country and in France. In the Isle of Man down to the 18th century, the custom was observed on Christmas Eve, or rather Christmas morning. On the 24th of December towards evening, all the servants got a holiday. They did not go to bed all night, but rambled about till the bells rang in all the churches at midnight. When prayers were over, they went to hunt the wren, and having found one of these birds, they killed it and fastened it to the top of a long pole with its wings extended. Thus they carried it in procession to every house, chanting the following rhyme: "We hunted the wren for Robin the Bobbin, we hunted the wren for Jack of the Can, we hunted the wren for Robin the Bobbin, we hunted the wren for every one." When they had gone from house to house and collected all the money they could, they laid the wren on a bier and carried it in procession to the parish churchyard, where they made a grave and buried it with the utmost solemnity, singing dirges over her in the Manx language, which they call her Nell. After which Christmas begins. The burial over, the company outside the churchyard formed a circle and danced to music. A writer of the 18th century says that in Ireland, the wren is still hunted and killed by the peasants on Christmas Day, and on the following St. Stephen's Day, he is carried about, hung by the leg in the center of two hoops, crossing each other at right angles, and a procession made in every village of men, women, and children, singing an Irish catch, importing him to be the king of all birds. Down to the present time, the hunting of the wren still takes place in parts of Leinster and Connaught. On Christmas Day or St. Stephen's Day, the boys hunt and kill the wren, fasten it in the middle of a mass of holly and ivy on the top of a broomstick, and on St. Stephen's Day go about with it from house to house, singing, the wren, the king of all birds, St. Stephen's Day was caught in the furs, although he is little, his family's grey. I pray you, good landlady, give us a treat, money or food, bread, butter, eggs, etc., were given them, upon which they feasted in the evening. In the first half of the 19th century, similar customs were still observed in various parts of the south of France. Thus at Carcassonne, every year on the first Sunday of December, the young people of the street, Saint-Jean used to go out of the town armed with sticks, with which they beat the bushes, looking for wrens. The first to strike down one of these birds was proclaimed king. Then they returned to the town in procession, headed by the king, who carried the wren on a pole. On the evening of the last day of the year, the king and all who had hunted the wren marched through the streets of the town to the light of torches, with drums beating and fifes playing in front of them. At the door of every house they stopped, and one of them wrote with chalk on the door, "Vive le Roi," with the number of the year which was about to begin. On the morning of 12th day, the king again marched in procession with great pomp, wearing a crown and a blue mantle, and carrying a scepter. In front of him was borne the wren fastened to the top of a pole, which was adorned with a verdant wreath of olive, of oak, and sometimes of mistletoe grown on an oak. After hearing high mass in the parish church of St. Vincent, surrounded by his officers and guards, the king visited the bishop, the mayor, the magistrates, and the chief inhabitants, collecting money to defray the expenses of the royal banquet, which took place in the evening, and wound up with a dance. The parallelism between this custom of hunting the wren and some of those which we have considered, especially the Gilliac procession with the bear and the Indian one with the snake, seems too close to allow us to doubt that they all belong to the same circle of ideas. The worshipful animal is killed with special solemnity once a year, and before or immediately after death he is promenaded from door to door, that each of his worshippers may receive a portion of the divine virtues that are supposed to emanate from the dead or dying god. Religious processions of this sort must have had a great place in the ritual of European peoples in prehistoric times, if we may judge from the numerous traces of them which have survived in folk custom. For example, on the last day of the year, or Hogmanay as it was called, it used to be customary in the Highlands of Scotland for a man to dress himself up in a cow's hide and thus attire to go from house to house, attended by young fellows, each of them armed with a staff, to which a bit of raw hide was tied. Round every house the high-clad man used to run thrice decile. That is according to the course of the sun, so as to keep the house on his right hand, while the others pursued him, beating the hide with their staves and thereby making a loud noise like the beating of a drum. In this disorderly procession they also struck the walls of the house. On being admitted, one of the party, standing within the threshold, pronounced a blessing on the family in these words: "May God bless the house and all that belongs to it, cattle, stones, and timber, in plenty of meat, of bed and body clothes, and health of men may it ever abound." Then each of the party singed in the fire a little bit of the hide which was tied to his staff, and having done so, he applied the singed hide to the nose of every person and of every domestic animal belonging to the house. This was imagined to secure them from diseases and other misfortunes, particularly from witchcraft, throughout the ensuing year. The whole ceremony was called Caluin because of the great noise made in beating the hide. It was observed in the Hebrides, including St. Kilda, down to the second half of the 18th century at least, and it seems to have survived well into the 19th century. Chapter 55. The Transference of Evil, Section 1, The Transference to Inanimate Objects. We have now traced the practice of killing a god among peoples in the hunting, pastoral, and agricultural stages of society, and I have attempted to explain the motives which led men to adopt so curious a custom. One aspect of the custom still remains to be noticed. The accumulated misfortunes and sins of the whole people are sometimes laid upon the dying god, who is supposed to bear them away forever, leaving the people innocent and happy. The notion that we can transfer our guilt and sufferings to some other being who will bear them for us is familiar to the savage mind. It arises from a very obvious confusion between the physical and the mental, between the material and the immaterial, because it is possible to shift a load of wood, stones, or whatnot from our own back to the back of another. The savage fancies that it is equally possible to shift the burden of his pains and sorrows to another, who will suffer them in his stead. Upon this idea he acts, and the result is an endless number of very unamiable devices for palming off upon someone else the trouble which a man shrinks from bearing himself. In short, the principle of vicarious suffering is commonly understood and practiced by races who stand on a low level of social and intellectual culture. In the following pages, I shall illustrate the theory and the practice as they are found among savages in all their naked simplicity, undisguised by the refinements of metaphysics and the subtleties of theology. The devices to which the cunning and selfish savage resorts for the sake of easing himself at the expense of his neighbor are manifold. Only a few typical examples out of a multitude can be cited. At the outset, it is to be observed that the evil of which a man seeks to rid himself need not be transferred to a person. It may equally well be transferred to an animal or a thing, though in the last case, the thing is often only a vehicle to convey the trouble to the first person who touches it. In some of the East Indian islands, they think that epilepsy can be cured by striking the patient on the face with the leaves of certain trees and then throwing them away. The disease is believed to have passed into the leaves and to have been thrown away with them. To cure toothache, some of the Australian blacks apply a heated spear thrower to the cheek. The spear thrower is then cast away, and the toothache goes with it in the shape of a black stone called curry-each. Stones of this kind are found in old mounds and sandhills. They are carefully collected and thrown in the direction of enemies in order to give them toothache. The Bahima, a pastoral people of Uganda, often suffer from deep-seated abscesses. Their cure for this is to transfer the disease to some other person by obtaining herbs from the medicine man, rubbing them over the place where the swelling is, and burying them in the road where people continually pass. The first person who steps over these buried herbs contracts the disease, and the original patient recovers. Sometimes, in case of sickness, the malady is transferred to an effigy as a preliminary to passing it on to a human being. Thus, among the Baganda, the medicine man would sometimes make a model of his patient in clay. Then a relative of the sick man would rub the image over the sufferer's body and either bury it in the road or hide it in the grass by the wayside. The first person who stepped over the image or passed by it would catch the disease. Sometimes the effigy was made out of a plantain flower tied up so as to look like a person. It was used in the same way as the clay figure. But the use of images for this maleficent purpose was a capital crime. Any person caught in the act of burying one of them in the public road would surely have been put to death. In the western district of the island of Timor, when men or women are making long and tiring journeys, they fan themselves with leafy branches, which they afterwards throw away on particular spots where their forefathers did the same before. The fatigue which they felt is thus supposed to have passed into the leaves and to be left behind. Others use stones instead of leaves. Similarly, in the Bough or archipelago, tired people will strike themselves with stones, believing that they thus transfer to the stones the weariness which they felt in their own bodies. They then throw away the stones in places which are especially set apart for the purpose. A like belief and practice in many distant parts of the world have given rise to those cairns or heaps of sticks and leaves, which travelers often observe beside the path, and to which every passing native adds his contribution in the shape of a stone or stick or leaf. Thus, in the Solomon and Banks Islands, the natives are wont to throw sticks, stones, or leaves upon a heap at a place of steep descent, or where a difficult path begins, saying, "There goes my fatigue." The act is not a religious rite, for the thing thrown on the heap is not an offering to spiritual powers, and the words which accompany the act are not a prayer. It is nothing but a magical ceremony for getting rid of fatigue, which the simple savage fancies he can embody in a stick, leaf, or stone, and so cast it from him. Section 2. The transference to animals. Animals are often employed as a vehicle for carrying away or transferring the evil. When a Moor has a headache, he will sometimes take a lamb or a goat and beat it till it falls down, believing that the headache will thus be transferred to the animal. In Morocco, most wealthy Moors keep a wild boar in their stables, in order that the jinn and evil spirits may be diverted from the horses and enter into the boar. Amongst the Kaffirs of South Africa, when other remedies have failed, natives sometimes adopt the custom of taking a goat into the presence of a sick man, and confess the sins of the kraal over the animal. Sometimes a few drops of blood from the sick man are allowed to fall on the head of the goat, which is turned out into an uninhabited part of the veldt. The sickness is supposed to be transferred to the animal, and to become lost in the desert. In Arabia, when the plague is raging, the people will sometimes lead a camel through all the quarters of the town, in order that the animal may take the pestilence on itself. Then they strangle it in a sacred place and imagine that they have rid themselves of the camel and of the plague at one blow. It is said that when smallpox is raging, the savages of Formosa will drive the demon of disease into a sow, then cut off the animal's ears and burn them, or it believing that in this way they rid themselves of the plague. Amongst the Malagasy, the vehicle for carrying away evils is called a faditra. The faditra is anything selected by the Sikiti divining body for the purpose of taking away any hurtful evils or diseases that might prove injurious to an individual's happiness, peace, or prosperity. The faditra may be either ashes, cut money, a sheep, a pumpkin, or anything else the Sikiti may choose to direct. After the particular article is appointed, the priest counts upon it all the evils that may prove injurious to the person for whom it is made, and which he then charges the faditra to take away forever. If the faditra be ashes, it is blown, to be carried away by the wind. If it be cut money, it is thrown to the bottom of deep water, or where it can never be found. If it be a sheep, it is carried away to a distance on the shoulders of a man, who runs with all his might, mumbling as he goes, as if in the greatest rage against the Faditra, for the evils it is bearing away. It is carried on the shoulders to a little distance, and they're dashed upon the ground with every appearance of fury and indignation. A Malagasy was informed by a diviner that he was doomed to a bloody death, but that possibly he might avert his fate by performing a certain rite. Carrying a small vessel full of blood upon his head, he was to mount upon the back of a bullock. While thus mounted, he was to spill the blood upon the bullock's head, and then send the animal away into the wilderness, whence it might never return. The Bataks of Sumatra have a ceremony which they call making the curse to fly away. When a woman is childless, a sacrifice is offered to the gods of 3 grasshoppers, representing a head of cattle, a buffalo, and a horse. Then a swallow is set free with a prayer that the curse may fall upon the bird and fly away with it. The entrance into a house of an animal, which does not generally seek to share the abode of man, is regarded by the Malays as ominous of misfortune. If a wild bird flies into a house, it must be carefully caught and smeared with oil, and must then be released in the open air, a formula being recited in which it is bidden to fly away with all the ill luck and misfortunes of the occupier. In antiquity, Greek women seem to have done the same with swallows which they caught in the house. They poured oil on them and let them fly away, apparently for the purpose of removing ill luck from the household. The Huzels of the Carpathians imagine that they can transfer freckles to the first swallow they see in spring by washing their face in flowing water, and saying, "Swallow, swallow, take my freckles, and give me rosy cheeks." Among the Badagas of the Nilgiri Hills in southern India, when a death has taken place, the sins of the deceased are laid upon a buffalo calf. For this purpose, the people gather round the corpse and carry it outside of the village. There an elder of the tribe, standing at the head of the corpse, recites or chants a long list of sins, such as any Badaga may commit, and the people repeat the last word of each line after him. The confession of sins is thrice repeated. By a conventional mode of expression, the sum total of sins a man may do is said to be 1,300. Admitting that the deceased has committed them all, the performer cries aloud, "Stay not their flight to God's pure feet," as he closes. The whole assembly chants aloud, "Stay not their flight." Again the performer enters into details and cries, "He killed the crawling snake." It is a sin. In a moment the last word is caught up, and all the people cry it is a sin. As they shout, the performer lays his hand upon the calf. The sin is transferred to the calf. Thus the whole catalogue is gone through in this impressive way. But this is not enough. As the last shout, "Let all be well," dies away, the performer gives place to another, and again confession is made, and all the people shout, "It is a sin." A third time it is done. Then, still in solemn silence, the calf is let loose. Like the Jewish scapegoat, it may never be used for secular work. At a Badaga funeral witnessed by the Reverend A.C. Clayton, the buffalo calf was led thrice round the bier, and the dead man's hand was laid on its head. By this act, the calf was supposed to receive all the sins of the deceased. It was then driven away to a great distance, that it might contaminate no one, and it was said that it would never be sold, but looked on as a dedicated sacred animal. The idea of this ceremony is that the sins of the deceased enter the calf, or that the task of his absolution is laid on it. They say that the calf very soon disappears, and that it is never heard of. Section 3. The transference to men. Again, men sometimes play the part of scapegoat by diverting to themselves the evils that threaten others. When a Singhalese is dangerously ill, and the physicians can do nothing, a devil dancer is called in, who, by making offerings to the devils, and dancing in the masks appropriate to them, conjures these demons of disease, one after the other, out of the sick man's body and into his own. Having thus successfully extracted the cause of the malady, the artful dancer lies down on a bier, and shamming death is carried to an open place outside the village. Here, being left to himself, he soon comes to life again and hastens back to claim his reward. In 1590, a Scotch witch of the name of Agnes Sampson was convicted of curing a certain Robert Kurz of a disease laid upon him by a Westland warlock when he was at Dumfries. What sickness she took upon herself? and kept the same with great groaning and torment till the morn, at whilk time there was a great din heard in the house. The noise was made by the witch in her efforts to shift the disease, by means of clothes, from herself to a cat or dog. Unfortunately, the attempt partly miscarried. The disease missed the animal and hit Alexander Douglas of Dalkeith, who dwined and died of it, while the original patient, Robert Kurz, was made whole. In one part of New Zealand, an expiation for sin was felt to be necessary. A service was performed over an individual, by which all the sins of the tribe were supposed to be transferred to him. A fern stalk was previously tied to his person, with which he jumped into the river, and there unbinding, allowed it to float away to the sea, bearing their sins with it. In great emergencies, the sins of the Raja of Manipur used to be transferred to somebody else, usually to a criminal, who earned his pardon by his vicarious sufferings. To effect the transference, the Raja and his wife, clad in fine robes, bathed on a scaffold erected in the bazaar, while the criminal crouched beneath it. With the water which dripped from them on him, their sins also were washed away and fell on the human scapegoat. To complete the transference, the Raja and his wife made over their fine robes to their substitute, while they themselves, clad in new raiment, mixed with the people till evening. In Travancore, when a Raja is near his end, they seek out a holy Brahmin who consents to take upon himself the sins of the dying man in consideration of the sum of 10,000 rupees. Thus prepared to immolate himself on the altar of duty, the saint is introduced into the chamber of death, and closely embraces the dying Raja, saying to him, "O king, I undertake to bear all your sins and diseases. May your highness live long and reign happily." Having thus taken to himself the sins of the sufferer, he is sent away from the country, and never more allowed to return. At Uchkurgan in Turkestan, Mr. Schuyler saw an old man who was said to get his living by taking on himself the sins of the dead, and thenceforth devoting his life to prayer for their souls. In Uganda, when an army had returned from war, and the gods warned the king by their oracles that some evil had attached itself to the soldiers, it was customary to pick out a woman slave from the captives, together with a cow, a goat, a fowl, and a dog from the booty, and to send them back under a strong guard to the borders of the country from which they had come. There their limbs were broken, and they were left to die, for they were too crippled to crawl back to Uganda. In order to ensure the transference of the evil to these substitutes, bunches of grass were rubbed over the people and cattle, and then tied to the victims. After that, the army was pronounced clean and was allowed to return to the capital. So on his accession, a new king of Uganda used to wound a man and send him away as a scapegoat to Bunyoro to carry away any uncleanliness that might attach to the king or queen. Section 4. The transference of evil in Europe. The examples of the transference of evil hitherto adduced have been mostly drawn from the customs of savage or barbarous peoples. But similar attempts to shift the burden of disease, misfortune, and sin from oneself to another person or to an animal or thing have been common also among the civilized nations of Europe, both in ancient and modern times. A Roman cure for fever was to pare the patient's nails and stick the parings with wax on a neighbor's door before sunrise. The fever then passed from the sick man to his neighbor. Similar devices must have been resorted to by the Greeks. For in laying down laws for his ideal state, Plato thinks it too much to expect that men should not be alarmed at finding certain wax figures adhering to their doors, or to the tombstones of their parents, or lying at crossroads. In the 4th century of our era, Marcellus of Bordeaux prescribed a cure for warts, which has still a great vogue among the superstitious in various parts of Europe. You are to touch your warts with as many little stones as you have warts, then wrap the stones in an ivy leaf and throw them away in a thoroughfare. Whoever picks them up will get the warts, and you will be rid of them. People in the Orkney Islands will sometimes wash a sick man, and then throw the water down at a gateway in the belief that the sickness will leave the patient and be transferred to the first person who passes through the gate. A Bavarian cure for fever is to write upon a piece of paper, "Fever, stay away, I am not at home," and to put the paper in somebody's pocket. The latter then catches the fever, and the patient is rid of it. A Bohemian prescription for the same malady is this: take an empty pot, go with it to a crossroad, throw it down and run away. The first person who kicks against the pot will catch your fever, and you will be cured. Often in Europe, as among savages, an attempt is made to transfer a pain or malady from a man to an animal. Grave writers of antiquity recommended that if a man be stung by a scorpion, he should sit upon an ass with his face to the tail, or whisper in the animal's ear, "A scorpion has stung me." In either case, they thought the pain would be transferred from the man to the ass. Many cures of this sort are recorded by Marcellus. For example, he tells us that the following is a remedy for toothache. Standing booted under the open sky on the ground, you catch a frog by the head, spit into its mouth, ask it to carry away the ache, and then let it go. But the ceremony must be performed on a lucky day and at a lucky hour. In Cheshire, the ailment known as aphtha or thrush, which affects the mouth or throat of infants, is not uncommonly treated in much the same manner. A young frog is held for a few moments with its head inside the mouth of the sufferer, whom it is supposed to relieve by taking the malady to itself. "I assure you," said an old woman who had often superintended such a cure, "we used to hear the poor frog whooping and coughing mortal bad for days after. It would have made your heart ache to hear the poor creature coughing as it did about the garden, Northamptonshire, Devonshire. And Welsh cure for a cough is to put a hair of the patient's head between 2 slices of buttered bread and give the sandwich to a dog. The animal will thereupon catch the cough, and the patient will lose it." Sometimes an ailment is transferred to an animal by sharing food with it. Thus, in Oldenburg, if you are sick of a fever, you set a bowl of sweet milk before a dog and say, "Good luck, you hound! May you be sick and I be sound." Then, when the dog has lapped some of the milk, you take a swig at the bowl. And then the dog must lap again, and then you must swig again, and when you and the dog have done it the 3rd time, he will have the fever and you will be quit of it. A Bohemian cure for fever is to go out into the forest before the sun is up and look for a snipe's nest. When you have found it, take out one of the young birds and keep it beside you for 3 days. Then go back into the wood and set the snipe free. The fever will leave you at once. The snipe has taken it away. So in Vedic times, the Hindus of old sent consumption away with a blue jay. They said, "O consumption, fly away with the blue jay. With the wild rush of the storm and the whirlwind, oh, vanish away." In the village of Llandegla in Wales, there is a church dedicated to the Virgin Martyr Saint. Tekla, where the falling sickness is or used to be, cured by being transferred to a fowl. The patient first washed his limbs in a sacred well hard by dropped 4pence into it as an offering, walked thrice round the well, and thrice repeated the Lord's Prayer. Then the fowl, which was a cock or a hen, according as the patient was a man or a woman, was put into a basket and carried round first the well and afterwards the church. Next, the sufferer entered the church and lay down under the communion table till break of day. After that, he offered 6pence and departed, leaving the fowl in the church. If the bird died, the sickness was supposed to have been transferred to it from the man or woman who was now rid of the disorder. As late as 1855, the old parish clerk of the village remembered quite well to have seen the birds staggering about from the effects of the fits which had been transferred to them. Often the sufferer seeks to shift his burden of sickness or ill luck to some inanimate object. In Athens, there is a little chapel of St. John the Baptist built against an ancient column. Fever patients resort thither, and by attaching a wax thread to the inner side of the column, believe that they transfer the fever from themselves to the pillar. In the Mark of Brandenburg, they say that if you suffer from giddiness, you should strip yourself naked and run thrice round a flax field after sunset. In that way, the flax will get the giddiness and you will be rid of it. But perhaps the thing most commonly employed in Europe as a receptacle for sickness and trouble of all sorts is a tree or bush. A Bulgarian cure for fever is to run thrice around a willow tree at sunrise, crying, "The fever shall shake thee, and the sun shall warm me." In the Greek island of Carpathos, the priest ties a red thread round the neck of a sick person. Next morning, the friends of the patient remove the thread and go out to the hillside, where they tie the thread to a tree, thinking that they thus transfer the sickness to the tree. Italians attempt to cure fever in like manner. By tethering it to a tree, the sufferer ties a thread around his left wrist at night and hangs the thread on a tree next morning. The fever is thus believed to be tied up to the tree and the patient to be rid of it. But he must be careful not to pass by that tree again. Otherwise, the fever would break loose from its bonds and attack him afresh. A Flemish cure for the ague is to go early in the morning to an old willow, tie 3 knots in one of its branches, say, "Good morrow, old one. I give thee the cold. Good morrow, old one," then turn and run away without looking round. In Sonnenberg, if you would rid yourself of gout, you should go to a young fir tree and tie a knot in one of its twigs, saying, "God greet thee, noble fir. I bring thee my gout. Here will I tie a knot and bind my gout into it." In the name, etc. Another way of transferring gout from a man to a tree is this: pare the nails of the sufferer's fingers and clip some hairs from his legs. Bore a hole in an oak, stuff the nails and hair in the hole, stop up the hole again, and smear it with cow's dung. If, for 3 months thereafter, the patient is free of gout, you may be sure the oak has it in its stead. In Cheshire, if you would be rid of warts, you have only to rub them with a piece of bacon, cut a slit in the bark of an ash tree, and slip the bacon under the bark. Soon the warts will disappear from your hand, only, however, to reappear in the shape of rough excrescences or knobs on the bark of the tree. At Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire there used to be certain oak trees which were long celebrated for the cure of ague. The transference of the malady to the tree was simple but painful. A lock of the sufferer's hair was pegged into an oak, then by a sudden wrench he left his hair and his ague behind him in the tree. Chapter 56. The Public Expulsion of Evils. Section 1. The Omnipresence of Demons. In the foregoing chapter, the primitive principle of the transference of ills to another person, animal, or thing was explained and illustrated. But similar means have been adopted to free a whole community from diverse evils that afflict it. Such attempts to dismiss at once the accumulated sorrows of a people are by no means rare or exceptional. On the contrary, they have been made in many lands, and from being occasional they tend to become periodic and active. It needs some effort on our part to realize the frame of mind which prompts these attempts, bred in a philosophy which strips nature of personality and reduces it to the unknown cause of an orderly series of impressions on our senses. We find it hard to put ourselves in the place of the savage, to whom the same impressions appear in the guise of spirits, or the handiwork of spirits. For ages the army of spirits, once so near, has been receding farther and farther from us. Banished by the magic wand of science from hearth and home, from ruined cell and ivied tower, from haunted glade and lonely mere, from the riven murky cloud that belches forth the lightning, and from those fairer clouds that pillow the silvery moon or fret with flakes of burning red the golden eve. The spirits are gone even from their last stronghold in the sky, whose blue arch no longer passes, except with children, for the screen that hides from mortal eyes the glories of the celestial world. Only in poets' dreams or impassioned flights of oratory is it given to catch a glimpse of the last flutter of the standards of the retreating host, to hear the beat of their invisible wings, the sound of their mocking laughter, or the swell of angel music dying away in the distance. Far otherwise is it with the savage. To his imagination, the world still teems with those motley beings whom a more sober philosophy has discarded. Fairies and goblins, ghosts and demons still hover about him, both waking and sleeping. They dog his footsteps, dazzle his senses, enter into him, harass and deceive and torment him in 1,000 freakish and mischievous ways. The mishaps that befall him, the losses he sustains, the pains he has to endure, he commonly sets down, if not to the magic of his enemies, to the spite or anger or caprice of the spirits. Their constant presence wearies him. Their sleepless malignity exasperates him. He longs with an unspeakable longing to be rid of them altogether, and from time to time driven to bay, his patience utterly exhausted. He turns fiercely on his persecutors and makes a desperate effort to chase the whole pack of them from the land, to clear the air of their swarming multitudes, that he may breathe more freely and go on his way unmolested, at least for a time. Thus it comes about that the endeavor of primitive people to make a clean sweep of all their troubles generally takes the form of a grand hunting out and expulsion of devils or goats. They think that if they can only shake off these their accursed tormentors, they will make a fresh start in life, happy and innocent. The tales of Eden and the old poetic golden age will come true again. Section 2. The occasional expulsion of evils. We can therefore understand why those general clearances of evil, to which from time to time the savage resorts, should commonly take the form of a forcible expulsion of devils. In these evil spirits, primitive man sees the cause of many, if not most of his troubles, and he fancies that if he can only deliver himself from them, things will go better with him. The public attempts to expel the accumulated ills of a whole community may be divided into two classes, according as the expelled evils are immaterial and invisible, or are embodied in a material vehicle or scapegoat. The former may be called the direct or immediate expulsion of evils, the latter the indirect or immediate expulsion, or the expulsion by scapegoat. We begin with examples of the former. In the island of Rook, between New Guinea and New Britain, when any misfortune has happened, all the people run together, scream, curse, howl, and beat the air with sticks to drive away the devil, who is supposed to be the author of the mishap. From the spot where the mishap took place, they drive him step by step to the sea, and on reaching the shore, they redouble their shouts and blows in order to expel him from the island. He generally retires to the sea or to the island of Lawton. The natives of New Britain ascribe sickness, drought, the failure of crops, and in short all misfortunes to the influence of wicked spirits. So at times when many people sicken and die, as at the beginning of the rainy season, all the inhabitants of a district, armed with branches and clubs, go out by moonlight to the fields, where they beat and stamp on the ground with wild howls till morning, believing that this drives away the devils. And for the same purpose they rush through the village with burning torches. The natives of New Caledonia are said to believe that all evils are caused by a powerful and malignant spirit. Hence, in order to rid themselves of him, they will from time to time dig a great pit, round which the whole tribe gathers. After cursing the demon, they fill up the pit with earth and trample on the top with loud shouts. This they call burying the evil spirit among the Darri tribe of Central Australia when a serious illness occurs. The medicine men expel Coochie or the devil by beating the ground in and outside of the camp with the stuffed tail of a kangaroo, until they have chased the demon away to some distance from the camp. When a village has been visited by a series of disasters or a severe epidemic, the inhabitants of Minahassa in Celebes lay the blame upon the devils who are infesting the village and who must be expelled from it. Accordingly, early one morning, all the people, men, women, and children, quit their homes, carrying their household goods with them, and take up their quarters in temporary huts, which have been erected outside the village. Here they spend several days offering sacrifices and preparing for the final ceremony. At last the men, some wearing masks, others with their faces blackened and so on, but all armed with swords, guns, pikes, or brooms, steal cautiously and silently back to the deserted village. Then, at a signal from the priest, they rush furiously up and down the streets and into and under the houses, which are raised on piles above the ground, yelling and striking on walls, doors, and to drive away the devils. Next, the priests and the rest of the people come with the holy fire and march 9 times round each house, and thrice round the ladder that leads up to it, carrying the fire with them. Then they take the fire into the kitchen, where it must burn for 3 days continuously. The devils are now driven away, and great and general is the joy. The Alfoors of Halmahera attribute epidemics to the devil who comes from other villages to carry them off. So, in order to rid the village of the disease, the sorcerer drives away the devil. From all the villagers he receives a costly garment and places it on 4 vessels, which he takes to the forest, and leaves at the spot where the devil is supposed to be. Then, with mocking words, he bids the demon abandon the place. In the Key Islands to the southwest of New Guinea, the evil spirits, who are quite distinct from the souls of the dead, form a mighty host. Almost every tree and every cave is the lodging place of one of these fiends, who are moreover extremely irascible and apt to fly out on the smallest provocation. They manifest their displeasure by sending sickness and other calamity. Hence, in times of public misfortune, as when an epidemic is raging and all other remedies have failed, the whole population go forth with the priest at their head to a place at some distance from the village. Here at sunset, they erect a couple of poles with a crossbar between them, to which they attach bags of rice, wooden models of pivot guns, dongs, bracelets, and so on. Then, when everybody has taken his place at the poles and a death-like silence reigns, the priest lifts up his voice and addresses the spirits in their own language as follows. Ho, ho, ye evil spirits who dwell in the trees! Ye evil spirits who live in the grottos! Ye evil spirits who lodge in the earth! We give you these pivot guns, these gongs, etc. Let the sickness cease and not so many people die of it. Then everybody runs home as fast as their legs can carry them. In the island of Nias, when a man is seriously ill and other remedies have been tried in vain, the sorcerer proceeds to exorcise the devil who is causing the illness. A pole is set up in front of the house, and from the top of the pole, a rope of palm leaves is stretched to the roof of the house. Then the sorcerer mounts the roof with a pig, which he kills and allows to roll from the roof to the ground. The devil, anxious to get the pig, lets himself down hastily from the roof by the rope of palm leaves, and a good spirit invoked by the sorcerer prevents him from climbing up again. If this remedy fails, it is believed that other devils must still be lurking in the house, so a general hunt is made after them. All the doors and windows in the house are closed, except a single dormer window in the roof. The men shut up in the house, hew and slash with their swords right and left to the clash of gongs and the rub-a-dub of drums. Terrified at this onslaught, the devils escape by the dormer window, and sliding down the rope of palm leaves take themselves off. As all the doors and windows, except the one in the roof, are shut, the devils cannot get into the house again. In the case of an epidemic, the proceedings are similar. All the gates of the village, except one, are closed. Every voice is raised, every gong and drum beaten, every sword brandished. Thus the devils are driven out, and the last gate is shut behind them. For 8 days thereafter, the village is in a state of siege, no one being allowed to enter it. When cholera has broken out in a Burmese village, the able-bodied men scramble on the roofs and lay about them with bamboos and billets of wood, while all the rest of the population, old and young, stand below and thump drums, blow trumpets, yell, scream, beat floors, walls, tin pans, everything to make a din. This uproar, repeated on 3 successive nights, is thought to be very effective in driving away the cholera demon. When smallpox first appeared amongst the Kumis of southeastern India, they thought it was a devil come from Arakan. The villages were placed in a state of siege, no one being allowed to leave or enter them. A monkey was killed by being dashed on the ground, and its body was hung at the village gate. Its blood, mixed with small river pebbles, was sprinkled on the houses. The threshold of every house was swept with the monkey's tail, and the fiend was adjured to depart. When an epidemic is raging on the Gold Coast of West Africa, the people will sometimes turn out, armed with clubs and torches, to drive the evil spirits away. At a given signal, the whole population begin with frightful yells to beat in every corner of the houses, then rush like mad into the streets, waving torches and striking frantically in the empty air. The uproar goes on till somebody reports that the cowed and daunted demons have made good their escape by a gate of the town or village. The people stream out after them, pursue them for some distance into the forest, and warn them never to return. The expulsion of the devils is followed by a general massacre of all the cocks in the village or town, lest by their unseasonable crowing they should betray to the banished demons the direction they must take to return to their old homes. When sickness was prevalent in a Huron village, and all other remedies had been tried in vain, the Indians had recourse to the ceremony called Lonuroya, which is the principal invention and most proper means, so they say, to expel from the town or village the devils and evil spirits which cause, induce, and import all the maladies and infirmities which they suffer in body and mind. Accordingly, one evening the men would begin to rush like madmen about the village, breaking and upsetting whatever they came across in the wigwams. They threw fire and burning brands about the streets, and all night long they ran howling and singing without cessation. Then they all dreamed of something, a knife, dog, skin, or whatever it might be, and when morning came they went from wigwam to wigwam asking for presents. These they received silently, till the particular thing was given them which they had dreamed about. On receiving it they uttered a cry of joy and rushed from the hut amid the congratulations of all present. The health of those who received what they had dreamed of was believed to be assured, whereas those who did not get what they had set their hearts upon regarded their fate as sealed. Sometimes, instead of chasing the demon of disease from their homes, savages prefer to leave him in peaceable possession, while they themselves take to flight and attempt to prevent him from following in their tracks. Thus, when the Patagonians were attacked by smallpox, which they attributed to the machinations of an evil spirit, they used to abandon their sick and flee, slashing the air with their weapons and throwing water about in order to keep off the dreadful pursuer. And when after several days' march they reached a place where they hoped to be beyond his reach, they used by way of precaution to plant all their cutting weapons with the sharp edges turned towards the quarter from which they had come, as if they were repelling a charge of cavalry. Similarly, when the Lules or Tanacotes Indians of the Gran Chaco were attacked by an epidemic, they regularly sought to evade it by flight, but in so doing they always followed a sinuous, not a straight course, because they said that when the disease made after them, he would be so exhausted by the turnings and windings of the route that he would never be able to come up with them. When the Indians of New Mexico were decimated by smallpox or other infectious disease, they used to shift their quarters every day, retreating into the most sequestered parts of the mountains and choosing the thorniest thickets they could find, in the hope that the smallpox would be too afraid of scratching himself on the thorns to follow them. When some Chins on a visit to Rangoon were attacked by cholera, they went about with drawn swords to scare away the demon, and they spent the day hiding under bushes so that he might not be able to find it. Section 3. The periodic expulsion of evils. The expulsion of evils from being occasional tends to become periodic. It comes to be thought desirable to have a general riddance of evil spirits at fixed times, usually once a year, in order that the people may make a fresh start in life, freed from all the malignant influences which have been long accumulating about them. Some of the Australian blacks annually expelled the good from their territory. The ceremony was witnessed by the Reverend W. Ridley on the banks of the river Barwon. A chorus of 20 old and young were singing and beating time with boomerangs. Suddenly, from under a sheet of bark darted a man with his body whitened by pipe clay, his head and face colored with lines of red and yellow, and a tuft of feathers fixed by means of a stick 2 feet above the crown of his head. He stood 20 minutes perfectly still, gazing upwards. An aboriginal who stood by told me he was looking for the ghosts of dead men. At last he began to move very slowly, and soon rushed to and fro at full speed, flourishing a branch as if to drive away some foes invisible to us. When I thought this pantomime must be almost over, 10 more, similarly adorned, suddenly appeared from behind the trees, and the whole party joined in a brisk conflict with their mysterious assailants. At last, after some rapid evolutions in which they put forth all their strength, they rested from the exciting toil which they had kept up all night, and for some hours after sunrise, they seemed satisfied that the ghosts were driven away for 12 months. They were performing the same ceremony at every station along the river, and I am told it is an annual custom. Certain seasons of the year mark themselves naturally out as appropriate moments for a general expulsion of devils. Such a moment occurs towards the close of an Arctic winter, when the sun reappears on the horizon after an absence of weeks or months. Accordingly, at Point Barrow, the most northerly extremity of Alaska, and nearly of America, the Eskimo choose the moment of the sun's reappearance to hunt the mischievous spirit tuna from every house. The ceremony was witnessed by the members of the United States Polar Expedition, who wintered at Point Barrow. A fire was built in front of the council house, and an old woman was posted at the entrance to every house. The men gathered round the council house while the young women and girls drove the spirit out of every house with their knives, stabbing viciously under the bunkin deerskins and calling upon Tuna to be gone. When they thought he had been driven out of every hole and corner, they thrust him down through the hole in the floor and chased him into the open air with loud cries and frantic gestures. Meanwhile, the old woman at the entrance of the house made passes with a long knife in the air to keep him from returning. Each party drove the spirit towards the fire and invited him to go into it. All were by this time drawn up in a semicircle round the fire, when several of the leading men made specific charges against the spirit, and each after his speech brushed his clothes violently, calling on the spirit to leave him and go to the fire. 2 men now stepped forward with rifles, loaded with blank cartridges, while a third brought a vessel of urine and flung it on the flames. At the same time, one of the men fired a shot into the fire, and as the cloud of steam rose, it received the other shot, which was supposed to finish Tunna for the time being. In late autumn, when storms rage over the land and break the icy fetters by which the frozen sea is as yet but slightly bound, when the loosened floes are driven against each other and break with loud crashes, and when the cakes of ice are piled in wild disorder one upon another, the Eskimo of Baffinland fancy they hear the voices of the spirits who people the mischief-laden air. Then the ghosts of the dead knock wildly at the huts which they cannot enter, and woe to the hapless wight whom they catch. He soon sickens and dies. Then the phantom of a huge hairless dog pursues the real dogs, which expire in convulsions and cramps at sight of him. All the countless spirits of evil are abroad striving to bring sickness and death, foul weather and failure in hunting on the Eskimo. Most dreaded of all these spectral visitants are Sedna, mistress of the nether world, and her father, to whose share dead Eskimo fall. While the other spirits fill the air and the water, she rises from underground. It is then a busy season for the wizards. In every house you may hear them singing and praying, while they conjure the spirits, seated in a mystic gloom at the back of the hut, which is dimly lit by a lamp burning low. The hardest task of all is to drive away Sedna, and this is reserved for the most powerful enchanter. A rope is coiled on the floor of a large hut in such a way as to leave a small opening at the top, which represents the breathing hole of a seal. 2 enchanters stand beside it, one of them grasping a spear as if he were watching a seal hole in winter, the other holding the harpoon line. A third sorcerer sits at the back of the hut, chanting a magic song to lure Sedna to the spot. Now she is heard approaching under the floor of the hut, breathing heavily. Now she emerges at the hole. Now she is harpooned and sinks away in angry haste, dragging the harpoon with her, while the 2 men hold on to the line with all their might. The struggle is severe, but at last, by a desperate wrench, she tears herself away and returns to her dwelling in Adlevund. When the harpoon is drawn up out of the hole, it is found to be splashed with blood, which the enchanters proudly exhibit as a proof of their prowess. Thus Sedna and the other evil spirits are at last driven away, and next day a great festival is celebrated by old and young in honor of the event. But they must still be cautious, for the wounded Sedna is furious, and will seize anyone she may find outside of his hut. So they all wear amulets on the top of their hoods to protect themselves against her. These amulets consist of pieces of the first garments that they wore after birth. The Iroquois inaugurated the new year in January, February, or March, the time varied, with a festival of dreams like that which the Hurons observed on special occasions. The whole ceremonies lasted several days or even weeks, and formed a kind of saturnalia. Men and women, variously disguised, went from wigwam to wigwam, smashing and throwing down whatever they came across. It was a time of general license. The people were supposed to be out of their senses and therefore not to be responsible for what they did. Accordingly, many seized the opportunity of paying off old scores by belaboring obnoxious persons, drenching them with ice-cold water and covering them with filth or hot ashes. Others seized burning brands or coals and flung them at the heads of the first persons they met. The only way of escaping from these persecutors was to guess what they had dreamed of. On one day of the festival, a ceremony of driving away evil spirits from the village took place. Men clothed in the skins of wild beasts, their faces covered with hideous masks, and their hands with the shell of the tortoises, went from hut to hut, making frightful noises. In every hut they took the fuel from the fire and scattered the embers and ashes about the floor with their hands. The general confession of sins which preceded the festival was probably a preparation for the public expulsion of evil influences. It was a way of stripping the people of their moral burdens that these might be collected and cast out. In September, the Incas of Peru celebrated a festival called Situa, the object of which was to banish from the capital and its vicinity all disease and trouble. The festival fell in September because the rains begin about this time, and with the first rains there was generally much sickness. As a preparation for the festival, the people fasted on the first day of the moon after the autumnal equinox. Having fasted during the day, and the night being come, they baked a coarse paste of maize. This paste was made of two sorts. One was kneaded with the blood of children aged from 5 to 10 years, the blood being obtained by bleeding the children between the eyebrows. These two kinds of paste were baked separately because they were for different uses. Each family assembled at the house of the eldest brother to celebrate the feast, and those who had no elder brother went to the house of their next relation of greater age. On the same night, all who had fasted during the day washed their bodies, and taking a little of the blood-kneaded paste, rubbed it over their head, face, breast, shoulders, arms, and legs. They did this in order that the paste might take away all their infirmities. After this, the head of the family anointed the threshold with the same paste, and left it there as a token that the inmates of the house had performed their ablutions and cleansed their bodies. Meantime, the high priest performed the same ceremonies in the temple of the sun. As soon as the sun rose, all the people worshipped and besought him to drive all evils out of the city, and then they broke their fast with the paste that had been kneaded without blood, when they had paid their worship and broken their fast, which they did at a stated hour, in order that all might adore the sun as one man. An Inca of the blood royal came forth from the fortress, as a messenger of the sun, richly dressed, with his mantle girded round his body, and a lance in his hand. The lance was decked with feathers of many hues, extending from the blade to the socket, and fastened with rings of gold. He ran down the hill from the fortress, brandishing his lance, till he reached the center of the great square, where stood the golden urn like a fountain that was used for the sacrifice of the fermented juice of the maize. Here 4 other Incas of the blood royal awaited him, each with a lance in his hand, and his mantle girded up to run. The messenger touched their 4 lances with his lance, and told them that the sun bade them, as his messengers drive the evils out of the city. The 4 Incas then separated and ran down the 4 royal roads which led out of the city to the 4 quarters of the world. While they ran, all the people, great and small, came to the doors of their houses, and with great shouts of joy and gladness shook their clothes, as if they were shaking off dust, while they cried, "Let the evils be gone." How greatly desired has this festival been by us. O Creator of all things, permit us to reach another year, that we may see another feast like this. After they had shaken their clothes, they passed their hands over their heads, faces, arms, and legs, as if in the act of washing. All this was done to drive the evils out of their houses, that the messengers of the sun might banish them from the city. And it was done not only in the streets through which the Incas ran, but generally in all quarters of the city. Moreover, they all danced the Inca himself amongst them, and bathed in the rivers and fountains, saying that their maladies would come out of them. Then they took great torches of straw, bound round with cords. These they lighted, and passed from one to the other, striking each other with them, and saying, "Let all harm go away." Meanwhile, the runners ran with their lances for a quarter of a league outside the city, where they found 4 other Incas ready, who received the lances from their hands and ran with them. Thus, the lances were carried by relays of runners for a distance of 5 or 6 leagues, at the end of which the runners washed themselves and their weapons in rivers and set up the lances, in sign of a boundary within which the banished evils might not return. The Negroes of Guinea annually banished the devil from all their towns, with much ceremony at a time set apart for the purpose. At Axum on the Gold Coast, this annual expulsion is preceded by a feast of 8 days, during which mirth and jollity, skipping, dancing, and singing prevail, and a perfect lampooning liberty is allowed, and scandal so highly exalted, that they may freely sing of all the faults, villainies, and frauds of their superiors, as well as inferiors, without punishment, or so much as the least interruption. On the 8th day they hunt out the devil with a dismal cry, running after him and pelting him with sticks, stones, and whatever comes to hand. When they have driven him far enough out of the town, they all return. In this way he is expelled from more than 100 towns at the same time. To make sure that he does not return to their houses, the women wash and scour all their wooden and earthen vessels, to free them from all uncleanness and the devil, at Cape Coast Castle on the Gold Coast. The ceremony was witnessed on the 9th of October, 1844, by an Englishman who has described it as follows. Tonight, the annual custom of driving the evil spirit, a bonsam, out of the town has taken place. As soon as the 8 o'clock gun fired in the fort, the people began firing muskets in their houses, turning all their furniture out of doors, beating about in every corner of the rooms with sticks, etc., and screaming as loudly as possible. In order to frighten the devil being driven out of the houses, as they imagine, they sallied forth into the streets, throwing lighted torches about, shouting, screaming, beating sticks together, rattling old pans, making the most horrid noise. In order to drive him out of the town into the sea, the custom is preceded by 4 weeks' dead silence. No gun is allowed to be fired, no drum to be beaten, no palaver to be made between man and man. If, during these weeks, 2 natives should disagree and make a noise in the town, they are immediately taken before the king and fined heavily. If a dog or pig, sheep or goat be found at large in the street, it may be killed or taken by anyone, the former owner not being allowed to demand any compensation. This silence is designed to deceive a bonsam that, being off his guard, he may be taken by surprise and frightened out of the place. If anyone die during the silence, his relatives are not allowed to weep until the 4 weeks have been completed. Sometimes the date of the annual expulsion of devils is fixed with reference to the agricultural season. Thus, among the Haas of Togoland in West Africa, the expulsion is performed annually before the people partake of the new yams. The chiefs summon the priests and magicians and tell them that the people are now to eat the new yams and be merry. Therefore they must cleanse the town and remove the evils. Accordingly, the evil spirits, witches, and all the ills that infest the people are conjured into bundles of leaves and creepers, fastened to poles, which are carried away and set up in the earth on various roads outside the town. During the following night, no fire may be lit, and no food eaten. Next morning, the women sweep out their hearths and houses and deposit the sweepings on broken wooden plates. Then the people pray, saying, "All ye sicknesses that are in our body and plague us, we are come today to throw you out." Thereupon they run as fast as they can in the direction of Mount Adaklu, smiting their mouths and screaming, "Out today! Out today! That which kills anybody! Out today! Ye evil spirits, out today! All that causes our heads to ache! Out today!" Anlo and Adaklu are the places whither all ill shall betake itself. When they have come to a certain tree on Mount Adaklu, they throw everything away and return home. At Kirawina in southeastern New Guinea, when the new yams had been harvested, the people feasted and danced for many days, and a great deal of property, such as armlets, native money, and so forth, was displayed conspicuously on a platform erected for the purpose. When the festivities were over, all of the people gathered together and expelled the spirits from the village by shouting, beating the posts of the houses, and overturning everything under which a wily spirit might be supposed to lurk. The explanation which the people gave to a missionary was that they had entertained and feasted the spirits, and provided them with riches, and it was now time for them to take their departure. Had they not seen the dances and heard the songs and gorged themselves on the souls of the yams, and appropriated the souls of the money, and all the other fine things set out on the platform, what more could the spirits want? So out they must go. Among the Hos of northeastern India, the great festival of the year is the harvest home, held in January when the granaries are full of grain, and the people, to use their own expression, are full of devilry. They have a strange notion that at this period men and women are so overcharged with vicious propensities that it is absolutely necessary for the safety of the person to let off steam by allowing for a time full vent to the passions. The ceremonies open with a sacrifice to the village god of 3 fowls, a cock and 2 hens, one of which must be black. Along with them are offered flowers of the palace tree, Eutia frondosa, bread made from rice flour, and sesamum seeds. These offerings are presented by the village priest, who prays that during the year about to begin, they and their children may be preserved from all misfortune and sickness, and that they may have seasonable rain and good crops. Prayer is also made in some places for the souls of the dead. At this time, an evil spirit is supposed to infest the place, and to get rid of it, men, women, and children go in procession round and through every part of the village with sticks in their hands, as if beating for game, singing a wild chant, and shouting vociferously till they feel assured that the evil spirit must have fled. Then they give themselves up to feasting and drinking rice beer, till they are in a fit state for the wild debauch which follows. The festival now becomes a saturnale, during which servants forget their duty to their masters, children their reverence for parents, men their respect for women, and women all notions of modesty, delicacy, and gentleness. They become raging bacchantes. Usually the haws are quiet and reserved in manner, decorous and gentle to women. But during this festival, their natures appear to undergo a temporary change. Sons and daughters revile their parents in gross language, and parents their children. Men and women become almost like animals in the indulgence of their amorous propensities. The Mundaris kinsmen and neighbors of the haws keep the festival in much the same manner. The resemblance to a Saturnale is very complete, as at this festival the farm laborers are feasted by their masters and allowed the utmost freedom of speech in addressing them. It is the festival of the harvest home, the termination of 1 year's toil, and a slight respite from it before they commence again. Amongst some of the Hindu Kush tribes, as among the Haws and Mundaris, the expulsion of devils takes place after harvest. When the last crop of autumn has been got in, it is thought necessary to drive away evil spirits from the granaries. A kind of porridge is eaten, and the head of the family takes his matchlock and fires it into the floor. Then, going outside, he sets to work, loading and firing till his powder horn is exhausted, while all his neighbors are similarly employed. The next day is spent in rejoicings. In Chitral, this festival is called devil driving. On the other hand, the Khans of India expel the devils at seed time instead of at harvest. At this time they worship Puteri Pennu, the god of increase and of gain in every shape. On the first day of the festival, a rude car is made of a basket set upon a few sticks, tied upon the bamboo rollers for wheels. The priest takes this car first to the house of the lineal head of the tribe, to whom precedence is given in all ceremonies connected with agriculture. Here he receives a little of each kind of seed and some feathers. He then takes the car to all the other houses in the village, each of which contributes the same things. Lastly, the car is conducted to a field without the village, attended by all the young men, who beat each other and strike the air violently with long sticks. The seed thus carried out is called the share of the evil spirits, spoilers of the seed. These are considered to be driven out with the car, and when it and its contents are abandoned to them, they are held to have no excuse for interfering with the rest of the seed corn. The people of Bali, an island to the east of Java, have periodical expulsions of devils upon a great scale. Generally, the time chosen for the expulsion is the day of the dark moon in the 9th month. When the demons have been long unmolested, the country is said to be warm, and the priest issues orders to expel them by force, lest the whole of Bali should be rendered uninhabitable. On the day appointed, the people of the village or district assemble at the principal temple. Here at a crossroad, offerings are set out for the devils. After prayers have been recited by the priests, the blast of a horn summons the devils to partake of the meal which has been prepared for them. At the same time, a number of men step forward and light their torches at the holy lamp which burns before the chief priest. Immediately afterwards, followed by the bystanders, they spread in all directions and march through the streets and lanes, crying, "Depart! Go away!" Wherever they pass, the people who have stayed at home hasten by a deafening clatter on doors, beams, rice blocks, and so forth, to take their share in the expulsion of devils. Thus chased from the houses, the fiends flee to the banquet which has been set out for them. But here the priest receives them with curses, which finally drive them from the district. When the last devil has taken his departure, the uproar is succeeded by a dead silence, which lasts during the next day also. The devils, it is thought, are anxious to return to their old homes, and in order to make them think that Bali is not Bali, but some desert island, no one may stir from his own abode for 24 hours. Even ordinary household work, including cooking, is discontinued. Only the watchmen may show themselves in the streets. Wreaths of thorns and leaves are hung at all the entrances to warn strangers from entering. Not till the 3rd day is this state of siege raised, and even then it is forbidden to work at the rice fields or to buy and sell in the market. Most people still stay at home, whiling away the time with cards and dice. In Tonquin, a thekidar, or general expulsion of malevolent spirits, commonly took place once a year, especially if there was a great mortality amongst men, the elephants or horses of the general stable, or the cattle of the country, the cause of which they attribute to the malicious spirits of such men as have been put to death for treason, rebellion, and conspiring the death of the king, general, or princes, and that in revenge of the punishment they have suffered, they are bent to destroy everything and commit horrible violence, to prevent which their superstition has suggested to them the institution of this thekidar as a proper means to drive the devil away, and purge the country of evil spirits. The day appointed for the ceremony was generally the 25th of February, 1 month after the beginning of the new year, which fell on the 25th of January. The intermediate month was a season of feasting, merrymaking of all kinds, and general license. During the whole month the Great Seal was kept shut up in a box, face downwards, and the law was, as it were, laid asleep. All courts of justice were closed. Debtors could not be seized. Small crimes, such as petty larceny, fighting, and assault, escaped with impunity. Only treason and murder were taken account of, and the malefactors detained, till the Great Seal should come into operation again. At the close of the Saturnalia, the wicked spirits were driven away. Great masses of troops and artillery having been drawn up with flying colors and all the pomp of war, the general beginneth then to offer meat offerings to the criminal devils and malevolent spirits, for it is usual and customary likewise amongst them to feast the condemned before their execution, inviting them to eat and drink, when presently he accuses them in a strange language, by characters and figures, etc., of many offenses and crimes committed by them, as to their having disquieted the land, killed his elephants and horses, etc., for all which they justly deserve to be chastised and banished the country. Whereupon 3 great guns are fired as the last signal, upon which all the artillery and muskets are discharged, that by their most terrible noise the devils may be driven away, and they are so blind as to believe for certain that they really and effectually put them to flight. In Cambodia, the expulsion of evil spirits took place in March. Bits of broken statues and stones, considered as the abode of the demons, were collected and brought to the capital. Here as many elephants were collected as could be got together. On the evening of the full moon, volleys of musketry were fired, and the elephants charged furiously to put the devils to flight. The ceremony was performed on 3 successive days. In Siam, the banishment of demons is annually carried into effect on the last day of the old year. A signal gun is fired from the palace. It is answered from the next station, and so on from station to station, till the firing has reached the outer gate of the city. Thus the demons are driven out step by step. As soon as this is done, a consecrated rope is fastened round the circuit of the city walls to prevent the banished demons from returning. The rope is made of tough couch grass and is painted in alternate stripes of red, yellow, and blue. Annual expulsions of demons, witches, or evil influences appear to have been common among the heathen of Europe, if we may judge from the relics of such customs among their descendants at the present day. Thus, among the heathen Wochaks, a Finnish people of eastern Russia, all the young girls of the village assemble on the last day of the year, or on New Year's Day, armed with sticks, the ends of which are split in 9 places. With these they beat every corner of the house and yard, saying, "We are driving Satan out of the village." Afterwards the sticks are thrown into the river below the village, and as they float downstream, Satan goes with them to the next village, from which he must be driven out in turn. In some villages the expulsion is managed otherwise. The unmarried men receive from every house in the village groats, flesh, and brandy. These they take to the fields, light a fire under a fir tree, boil the groats, and eat of the food they have brought with them after pronouncing the words, "Go away into the wilderness, come not into the house." Then they return to the village and enter every house where there are young women. They take hold of the young women and throw them into the snow, saying, "May the spirits of disease leave you." The remains of the groats and the other food are then distributed among all the houses in proportion to the amount that each contribute, and each family consumes its share. According to a woyak of the Malmiz district, the young men throw into the snow whomever they find in the houses, and this is called driving out Satan, moreover. Some of the boiled groats are cast into the fire with the words, O God, afflict us not with sickness and pestilence. Give us not up as a prey to the spirits of the wood. But the most antique form of the ceremony is that observed by the Wotyaks of the Kasan government. First of all, a sacrifice is offered to the devil at noon. Then all the men assemble on horseback in the center of the village and decide with which house they shall begin. When this question, which often gives rise to hot disputes, is settled, they tether their horses to the paling and arm themselves with whips, clubs of lime wood, and bundles of lighted twigs. The lighted twigs are believed to have the greatest terrors for Satan. Thus armed, they proceed with frightful cries to beat every corner of the house and yard, then shut the door and spit at the ejected fiend. So they go from house to house till the devil has been driven from everyone. Then they mount their horses and ride out of the village, yelling wildly and brandishing their clubs in every direction. Outside of the village they fling away the clubs and spit once more at the devil. The Cheremiss, another Finnish people of eastern Russia, chase Satan from their dwellings by beating the walls with cudgels of lime wood. For the same purpose they fire guns, stab the ground with knives, and insert burning chips of wood in the crevices. Also, they leap over bonfires, shaking out their garments as they do so, and in some districts they blow on long trumpets of lime tree bark to frighten him away. When he has fled to the wood, they pelt the trees with some of the cheesecakes and eggs which furnish the feast. In Christian Europe, the old heathen custom of expelling the powers of evil at certain times of the year has survived to modern times. Thus, in some villages of Calabria, the month of March is inaugurated with the expulsion of the witches. It takes place at night to the sound of the church bells, the people running about the streets and crying, "March is come." They say that the witches roam about in March, and the ceremony is repeated every Friday evening during the month. Often, as might have been anticipated, the ancient pagan rite has attached itself to church festivals. In Albania, on Easter Eve, the young people light torches of resinous wood and march in procession, swinging them through the village. At last they throw the torches into the river, crying, "Ha, Kore! We throw you into the river like these torches that you may never return." Silesian peasants believe that on Good Friday the witches go their rounds and have great power for mischief. Hence about Olyar Strelitz, the people on that day arm themselves with old brooms and drive the witches from house and home, from farmyard and cattle stall, making a great uproar and clatter as they do so. In Central Europe, the favorite time for expelling the witches is or was Walpurgis Night, the eve of May Day, when the baleful powers of these mischievous beings were supposed to be at their height. In the Tyrol, for example, as in other places, the expulsion of the powers of evil at this season goes by the name of burning out the witches. It takes place on May Day, but people have been busy with their preparations for days before. On a Thursday at midnight, bundles are made up of resinous splinters, black and red-spotted hemlock, caper spurge, rosemary, and twigs of the sloe. These are kept and burned on May Day by men who must first have received plenary absolution from the church on the last 3 days of April. All the houses are cleansed and fumigated with juniper, berries, and rue. On May Day, when the evening bell has rung and the twilight is falling, the ceremony of burning out the witches begins. Men and boys make a racket with whips, bells, pots, and pans. The women carry censers. The dogs are unchained and run barking and yelping about. As soon as the church bells begin to ring, the bundles of twigs fastened on poles are set on fire, and the incense is ignited. Then all the house bells and dinner bells are rung. Pots and pans are clashed. Dogs bark. Everyone must make a noise. And amid this hubbub all scream at the pitch of their voices, "Which flee from here, or will go ill with thee." Then they run 7 times round the houses, the yards, and the village. So the witches are smoked out of their lurking places and driven away. The custom of expelling the witches on Walpurgis Night is still, or was down to recent years, observed in many parts of Bavaria, and among the Germans of Bohemia. Thus, in the Bohmerwald Mountains, all the young fellows of the village assemble after sunset on some height, especially at a crossroad, and crack whips for a while, in unison with all their strength. This drives away the witches, for so far as the sound of the whips is heard, these maleficent beings can do no harm. In some places, while the young men are cracking their whips, the herdsmen wind their horns, and the long-drawn notes, heard far off in the silence of night, are very effectual for banning the witches. Another witching time is the period of 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany. Hence, in some parts of Silesia, the people burn pine resin all night long between Christmas and the New Year, in order that the pungent smoke may drive witches and evil spirits far away from house and homestead. And on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, they fire shots over fields and meadows, into shrubs and trees, and wrap straw around the fruit trees, to prevent the spirits from doing them harm. On New Year's Eve, which is St. Sylvester's Day, Bohemian lads, armed with guns, form themselves into circles and fire thrice into the air. This is called shooting the witches and is supposed to frighten the witches away. The last of the mystic 12 days is Epiphany or 12th night, and it has been selected as a proper season for the expulsion of the powers of evil in various parts of Europe. Thus at Brunnen on the Lake of Lucerne, boys go about in procession on 12th night, carrying torches and making a great noise with horns, bells, whips, and so forth to frighten away two female spirits of the wood, Strudely and Stradley. The people think that if they do not make enough noise, there will be little fruit that year. Again, in La Briguère, a canton of southern France, on the eve of 12th day, the people run through the streets, jangling bells, clattering kettles, and doing everything to make a discordant noise. Then, by the light of torches and blazing faggots, they set up a prodigious hue and cry, an ear-splitting uproar, hoping thereby to chase all the wandering ghosts and devils from the town. Chapter 57. Public Scapegoats. Section 1. The expulsion of embodied evils. Thus far, we have dealt with that class of the general expulsion of evils which I have called direct or immediate. In this class, the evils are invisible, at least to common eyes, and the mode of deliverance consists for the most part in beating the empty air and raising such a hubbub as may scare the mischievous spirits and put them to flight. It remains to illustrate the second class of expulsions, in which the evil influences are embodied in a visible form, or at least supposed to be loaded upon a material medium, which acts as a vehicle to draw them off from the peopled village or town. The Pomos of California celebrate an expulsion of devils every 7 years, at which the devils are represented by disguised men. 20 or 30 men array themselves in harlequin rig and barbaric paint, and put vessels of pitch on their heads. Then they secretly go out into the surrounding mountains. These are to personify the devils. A herald goes up to the top of the assembly house and makes a speech to the multitude. At a signal agreed upon in the evening, the masqueraders come in from the mountains, with the vessels of pitch flaming on their heads, and with all the frightful accessories of noise, motion, and costume which the savage mind can devise in representation of demons. The terrified women and children flee for life. The men huddle them inside a circle, and, on the principle of fighting the devil with fire, they swing blazing firebrands in the air, yell, whoop, and make frantic dashes at the marauding and bloodthirsty devils, so creating a terrific spectacle, and striking great fear into the hearts of the assembled hundreds of women, who are screaming and fainting and clinging to their valorous protectors. Finally, the devils succeed in getting into the assembly house, and the bravest of the men enter and hold a parley with them. As a conclusion of the whole farce, the men summon courage. The devils are expelled from the assembly house, and with a prodigious row and racket of sham fighting are chased away into the mountains. In spring, as soon as the willow leaves were full grown on the banks of the river, the Mandan Indians celebrated their great annual festival, one of the features of which was the expulsion of the devil. A man painted black to represent the devil entered the village from the prairie chased and frightened the women, and acted the part of a buffalo bull in the buffalo dance, the object of which was to ensure a plentiful supply of buffaloes during the ensuing year. Finally, he was chased from the village, the women pursuing him with hisses and jibes, beating him with sticks, and pelting him with dirt. Some of the native tribes of central Queensland believe in a noxious being called Malanga, who prowls unseen and would kill men and violate women if certain ceremonies were not performed. These ceremonies last for 5 nights and consist of dances in which only men, fantastically painted and adorned, take part. On the fifth night, Malanga himself, personified by a man tricked out with red ochre and feathers, and carrying a long feather-tipped spear, rushes forth from the darkness at the spectators, and makes as if he would run them through. Great is the excitement. Loud are the shrieks and shouts, but after another feigned attack, the demon vanishes in the gloom. On the last night of the year, the palace of the kings of Cambodia is purged of devils. Men painted as fiends are chased by elephants about the palace courts. When they have been expelled, a consecrated thread of cotton is stretched around the palace to keep them out, in Munzarat, a district of Mysore in southern India. When cholera or smallpox has broken out in a parish, the inhabitants assemble and conjure the demon of the disease into a wooden image, which they carry, generally at midnight, into the next parish. The inhabitants of that parish in like manner pass the image on to their neighbors, and thus the demon is expelled from one village after another, until he comes to the bank of a river into which he is finally thrown. Oftener, however, the expelled demons are not represented at all, but are understood to be present invisibly in the material invisible vehicle which conveys them away. Here, again, it will be convenient to distinguish between occasional and periodical expulsions. We begin with the former, Section 2, the occasional expulsion of evils in a material vehicle. The vehicle which conveys away the demons may be of various kinds. A common one is a little ship or boat. Thus, in the southern district of the island of Ceram, when a whole village suffers from sickness, a small ship is made and filled with rice, tobacco, eggs, and so forth, which have been contributed by all the people. A little sail is hoisted on the ship. When all is ready, a man calls out in a very loud voice, "Oh, all ye sicknesses, ye smallpoxes, agues, measles, etc., who have visited us so long and wasted us so sorely, but who now cease to plague us. We have made ready this ship for you, and we have furnished you with provender sufficient for the voyage. Ye shall have no lack of food, nor of betel leaves, nor of areca nuts, nor of tobacco. Depart and sail away from us directly. Never come near us again, but go to a land which is far from here. Let all the tides and winds waft you speedily thither, and so convey you thither, that for the time to come we may live sound and wealth, and that we may never see the sun rise on you again." Then 10 or 12 men carry the vessel to the shore, and let it drift away with the land breeze, feeling convinced that they are free from sickness forever, or at least till the next time. If sickness attacks them again, they are sure it is not the same sickness, but a different one, which in due time they dismiss in the same manner. When the demon-laden bark is lost to sight, the bearers return to the village, whereupon a man cries out. The sicknesses are now gone, vanished, expelled, and sailed away. At this all the people come running out of their houses, passing the word from one to the other with great joy. Beating on gongs and on tinkling instruments, similar ceremonies are commonly resorted to in other East Indian islands. Thus, in Timorlat, to mislead the demons who are causing sickness, a small proa, containing the image of a man and provision for a long voyage, is allowed to drift away with wind and tide. As it is being launched, the people cry, "O sickness, go from here, turn back. What do you here in this poor land?" 3 days after this ceremony, a pig is killed and part of the flesh is offered to Dudullah, who lives in the sun. One of the oldest men says, "Old sir, I beseech you, make well the grandchildren, children, women, and men, that we may be able to eat pork and rice and to drink palm wine. I will keep my promise. Eat your share and make all the people in the village well. If the proa is stranded at any inhabited spot, the sickness will break out there." Hence a stranded proa excites much alarm amongst the coast population, and they immediately burn it because demons fly from fire. In the island of Bough, proa, which carries away the demons of disease, is about 20 feet long, rigged out with sails, oars, anchor, and so on, and well stocked with provisions. For a day and a night the people beat gongs and drums and rush about to frighten the demons. Next morning 10 stalwart young men strike the people with branches which have been previously dipped in an earthen pot of water. As soon as they have done so, they run down to the beach, put the branches on board the proa, launch another boat in great haste, and tow the disease-burdened bark far out to sea. There they cast it off, and one of them calls out, "Grandfather Smallpox, go away, go willingly away, Go visit another land. We have made you food ready for the voyage. We have now nothing more to give." When they have landed, all the people bathe together in the sea. In this ceremony, the reason for striking the people with the branches is clearly to rid them of the disease demons, which are then supposed to be transferred to the branches. Hence, the haste with which the branches are deposited in the proa and towed away to sea. So in the inland districts of Sarum, when smallpox or other sickness is raging, the priest strikes all the houses with consecrated branches, which are then thrown into the river to be carried down to the sea. Exactly as amongst the Wotyaks of Russia, the sticks which have been used for expelling the devils from the village are thrown into the river, that the current may sweep the baleful burden away. The plan of putting puppets in the boat to represent sick persons, in order to lure the demons after them, is not uncommon. For example, most of the pagan tribes on the coast of Borneo seek to drive away epidemic disease as follows. They carve one or more rough human images from the pith of the sago palm and place them on a small raft or boat or full-rigged Malay ship, together with rice and other food. The boat is decked with blossoms of the areca palm and with ribbons made from its leaves, and thus adorned the little craft is allowed to float out to sea with the ebb tide bearing, as the people fondly think or hope, the sickness away with it. Often the vehicle which carries away the collected demons or ills of a whole community is an animal or scapegoat. In the central provinces of India, when cholera breaks out in a village, everyone retires after sunset to his house. The priests then parade the streets, taking from the roof of each house a straw, which is burnt with an offering of rice, ghee, and turmeric at some shrine to the east of the village. Chickens daubed with vermilion are driven away in the direction of the smoke, and are believed to carry the disease with them. If they fail, goats are tried. And last of all, pigs, when cholera rages among the Bars, Malans, and Kermis of India. They take a goat or a buffalo. In either case, the animal must be a female and as black as possible. Then, having tied some grain, cloves, and red lead in a yellow cloth on its back, they turn it out of the village. The animal is conducted beyond the boundary and not allowed to return. Sometimes the buffalo is marked with a red pigment and driven to the next village, where he carries the plague with him. Amongst the Dinkas, a pastoral people of the White Nile, each family possesses a sacred cow. When the country is threatened with war, famine, or any other public calamity, the chiefs of the village require a particular family to surrender their sacred cow to serve as a scapegoat. The animal is driven by the women to the brink of the river and across it to the other bank, there to wander in the wilderness and fall a prey to ravening beasts. Then the women return in silence and without looking behind them. Were they to cast a backward glance, they imagined that the ceremony would have no effect. In 1857, when the Aymara Indians of Bolivia and Peru were suffering from a plague, they loaded a black llama with the clothes of the plague-stricken people, sprinkled brandy on the clothes, and then turned the animal loose on the mountains, hoping that it would carry the pest away with it. Occasionally, the scapegoat is a man. For example, from time to time, the gods used to warn the king of Uganda that his foes, the Banyoro, were working magic against him and his people to make them die of disease. To avert such a catastrophe, the king would send a scapegoat to the frontier of Banyoro, the land of the enemy. The scapegoat consisted of either a man and a boy or a woman and her child, chosen because of some mark or bodily defect, which the gods had noted and by which the victims were to be recognized. With the human victims were sent a cow, a goat, a fowl, and a dog, and a strong guard escorted them to the land which the god had indicated. There the limbs of the victims were broken, and they were left to die a lingering death in the enemy's country, being too crippled to crawl back to Uganda. The disease or plague was thought to have been thus transferred to the victims and to have been conveyed back in their persons to the land from which it came. Some of the aboriginal tribes of China, as a protection against pestilence, select a man of great muscular strength to act the part of scapegoat. Having besmeared his face with paint, he performs many antics, with the view of enticing all pestilential and noxious influences to attach themselves to him only. He is assisted by a priest. Finally, the scapegoat, hotly pursued by men and women beating gongs and tom-toms, is driven with great haste out of the town or village. In the Punjab, a cure for the murrain is to hire a man of the Shimar caste, turn his face away from the village, brand him with a red-hot sickle and let him go out. Into the jungle, taking the moraine with him. He must not look back. Section 3. The periodic expulsion of evils in a material vehicle. The immediate expulsion of evils by means of a scapegoat or other material vehicle, like the immediate expulsion of them in invisible form, tends to become periodic, and for a like reason. Thus, every year, generally in March, the people of Ledi, Moa, and Lakor, islands of the Indian archipelago, send away all their diseases to sea. They make a proa about 6 feet long, rig it with sails, oars, rudder, and other gear, and every family deposits in it some rice, fruit, a fowl, 2 eggs, insects that ravage the fields, and so on. Then they let it drift away to sea, saying, "Take away from here all kinds of sickness, take them to other islands, to other lands, distribute them in places that lie eastward, where the sun rises." The Biayas of Borneo annually send to sea a little bark laden with the sins and misfortunes of the people. The crew of any ship that falls in with the ill-omened bark at sea will suffer all the sorrows with which it is laden. A like custom is annually observed by the Dusans of the Tuaran district in British North Borneo. The ceremony is the most important of the whole year. Its aim is to bring good luck to the village during the ensuing year by solemnly expelling all the evil spirits that may have collected in or about the houses throughout the last 12 months. The task of routing out the demons and banishing them devolves chiefly on women. Dressed in their finest array, they go in procession through the village. One of them carries a small sucking pig in a basket on her back, and all of them bear wands with which they belabor the little pig at the appropriate moment. Its squeals help to attract the vagrant spirits. At every house, the women dance and sing, clashing castanets or cymbals of brass and jingling bunches of little brass bells in both hands. When the performance has been repeated at every house in the village, the procession defiles down to the river, and all of the evil spirits, which the performers have chased from the houses, follow them to the edge of the water. There a raft has been made ready and moored to the bank. It contains offerings of food, cloth, cooking pots, and swords, and the deck is crowded with figures of men, women, animals, and birds, all made out of the leaves of the sago palm. The evil spirits now embark on the raft, and when they are all aboard, it is pushed off and allowed to float down with the current, carrying the demons with it. Should the raft run aground near the village, it is shoved off with all speed, lest the invisible passengers should seize the opportunity of landing and returning to the village. Finally, the sufferings of the little pig, whose squeals serve to decoy the demons from their lurking places, are terminated by death, for it is killed and its carcass thrown away. Every year, at the beginning of the dry season, the Nicobar Islanders carry the model of a ship through their villages. The devils are chased out of the huts and driven on board the little ship, which is then launched and suffered to sail away with the wind. The ceremony has been described by a catechist who witnessed it at Car Nicobar in July 1897. For 3 days, the people were busy preparing 2 very large floating cars, shaped like canoes, fitted with sails, and loaded with certain leaves, which possess the valuable property of expelling devils. While the young people were thus engaged, the exorcists and the elders sat in a house singing songs by turns, but often they would come forth, pace the beach armed with rods, and forbid the devil to enter the village. The 4th day of the solemnity bore a name which means expelling the devil by sails. In the evening, all the villagers assembled, the women bringing baskets of ashes and bunches of devil-expelling leaves. These leaves were then distributed to everybody, old and young. When all was ready, a band of robust men, attended by a guard of exorcists, carried one of the cars down to the sea on the right side of the village graveyard and set it floating in the water. As soon as they had returned, another band of men carried the other car to the beach and floated it similarly in the sea to the left of the graveyard. The demon-laden barks being now launched, the women threw ashes from the shore, and the whole crowd shouted, saying, "Fly away, devil, fly away, never come again." The wind and the tide being favorable, the canoes sailed quickly away, and that night all the people feasted together with great joy. Because the devil had departed in the direction of Kaura, a similar expulsion of devils takes place once a year in other Nicobar villages. but the ceremonies are held at different times in different places. Amongst many of the Aboriginal tribes of China, a great festival is celebrated in the third month of every year. It is held by way of a general rejoicing over what the people believe to be a total annihilation of the ills of the past 12 months. The destruction is supposed to be effected in the following way. A large earthenware jar filled with gunpowder, stones, and bits of iron is buried in the earth. A train of gunpowder, communicating with the jar, is then laid, and a match being applied, the jar and its contents are blown up. The stones and bits of iron represent the ills and disasters of the past year, and the dispersion of them by the explosion is believed to remove the ills and disasters themselves. The festival is attended with much revelling and drunkenness. At Old Calabar on the coast of Guinea, the devils and ghosts are, or used to be, publicly expelled once in 2 years. Among the spirits thus driven from their haunts are the souls of all the people who died since the last lustration of the town. About 3 weeks or a month before the expulsion, which, according to one account, takes place in the month of November, rude effigies representing men and animals, such as crocodiles, leopards, elephants, bullocks, and birds, are made of wicker work or wood, and being hung with strips of cloth and bedizened with jubgau gauze, are set before the door of every house. About 3 o'clock in the morning of the day appointed for the ceremony, the whole population turns out into the streets, and proceeds with a deafening uproar and in a state of the wildest excitement to drive all lurking devils and ghosts into the effigies, in order that they may be banished with them from the abodes of men. For this purpose bands of people roam through the streets, knocking on doors, firing guns, beating drums, blowing on horns, ringing bells, clattering pots and pans, shouting and hallooing with might and main, in short, making all the noise it is possible for them to raise. The hubbub goes on till the approach of dawn, when it gradually subsides and ceases altogether at sunrise. By this time the houses have been thoroughly swept, and all the frightened spirits are supposed to have huddled into the effigies, or their fluttering drapery. In these wicker figures are also deposited the sweepings of the houses and the ashes of yesterday's fires. Then the demon-laden images are hastily snatched up, carried in tumultuous procession down to the brink of the river, and thrown into the water to the tuck of drums. The ebb tide bears them away seaward, and thus the town is swept clean of ghosts and devils for another 2 years. Similar annual expulsions of embodied evils are not unknown in Europe. On the evening of Easter Sunday, the gypsies of southern Europe take a wooden vessel like a bandbox, which rests cradle-wise on 2 cross pieces of wood. In this they place herbs and simples, together with the dried carcass of a snake or lizard, which every person present must first have touched with his fingers. The vessel is then wrapped in white and red wool, carried by the oldest man from tent to tent, and finally thrown into running water, not over, before every member of the band has spat into it once, and the sorceress has uttered some spells over it. They believe that by performing this ceremony, they dispel all the illnesses that would otherwise have afflicted them in the course of the year, and that if anyone finds the vessel and opens it out of curiosity, he and his will be visited by all the maladies which the others have escaped. The scapegoat, by means of which the accumulated ills of a whole year are publicly expelled, is sometimes an animal, for example, among the Garos of Assam. Besides the sacrifices for individual cases of illness, there are certain ceremonies which are observed once a year by a whole community or village, and are intended to safeguard its members from dangers of the forest, and from sickness and mishap during the coming 12 months. The principal of these is the Asentata ceremony. Close to the outskirts of every big village, a number of stones may be noticed stuck into the ground, apparently without order or method. These are known by the name of a song, and on them is offered the sacrifice which the Asentata demands. The sacrifice of a goat takes place, and a month later, that of a langur, antlerless monkey, or a bamboo rat is considered necessary. The animal chosen has a rope fastened round its neck and is led by 2 men, one on each side of it, to every house in the village. It is taken inside each house in turn, the assembled villagers, meanwhile, beating the walls from the outside to frighten and drive out any evil spirits which may have taken up their residence within. The round of the village having been made in this manner, the monkey or rat is led to the outskirts of the village, killed by a blow of a dowel, which disembowels it, and then crucified on bamboos set up in the ground. Around the crucified animal, long, sharp bamboo stakes are placed, which form chevaux de frise round about it. These commemorate the days when such defenses surrounded the villages on all sides to keep off human enemies, and they are now a symbol to ward off sickness and dangers to life from the wild animals of the forest. The langur required for the purpose is hunted down some days before, but should it be found impossible to catch one, a brown monkey may take its place. A hullock may not be used. Here the crucified ape or rat is the public scapegoat, which by its vicarious sufferings and death relieves the people from all sickness and mishap in the coming year. Again, on one day of the year, the Bhotias of Juhar in the western Himalayas take a dog, intoxicate him with spirits and bang or hemp, and having fed him with sweetmeats, lead him round the village and let him loose. They then chase and kill him with sticks and stones, and believe that when they have done so, no disease or misfortune will visit the village during the year. In some parts of Breadalbane, it was formerly the custom on New Year's Day to take a dog to the door, give him a bit of bread, and drive him out, saying, "Get away, you dog!" Whatever death of men or loss of cattle would happen in this house to the end of the present year, may it all light on your head on the Day of Atonement, which was the 10th day of the 7th month. The Jewish high priest laid both his hands on the head of a live goat, confessed over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and, having thereby transferred the sins of the people to the beast, sent it away into the wilderness. The scapegoat upon whom the sins of the people are periodically laid may also be a human being. At Winnicha, on the Niger, 2 human beings used to be annually sacrificed to take away the sins of the land. The victims were purchased by public subscription. All persons who, during the past year, had fallen into gross sins, such as incendiarism, theft, adultery, witchcraft, and so forth, were expected to contribute 28 ngugas, or a little over 2. The money thus collected was taken into the interior of the country and expended in the purchase of 2 sickly persons to be offered as a sacrifice for all these abominable crimes. One for the land and one for the river. A man from a neighboring town was hired to put them to death. On the 27th of February, 1858, the Reverend J.C. Taylor witnessed the sacrifice of one of these victims. The sufferer was a woman about 19 or 20 years of age. They dragged her alive along the ground, face downwards from the king's house to the river, a distance of 2 miles, the crowds who accompanied her crying, "Wickedness! Wickedness!" The intention was to take away the iniquities of the land. The body was dragged along in a merciless manner, as if the weight of all their wickedness was thus carried away. Similar customs are said to be still secretly practiced every year by many tribes in the delta of the Niger in spite of the vigilance of the British government. Among the Yoruba Negroes of West Africa, the human victim chosen for sacrifice, and who may be either a freeborn or a slave, a person of noble or wealthy parentage, or one of humble birth, is, after he has been chosen and marked out for the purpose, called an aluwo. He is always well fed and nourished and supplied with whatever he should desire during the period of his confinement. When the occasion arrives for him to be sacrificed and offered up, he is commonly led about and paraded through the streets of the town or city of the sovereign who would sacrifice him for the well-being of his government and of every family and individual under it, in order that he might carry off the sin, guilt, misfortune, and death of all without exception. Ashes and chalk would be employed to hide his identity by the one being freely thrown over his head, and his face painted with the latter, whilst individuals would often rush out of their houses to lay their hands upon him, that they might thus transfer to him their sin, guilt, trouble, and death. This parade over, he is taken to an inner sanctuary and beheaded. His last words, or dying groans, are the signal for an outburst of joy among the people assembled outside, who believe that the sacrifice has been accepted and the divine wrath appeased. In Sian, it used to be the custom on one day of the year to single out a woman broken down by debauchery and carry her on a litter through all the streets to the music of drums and hautboys. The mob insulted her and pelted her with dirt, and after having carried her through the whole city, they threw her on a dunghill or a hedge of thorns outside the ramparts, forbidding her ever to enter the walls again. They believed that the woman thus drew upon herself all the malign influences of the air and of evil spirits. The Bataks of Sumatra offer either a red horse or a buffalo as a public sacrifice to purify the land and obtain the favor of the gods. Formerly, it is said, a man was bound to the same stake as the buffalo, and when they killed the animal, the man was driven away. No one might receive him, converse with him, or give him food. Doubtless he was supposed to carry away the sins and misfortunes of the people. Sometimes the scapegoat is a divine animal. The people of Malabar share the Hindu reverence for the cow. To kill and eat, which they esteem to be a crime, is heinous as homicide or willful murder. Nevertheless, the Brahmins transfer the sins of the people into one or more cows, which are then carried away. Both the cows and the sins wherewith these beasts are charged to what place the Brahmin shall appoint. When the ancient Egyptians sacrificed a bull, they invoked upon its head all the evils that might otherwise befall themselves and the land of Egypt, and thereupon they either sold the bull's head to the Greeks or cast it into the river. Now, it cannot be said that in the times known to us the Egyptians worshipped bulls in general, for they seem to have commonly killed and eaten them. But a good many circumstances point to the conclusion that originally all cattle, bulls as well as cows, were held sacred by the Egyptians. For not only were all cows esteemed holy by them and never sacrificed, but even bulls might not be sacrificed unless they had certain natural marks. A priest examined every bull before it was sacrificed. If it had the proper marks, he put his seal on the animal in token that it might be sacrificed. And if a man sacrificed a bull which had not been sealed, he was put to death. Moreover, the worship of the black bulls, Apis and Nevis, especially the former, played an important part in Egyptian religion. All bulls that died a natural death were carefully buried in the suburbs of the cities, and their bones were afterwards collected from all parts of Egypt and interred in a single spot. And at the sacrifice of a bull, in the great rites of Isis, all the worshippers beat their breasts and mourned. On the whole, then, we are perhaps entitled to infer that bulls were originally, as cows were always esteemed sacred by the Egyptians, and that the slain bull upon whose head they laid the misfortunes of the people was once a divine scapegoat. It seems not improbable that the lamb annually slain by the Madis of Central Africa is a divine scapegoat. And the same supposition may partly explain the Zuni sacrifice of the turtle. Lastly, the scapegoat may be a divine man. Thus, in November, the Gans of India worship Gyanzyam Dio, the protector of the crops, and at the festival the god himself is said to descend on the head of one of the worshippers, who is suddenly seized with a kind of fit, and after staggering about, rushes off into the jungle, where it is believed that if left to himself he would die mad. However, they bring him back, but he does not recover his senses for 1 or 2 days. The people think that one man is thus singled out as a scapegoat for the sins of the rest of the village. In the Temple of the Moon, the Albanians of the Eastern Caucasus kept a number of sacred slaves, of whom many were inspired and prophesied. When one of these men exhibited more than usual symptoms of inspiration or insanity, and wandered solitary up and down the woods, like the Gond in the jungle, the high priest had him bound with a sacred chain, and maintained him in luxury for a year. At the end of the year he was anointed with unguents, and led forth to be sacrificed. A man whose business it was to slay these human victims, and to whom practice had given dexterity, advanced from the crowd, and thrust a sacred spear into the victim's side, piercing his heart. From the manner in which the slain man fell, omens were drawn as to the welfare of the commonwealth. Then the body was carried to a certain spot where all the people stood upon it as a purificatory ceremony. This last circumstance clearly indicates that the sins of the people were transferred to the victim, just as the Jewish priest transferred the sins of the people to the scapegoat by laying his hands on the animal's head. And since the man was believed to be possessed by the divine spirit, we have here an undoubted example of a man-god slain to take away the sins and misfortunes of the people. In Tibet, the ceremony of the scapegoat presents some remarkable features. The Tibetan New Year begins with the new moon, which appears about the 15th of February. For 23 days afterwards, the government of Lhasa, the capital, is taken out of the hands of the ordinary rulers and entrusted to the monk of the Debang monastery, who offers to pay the highest sum for the privilege. The successful bidder is called the Jalno, and he announces his accession to power in person, going through the streets of Lhasa with a silver stick in his hand. Monks from all the neighboring monasteries and temples assemble to pay him homage. The Jalno exercises his authority in the most arbitrary manner for his own benefit, as all the fines which he exacts are his by purchase. The profit he makes is about 10 times the amount of the purchase money. His men go about the streets in order to discover any conduct on the part of the inhabitants that can be found fault with. Every house in Lhasa is taxed at this time, and the slightest offense is punished with unsparing rigor by fine. This severity of the Jalno drives all working classes out of the city till the 23 days are over. But if the laity go out, the clergy come in. All the Buddhist monasteries of the country for miles round about open their gates and disgorge their inmates. All the roads that lead down into Lhasa from the neighboring mountains are full of monks hurrying to the capital, some on foot, some on horseback, some riding asses or lowing oxen, all carrying their prayer books and culinary utensils. In such multitudes do they come that the streets and squares of the city are encumbered with their swarms, and incarnadine with their red cloaks. The disorder and confusion are indescribable. Bands of the holy men traverse the streets chanting prayers or uttering wild cries. They meet, they jostle, they quarrel, they fight. Bloody noses, black eyes, and broken heads are freely given and received. All day long, too. From before the peep of dawn till after darkness has fallen, these red-cloaked monks hold services in the dim, incense-laden air of the great Mashindranath Temple, the Cathedral of Lhasa. And thither they crowd thrice a day to receive their doles of tea and soup and money. The cathedral is a vast building, standing in the center of the city and surrounded by bazaars and shops. The idols in it are richly inlaid with gold and precious stones. 24 days after the Jalno has ceased to have authority, he assumes it again, and for 10 days acts in the same arbitrary manner as before. On the first of the 10 days, the priests again assemble at the cathedral, pray to the gods to prevent sickness and other evils among the people, and as a peace offering, sacrifice one man. The man is not killed purposely, but the ceremony he undergoes often proves fatal. Grain is thrown against his head, and his face is painted half white, half black, thus grotesquely disguised, and carrying a coat of skin on his arm. He is called the King of the Years, and sits daily in the marketplace, where he helps himself to whatever he likes and goes about shaking a black yak's tail over the people, who thus transfer their bad luck to him. On the 10th day, all the troops in Lhasa march to the great temple and form in line before it. The King of the Years is brought forth from the temple and receives small donations from the assembled multitude. He then ridicules the Jalno, saying to him, "What we perceive through the 5 senses is no illusion. All you teach is untrue," and the like. The Jalno, who represents the Grand Lama for the time being, contests these heretical opinions. The dispute waxes warm, and at last both agree to decide the questions at issue by a cast of the dice, the Jalno offering to change places with the scapegoat, should the throw be against him. If the King of the Years wins, much evil is prognosticated, but if the Jalno wins, there is great rejoicing, for it proves that his adversary has been accepted by the gods as a victim to bear all the sins of the people of Lhasa. Fortune, however, always favors the Jalno, who throws sixes with unvarying success, while his opponent turns up only ones. Nor is this so extraordinary as at first sight it might appear, for the Jalno's dice are marked with nothing but sixes and his adversaries with nothing but ones. When he sees the finger of Providence thus plainly pointed against him, the King of the Years is terrified and flees away upon a white horse, with a white dog, a white bird, salt, and so forth, which have all been provided for him by the government. His face is still painted half white and half black, and he still wears his leathern coat. The whole populace pursues him, hooting, yelling, and firing blank shots and volleys after him. Thus driven out of the city, he is detained for 7 days in the great chamber of horrors at the Samayas monastery, surrounded by monstrous and terrific images of devils and skins of huge serpents and wild beasts. Thence he goes away into the mountains of Chetan, where he has to remain outcast for several months or a year in a narrow den. If he dies before the time is out, the people say it is an auspicious omen, but if he survives, he may return to Lhasa and play the part of scapegoat over again the following year. This quaint ceremonial, still annually observed in the secluded capital of Buddhism, the Rome of Asia, is interesting because it exhibits, in a clearly marked religious stratification, a series of divine redeemers themselves redeemed, of vicarious sacrifices vicariously atoned for, of gods undergoing a process of fossilization, who, while they retain the privileges, have disburdened themselves of the pains and penalties of divinity. In the Jalno, we may, without undue straining, discern a successor of those temporary kings, those mortal gods, who purchase a short lease of power and glory at the price of their lives. That he is the temporary substitute of the Grand Lama is certain. That he is or was once liable to act as scapegoat for the people is made nearly certain by his offer to change places with the real scapegoat, the King of the Years, if the arbitrament of the dice should go against him. It is true that the conditions under which the question is now put to the hazard have reduced the offer to an idle form, but such forms are no mere mushroom growths, springing up of themselves in a night. If they are now lifeless formalities, empty husks devoid of significance, we may be sure that they once had a life and a meaning. If at the present day they are blind alleys leading nowhere, we may be certain that in former days they were paths that led somewhere, if only to death. That death was the goal to which of old the Tibetan scapegoat passed after his brief period of license in the marketplace is a conjecture that has much to commend it. Analogy suggests it, the blank shots fired after him, the statement that the ceremony often proves fatal, the belief that his death is a happy omen, all confirm it. We need not wonder, then, that the Jalno, after paying so dear to act as deputy deity for a few weeks, should have preferred to die by deputy rather than in his own person when his time was up. The painful but necessary duty was accordingly laid on some poor devil, some social outcast, some wretch with whom the world had gone hard, who readily agreed to throw away his life at the end of a few days, if only he might have his fling in the meantime. For observe that while the time allowed to the original deputy, the Jalno, was measured by weeks, the time allowed to the deputy's deputy was cut down to days, 10 days, according to one authority, 7 days. So short a rope was doubtless thought a long enough tether for so black or sickly a sheep, so few sands in the hourglass, slipping so fast away, sufficed for one who had wasted so many precious years. Hence in the Jack Pudding, who now masquerades with motley countenance in the marketplace of Lhasa, sweeping up misfortune with a black yak's tail, we may fairly see the substitute of a substitute, the vicar of a vicar, the proxy on whose back the heavy burden was laid when it had been lifted from nobler shoulders. But the clue, if we have followed it aright, does not stop at the Jalno. It leads straight back to the Pope of Lhasa himself, the Grand Lama, of whom the Jalno is merely the temporary vicar. The analogy of many customs in many lands points to the conclusion that if this human divinity stoops to resign his ghostly power for a time into the hands of a substitute, it is, or rather was once, for no other reason than that the substitute might die in his stead, thus through the mist of ages unillumined by the lamp of history. The tragic figure of the Pope of Buddhism, God's vicar on earth for Asia, looms dim and sad as the man-god who bore his people's sorrows, the good shepherd who laid down his life for the sheep. Section 4, on scapegoats in general. The foregoing survey the custom of publicly expelling the accumulated evils of a village or town or country suggests a few general observations. In the first place, it will not be disputed that what I have called the immediate and the mediate expulsions of evil are identical in intention. In other words, that whether the evils are conceived of as invisible or as embodied in a material form is a circumstance entirely subordinate to the main object of the ceremony, which is simply to effect a total clearance of all the ills that have been infesting a people. If any link were wanting to connect the two kinds of expulsion, it would be furnished by such a practice as that of sending the evils away in a litter or a boat. For here, on the one hand, the evils are invisible and intangible, and on the other hand, there is a visible and tangible vehicle to convey them away. And a scapegoat is nothing more than such a vehicle, in the second place. When a general clearance of evils is resorted to periodically, the interval between the celebrations of the ceremony is commonly a year, and the time of year when the ceremony takes place usually coincides with some well-marked change of season, such as the beginning or end of winter in the Arctic and temperate zones, and the beginning or end of the rainy season in the tropics. The increased mortality which such climatic changes are apt to produce, especially amongst ill-fed, ill-clothed, and ill-housed savages, is set down by primitive man to the agency of demons, who must accordingly be expelled. Hence, in the tropical regions of New Britain and Peru, the devils are or were driven out at the beginning of the rainy season. Hence, on the dreary coasts of Baffinland, they are banished at the approach of the bitter Arctic winter. When a tribe has taken to husbandry, the time for the general expulsion of devils is naturally made to agree with one of the great epochs of the agricultural year, as sowing or harvest. But as these epochs themselves naturally coincide with changes of season, it does not follow that the transition from the hunting or pastoral to the agricultural life involves any alteration in the time of celebrating this great annual rite. Some of the agricultural communities of India and the Hindu Kush, as we have seen, hold their general clearance of demons at harvest, others at sowing time. But at whatever season of the year it is held, the general expulsion of devils commonly marks the beginning of the new year, for before entering on a new year, people are anxious to rid themselves of the troubles that have harassed them in the past. Hence it comes about that in so many communities, the beginning of the new year is inaugurated with a solemn and public banishment of evil spirits. In the third place, it is to be observed that this public and periodic expulsion of devils is commonly preceded or followed by a period of general license, during which the ordinary restraints of society are thrown aside, and all offenses, short of the gravest, are allowed to pass unpunished. In Guinea and Tonkin, the period of license precedes the public expulsion of demons, and the suspension of the ordinary government in Lhasa, previous to the expulsion of the scapegoat, is perhaps a relic of a similar period of universal license. Amongst the Hos of India, the period of license follows the expulsion of the devil. Amongst the Iroquois, it hardly appears whether it preceded or followed the banishment of evils. In any case, the extraordinary relaxation of all ordinary rules of conduct on such occasions is doubtless to be explained by the general clearance of evils which precedes or follows it. On the one hand, when a general riddance of evil and absolution from all sin is in immediate prospect, men are encouraged to give the rein to their passions, trusting that the coming ceremony will wipe out the score which they are running up so fast. On the other hand, when the ceremony has just taken place, men's minds are freed from the oppressive sense, under which they generally labor, of an atmosphere surcharged with devils, and in the first revulsion of joy, they overleap the limits commonly imposed by custom and morality. When the ceremony takes place at harvest time, the elation of feeling which it excites is further stimulated by the state of physical well-being produced by an abundant supply of food. Fourthly, the employment of a divine man or animal as a scapegoat is especially to be noted. Indeed, we are here directly concerned with the custom of banishing evils only in so far as these evils are believed to be transferred to a god who is afterwards slain. It may be suspected that the custom of employing a divine man or animal as a public scapegoat is much more widely diffused than appears from the examples cited. For as has already been pointed out, the custom of killing a god dates from so early a period of human history that in later ages, even when the custom continues to be practiced, it is liable to be misinterpreted. The divine character of the animal or man is forgotten, and he comes to be regarded merely as an ordinary victim. This is especially likely to be the case when it is a divine man who is killed. For when a nation becomes civilized, if it does not drop human sacrifices altogether, it at least selects as victims only such wretches as would be put to death at any rate. Thus, the killing of a god may sometimes come to be confounded with the execution of a criminal. If we ask why a dying god should be chosen to take upon himself and carry away the sins and sorrows of the people, it may be suggested that in the practice of using the divinity as a scapegoat, we have a combination of two customs which were at one time distinct and independent. On the one hand, we have seen that it has been customary to kill the human or animal god in order to save his divine life from being weakened by the inroads of age. On the other hand, we have seen that it has been customary to have a general expulsion of evils and sins once a year. Now, if it occurred to people to combine these two customs, the result would be the employment of the dying god as a scapegoat. He was killed, not originally to take away sin, but to save the divine life from the degeneracy of old age. But since he had to be killed at any rate, people may have thought that they might as well seize the opportunity to lay upon him the burden of their sufferings and sins, in order that he might bear it away with him to the unknown world beyond the grave. The use of the divinity as a scapegoat clears up the ambiguity which, as we saw, appears to hang about the European folk custom of carrying out death. Grounds have been shown for believing that in this ceremony, the so-called death was originally the spirit of vegetation, who was annually slain in spring, in order that he might come to life again with all the vigor of youth. But as I pointed out, there are certain features in the ceremony which are not explicable on this hypothesis alone. Such are the marks of joy with which the effigy of death is carried out to be buried or burnt, and the fear and abhorrence of it manifested by the bearers. But these features become at once intelligible if we suppose that the death was not merely the dying god of vegetation, but also a public scapegoat, upon whom were laid all the evils that had afflicted the people during the past year. Joy on such an occasion is natural and appropriate, and if the dying god appears to be the object of that fear and abhorrence, which are properly due, not to himself, but to the sins and misfortunes with which he is laden. This arises merely from the difficulty of distinguishing, or at least of marking the distinction between the bearer and the burden. When the burden is of a baleful character, the bearer of it will be feared and shunned just as much as if he were himself instinct with those dangerous properties of which, as it happens, he is only the vehicle. Similarly, we have seen that disease-laden and sin-laden boats are dreaded and shunned by East Indian peoples. Again, the view that in these popular customs the death is a scapegoat as well as a representative of the divine spirit of vegetation derives some support from the circumstance that its expulsion is always celebrated in spring and chiefly by Slavonic peoples. For the Slavonic year began in spring, and thus, in one of its aspects, the ceremony of carrying out death would be an example of the widespread custom of expelling the accumulated evils of the old year before entering on a new one. Chapter 58, Human Scapegoats in Classical Antiquity. Section 1. The human scapegoat in ancient Rome. We are now prepared to notice the use of the human scapegoat in classical antiquity. Every year on the 14th of March, a man clad in skins was led in procession through the streets of Rome, beaten with long white rods, and driven out of the city. He was called Memorius Viturius, that is, the old Mars, and as the ceremony took place on the day preceding the first full moon of the old Roman year, which began on the 1st of March, the skin-clad man must have represented the Mars of the past year, who was driven out at the beginning of a new one. Now Mars was originally not a god of war, but of vegetation. For it was to Mars that the Roman husbandman prayed for the prosperity of his corn and his vines, his fruit trees and his copses. It was to Mars that the priestly college of the Arval brothers, whose business it was to sacrifice for the growth of the crops, addressed their petitions almost exclusively. And it was to Mars, as we saw, that a horse was sacrificed in October to secure an abundant harvest. Moreover, it was to Mars under his title of Mars of the Woods, Mars Silvanus, that farmers offered sacrifice for the welfare of their cattle. We have already seen that cattle are commonly supposed to be under the special patronage of tree gods. Once more, the consecration of the vernal month of March to Mars seems to point him out as the deity of the sprouting vegetation. Thus, the Roman custom of expelling the old Mars at the beginning of the new year in spring is identical with the Slavonic custom of carrying out death. If the view here taken of the latter custom is correct, the similarity of the Roman and Slavonic customs has been already remarked by scholars who appear, however, to have taken Memorius Viturius and the corresponding figures in the Slavonic ceremonies to be representatives of the old year rather than of the old god of vegetation. It is possible that ceremonies of this kind may have come to be thus interpreted in later times even by the people who practiced them, but the personification of a period of time is too abstract an idea to be primitive. However, in the Roman, as in the Slavonic ceremony, the representative of the god appears to have been treated not only as a deity of vegetation, but also as a scapegoat. His expulsion implies this, for there is no reason why the god of vegetation as such should be expelled from the city. But it is otherwise if he is also a scapegoat. It then becomes necessary to drive him beyond the boundaries, that he may carry his sorrowful burden away to other lands. And in fact, Mamurius Viturius appears to have been driven away to the land of the Oscans, the enemies of Rome. Section 2. The human scapegoat in ancient Greece. The ancient Greeks were also familiar with the use of a human scapegoat. In Plutarch's native town of Chaeronea, a ceremony of this kind was performed by the chief magistrate at the town hall, and by each householder at his own home. It was called the expulsion of hunger. A slave was beaten with rods of the Agnus Castus, and turned out of doors with the words, "Out with hunger, and in with wealth and health." When Plutarch held the office of chief magistrate of his native town, he performed this ceremony at the town hall, and he has recorded the discussion to which the custom afterwards gave rise. But in civilized Greece, the custom of the scapegoat took darker forms than the innocent rite over which the amiable and pious Plutarch presided. Whenever Marseille, one of the busiest and most brilliant of Greek colonies, was ravaged by a plague, a man of the poorer classes used to offer himself as a scapegoat. For a whole year he was maintained at the public expense, being fed on choice and pure food. At the expiry of the year he was dressed in sacred garments, decked with holy branches, and led through the whole city, while prayers were uttered that all the evils of the people might fall on his head. He was then cast out of the city, or stoned to death by the people outside of the walls. The Athenians regularly maintained a number of degraded and useless beings at the public expense, and when any calamity, such as plague, drought, or famine, befell the city, they sacrificed 2 of these outcast scapegoats. One of the victims was sacrificed for the men and the other for the women. The former wore round his neck a string of black, the latter a string of white figs. Sometimes, it seems, the victim slain on behalf of the women was a woman. They were led about the city and then sacrificed, apparently by being stoned to death outside the city. But such sacrifices were not confined to extraordinary occasions of public calamity. It appears that every year at the festival of the Thargelia in May, 2 victims, one for the men and one for the women, were led out of Athens and stoned to death. The city of Abdera in Thrace was publicly purified once a year, and one of the burghers set apart for the purpose was stoned to death as a scapegoat or vicarious sacrifice for the life of all the others. 6 days before his execution he was excommunicated, in order that he alone might bear the sins of all the people, from the Lover's Leap, a white bluff at the southern end of their island. The Leucadians used annually to hurl a criminal into the sea as a scapegoat, but to lighten his fall they fastened live birds and feathers to him, and a flotilla of small boats waited below to catch him and convey him beyond the boundary. Probably these humane precautions were a mitigation of an earlier custom of flinging the scapegoat into the sea to drown. The Leucadian ceremony took place at the time of a sacrifice to Apollo, who had a temple or sanctuary on the spot. Elsewhere, it is customary to cast a young man every year into the sea with the prayer, "Be thou our scouring." This ceremony was supposed to rid the people of the evils by which they were beset. Or, according to a somewhat different interpretation, it redeemed them by paying the debt they owed to the sea god. As practiced by the Greeks of Asia Minor in the 6th century before our era, the custom of the scapegoat was as follows. When a city suffered from plague, famine, or other public calamity, an ugly or deformed person was chosen to take upon himself all the evils which afflicted the community. He was brought to a suitable place, where dried figs, a barley loaf, and cheese were put into his hand. These he ate. Then he was beaten 7 times upon his genital organs with squills and branches of the wild fig and other wild trees, while the flutes played a particular tune. Afterwards he was burned on a pyre built of the wood of forest trees, and his ashes were cast into the sea. A similar custom appears to have been annually celebrated by the Asiatic Greeks at the harvest festival of the Thargelia. In the ritual just described, the scourging of the victim with squills, branches of the wild fig, and so forth cannot have been intended to aggravate his sufferings. Otherwise, any stick would have been good enough to beat him with. The true meaning of this part of the ceremony has been explained by W. Monhart Dutton. He points out that the ancients attributed to squills a magical power of averting evil influences, and that accordingly they hung them up at the doors of their houses and made use of them in purificatory rites. Hence the Arcadian custom of whipping the image of Pan with squills at a festival, or whenever the hunters returned empty-handed, must have been meant not to punish the god, but to purify him from the harmful influences which were impeding him in the exercise of his divine functions as a god who should supply the hunter with game. Similarly, the object of beating the human scapegoat on the genital organs with squills, and so on, must have been to release his reproductive energies from any restraint or spell under which they might be laid by demoniacal or other malignant agency. And as the Thargelia at which he was annually sacrificed was an early harvest festival celebrated in May, we must recognize in him a representative of the creative and fertilizing god of vegetation. The representative of the god was annually slain for the purpose I have indicated, that of maintaining the divine life in perpetual vigor, untainted by the weakness of age. And before he was put to death, it was not unnatural to stimulate his reproductive powers, in order that these might be transmitted in full activity to his successor, the new god or new embodiment of the old god, who was doubtless supposed immediately to take the place of the one slain. Similar reasoning would lead to a similar treatment of the scapegoat on special occasions, such as drought or famine. If the crops did not answer to the expectation of the husbandman, this would be attributed to some failure in the generative powers of the god whose function it was to produce the fruits of the earth. It might be thought that he was under a spell or was growing old and feeble. Accordingly, he was slain in the person of his representative, with all the ceremonies already described, in order that, born young again, he might infuse his own youthful vigor into the stagnant energies of nature. On the same principle, we can understand why Mamurius Veturius was beaten with rods, why the slave at the Chaeronian ceremony was beaten with the Agnus Castus, a tree to which magical properties were ascribed, why the effigy of death in some parts of Europe is assailed with sticks and stones, and why at Babylon the criminal who played the god scourged before he was crucified. The purpose of the scourging was not to intensify the agony of the divine sufferer, but on the contrary, to dispel any malignant influences by which, at the supreme moment, he might conceivably be beset. Thus far, I have assumed that the human victims at the Thargelia represented the spirits of vegetation in general, but it has been well remarked by Mr. W. R. Patton that these poor wretches seem to have masqueraded as the spirits of fig trees in particular. He points out that the process of caprification, as it is called, that is, the artificial fertilization of the cultivated fig trees by hanging strings of wild figs among the boughs, takes place in Greece and Asia Minor in June, about a month after the date of the Thargelia. And he suggests that the hanging of the black and white figs around the necks of the two human victims, one of whom represented the men and the other the women, may have been a direct imitation of the process of caprification designed, on the principle of imitative magic to assist the fertilization of the fig trees. And since caprification is in fact a marriage of the male fig tree with the female fig tree, Mr. Patton further supposes that the loves of the trees may, on the same principle of imitative magic, have been simulated by a mock or even a real marriage between the two human victims, one of whom appears sometimes to have been a woman. On this view, the practice of beating the human victims on their genitals with branches of wild fig trees and with squills was a charm intended to stimulate the generative powers of the man and woman, who for the time being personated the male and the female fig trees respectively, and who by their union and marriage, whether real or pretended, were believed to help the trees to bear fruit. The interpretation which I have adopted of the custom of beating the human scapegoat with certain plants is supported by many analogies. Thus, among the Kai of German New Guinea, when a man wishes to make his banana shoots bear fruit quickly, he beats them with a stick cut from a banana tree, which has already borne fruit. Here it is obvious that fruitfulness is believed to inhere in a stick cut from a fruitful tree, and to be imparted by contact to the young banana plants. Similarly, in New Caledonia, a man will beat his taro plants lightly with a branch, saying as he does so, "I beat this taro that it may grow," after which he plants the branch in the ground at the end of the field. Among the Indians of Brazil at the mouth of the Amazon, when a man wishes to increase the size of his generative organ, he strikes it with the fruit of a white aquatic plant called aninga, which grows luxuriantly on the banks of the river. The fruit, which is inedible, resembles a banana and is clearly chosen for this purpose on account of its shape. The ceremony should be performed 3 days before or after the new moon. In the county of Bough, in Hungary, barren women are fertilized by being struck with a stick which has first been used to separate pairing dogs. Here a fertilizing virtue is clearly supposed to be inherent in the stick and to be conveyed by contact to the women. The Tarajas of Central Celebes think that the plant Trachea terminalis has a strong soul, because when it is lopped, it soon grows up again. Hence, when a man is ill, his friends will sometimes beat him on the crown of the head with dracaena leaves in order to strengthen his weak soul with the strong soul of the plant. These analogies, accordingly, support the interpretation which, following my predecessors W. Monhart and Mr. W. R. Peyton, I have given of the beating inflicted on the human victims at the Greek harvest festival of the Thargelia. That beating, being administered to the generative organs of the victims by fresh green plants and branches, is most naturally explained as a charm to increase the reproductive energies of the men or women, either by communicating to them the fruitfulness of the plants and branches, or by ridding them of the maleficent influences. And this interpretation is confirmed by the observation that the two victims represented the two sexes, one of them standing for the men in general and the other for the women. The season of the year when the ceremony was performed, namely the time of the corn harvest, tallies well with the theory that the rite had an agricultural significance. Further, that it was above all intended to fertilize the fig trees is strongly suggested by the strings of black and white figs, which were hung round the necks of the victims, as well as by the blows which were given their genital organs with the branches of a wild fig tree. Since this procedure closely resembles the procedure which ancient and modern husbandmen in Greek lands have regularly resorted to for the purpose of actually fertilizing their fig tree. When we remember what an important part the artificial fertilization of the date palm tree appears to have played of old not only in husbandry, but in the religion of Mesopotamia, there seems no reason to doubt that the artificial fertilization of the fig tree may, in like manner, have vindicated for itself a place in the solemn ritual of Greek religion. If these considerations are just, we must apparently conclude that while the human victims at the Thargelia certainly appear in later classical times to have figured chiefly as public scapegoats, who carried away with them the sins, misfortunes, and sorrows of the whole people, at an earlier time they may have been looked on as embodiments of vegetation, perhaps of the corn, but particularly of the fig trees, and that the beating which they received and the death which they died were intended primarily to brace and refresh the powers of vegetation, then beginning to droop and languish under the torrid heat of the Greek summer. The view here taken of the Greek scapegoat, if it is correct, obviates an objection which might otherwise be brought against the main argument of this book. To the theory that the priest of Erisha was slain as a representative of the spirit of the grove, it might have been objected that such a custom has no analogy in classical antiquity. But reasons have now been given for believing that the human being periodically and occasionally slain by the Asiatic Greeks was regularly treated as an embodiment of a divinity of vegetation. Probably the persons whom the Athenians kept to be sacrificed were similarly treated as divine. That they were social outcasts did not matter. On the primitive view, man is not chosen to be the mouthpiece or embodiment of a god on account of his high moral qualities or social rank. The divine afflatus descends equally on the good and the bad, the lofty and the lowly. If then the civilized Greeks of Asia and Athens habitually sacrificed men whom they regarded as incarnate gods, There can be no inherent improbability in the supposition that at the dawn of history a similar custom was observed by the semi-barbarous Latins in the Eurasian group. But to clinch the argument, it is clearly desirable to prove that the custom of putting to death a human representative of a god was known and practiced in ancient Italy elsewhere than in the Eurasian group. Section 3. The Roman Saturnalia. We have seen that many peoples have been used to observe an annual period of license when the customary restraints of law and morality are thrown aside, when the whole population give themselves up to extravagant mirth and jollity, and when the darker passions find a vent which would never be allowed them in the more staid and sober course of ordinary life. Such outbursts of the pent-up forces of human nature, too often degenerating into wild orgies of lust and crime, occur most commonly at the end of the year, and are frequently associated, as I have had occasion to point out, with one or other of the agricultural seasons, especially with the time of sowing or of harvest. Now, of all these periods of license, the one which is best known, and which in modern language has given its name to the rest, is the Saturnalia. This famous festival fell in December, the last month of the Roman year, and was popularly supposed to commemorate the merry reign of Saturn, the god of sowing and of husbandry, who lived on earth long ago as a righteous and beneficent king of Italy, drew the rude and scattered dwellers on the mountains together, taught them to till the ground, gave them laws, and ruled in peace. His reign was the fabled golden age. The earth brought forth abundantly. No sound of war or discord troubled the happy world. No baleful love of lucre worked like poison in the blood of the industrious and contented peasantry. Slavery and private property were alike unknown. All men had all things in common. At last, the good God, the kindly king, vanished suddenly, but his memory was cherished to distant ages. Shrines were reared in his honor, and many hills and high places in Italy bore his name. Yet the bright tradition of his reign was crossed by a dark shadow. His altars are said to have been stained with the blood of human victims, for whom a more merciful age afterwards substituted effigies. Of this gloomy side of the god's religion there is little or no trace in the descriptions which ancient writers have left us of the Saturnalia. Feasting and revelry and all the mad pursuit of pleasure are the features that seem to have especially marked this carnival of antiquity, as it went on for 7 days in the streets and public squares and houses of ancient Rome from the 17th to the 23rd of December. But no feature of the festival is more remarkable. Nothing in it seems to have struck the ancients themselves more than the license granted to slaves at this time. The distinction between the free and the servile classes was temporarily abolished. The slave might rail at his master, intoxicate himself like his betters, sit down at table with them, and not even a word of reproof would be administered to him for conduct, which at any other season might have been punished with stripes, imprisonment, or death. Nay, more masters actually changed places with their slaves, and waited on them at table, and not till the serf had done eating and drinking was the board cleared and dinner set for his master. So far was this inversion of ranks carried, that each household became for a time a mimic republic in which the high offices of state were discharged by the slaves, who gave their orders and laid down the law as if they were indeed invested with all the dignity of the consulship, the praetorship, and the bench. Like the pale reflection of power thus accorded to bondsmen at the Saturnalia was the mock kingship for which freemen cast lots at the same season. The person on whom the lot fell enjoyed the title of king and issued commands of a playful and ludicrous nature to his temporary subjects. One of them he might order to mix the wine, another to drink, another to sing, another to dance, another to speak in his own dispraise, another to carry a flute girl on his back round the house. Now, when we remember that the liberty allowed to slaves at this festive season was supposed to be an imitation of the state of society in Saturn's time, and that, in general, the Saturnalia passed for nothing more or less than a temporary revival or restoration of the reign of that merry monarch, we are tempted to surmise that the mock king who presided over the revels may have originally represented Saturn himself. The conjecture is strongly confirmed, if not established, by a very curious and interesting account of the way in which the Saturnalia was celebrated by the Roman soldiers stationed on the Danube in the reign of Maximian and Diocletian. The account is preserved in a narrative of the martyrdom of St. Dacius, which was unearthed from a Greek manuscript in the Paris Library, and published by Professor Franz Cumont of Ghent. Two briefer descriptions of the event and of the custom are contained in manuscripts at Milan and Berlin. One of them had already seen the light in an obscure volume printed at Urbino in 1727. But its importance for the history of the Roman religion, both ancient and modern, appears to have been overlooked until Professor Cumont drew the attention of scholars to all three narratives by publishing them together some years ago. According to these narratives, which have all the appearance of being authentic, and of which the longest is probably based on official documents, the Roman soldiers at Durostorum in Lower Moesia celebrated the Saturnalia year by year in the following manner. 30 days before the festival, they chose by lot from amongst themselves a young and handsome man, who was then clothed in royal attire to resemble Saturn. Thus arrayed and attended by a multitude of soldiers, he went about in public with full license to indulge his passions and to taste of every pleasure, however base and shameful. But if his reign was merry, it was short and ended tragically. For when the 30 days were up and the festival of Saturn had come, he cut his own throat on the altar of the god whom he personated. In the year A.D. 303, the lot fell upon the Christian soldier Dacius, but he refused to play the part of the heathen god and soil his last days by debauchery. The threats and arguments of his commanding officer Bassus failed to shake his constancy, and accordingly he was beheaded, as the Christian martyrologist records with minute accuracy at Durostorum, by the soldier John on Friday, the 20th day of November, being the 24th day of the moon at the 4th hour. Since this narrative was published by Professor Cumont, its historical character, which had been doubted or denied, has received strong confirmation from an interesting discovery. In the crypt of the cathedral which crowns the promontory of Ancona, there is preserved, among other remarkable antiquities, a white marble sarcophagus bearing a Greek inscription, in characters of the age of Justinian, to the following effect. Here lies the holy martyr Dacius, brought from Durostorum. The sarcophagus was transferred to the crypt of the cathedral in 1848, from the church of San Pellegrino, under the high altar of which, as we learn from a Latin inscription let into the masonry, the martyr's bones still repose with those of two other saints. How long the sarcophagus was deposited in the church of San Pellegrino we do not know, but it is recorded to have been there in the year 1650. We may suppose that the saint's relics were transferred for safety to Ancona at some time in the troubled centuries which followed his martyrdom, when Moesia was occupied and ravaged by successive hordes of barbarian invaders. At all events, it appears certain from the independent and mutually confirmatory evidence of the martyrology and the monuments that Dacius was no mythical saint, but a real man, who suffered death for his faith at Durostorum in one of the early centuries of the Christian era. Finding the narrative of the nameless martyrologist thus established as to the principal fact recorded, namely, the martyrdom of Saint Dacius, we may reasonably accept his testimony as to the manner and cause of the martyrdom, all the more because his narrative is precise, circumstantial, and entirely free from the miraculous element. Accordingly, I conclude that the account which he gives of the celebration of the Saturnalia among the Roman soldiers is trustworthy. This account sets in a new and lurid light the office of the king of the Saturnalia, the ancient lord of misrule, who presided over the winter revels at Rome in the time of Horace and Tacitus. It seems to prove that his business had not always been that of a mere harlequin or merry andrew, whose only care was that the revelry should run high, and the fun grow fast and furious, while the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, while the streets swarmed with festive crowds, and through the clear frosty air, far away to the north, Soracay showed his coronal of snow. When we compare this comic monarch of the gay, the civilized metropolis, with his grim counterpart of the rude camp on the Danube, and when we remember the long array of similar figures, ludicrous yet tragic, who in other ages and in other lands wearing mock crowns and wrapped in sceptred palls, have played their little pranks for a few brief hours or days, then pass before their time to a violent death, we can hardly doubt that in the king of the Saturnalia at Rome, as he is depicted by classical writers, we see only a feeble emasculated copy of that original, whose strong features have been fortunately preserved for us by the obscure author of the martyrdom of St. Dasius. In other words, the martyrologist's account of the Saturnalia agrees so closely with the accounts of similar rites elsewhere, which could not possibly have been known to him, that the substantial accuracy of his description may be regarded as established. And further, since the custom of putting a mock king to death as a representative of a god cannot have grown out of a practice of appointing him to preside over a holiday revel, whereas the reverse may very well have happened, we are justified in assuming that in an earlier and more barbarous age, it was the universal practice in ancient Italy, wherever the worship of Saturn prevailed, to choose a man who played the part and enjoyed all the traditional privileges of Saturn for a season, and then died, whether by his own or another's hand, whether by the knife or the fire, or on the gallows tree, in the character of the good God who gave his life for the world. In Rome itself and other great towns, the growth of civilization had probably mitigated this cruel custom long before the Augustan age, and transformed it into the innocent shape it wears in the writings of the few classical writers who bestow a passing notice on the holiday king of the Saturnalia. But in remoter districts, the older and sterner practice may long have survived. And even if, after the unification of Italy, the barbarous usage was suppressed by the Roman government, the memory of it would be handed down by the peasants and would tend from time to time, as still happens with the lowest forms of superstition among ourselves, to lead to a recrudescence of the practice, especially among the rude soldiery on the outskirts of the empire over whom the once iron hand of Rome was beginning to relax its grasp. The resemblance between the Saturnalia of ancient and the carnival of modern Italy has often been remarked, but in the light of all the facts that have come before us, we may well ask whether the resemblance does not amount to identity. We have seen that in Italy, Spain, and France, that is, in the countries where the influence of Rome has been deepest and most lasting, a conspicuous feature of the carnival is a burlesque figure personifying the festive season, which, after a short career of glory and dissipation, is publicly shot, burnt, or otherwise destroyed, to the feigned grief or genuine delight of the populace. If the view here suggested of the carnival is correct, this grotesque personage is no other than a direct successor of the old king of the Saturnalia, the master of the revels, the real man who personated Saturn, and, when the revels were over, suffered a real death in his assumed character. The king of the bean on Twelfth Night and the medieval bishop of fools, abbot of unreason, or lord of misrule are figures of the same sort, and may perhaps have had a similar origin. Whether that was so or not, we may conclude with a fair degree of probability that if the king of the wood at Aricia lived and died as an incarnation of a Sylvan deity, he had of old a parallel at Rome in the men who, year by year, were slain in the character of King Saturn, the god of the sown and sprouting seed. Chapter 59. Killing the god in Mexico. By no people does the custom of sacrificing the human representative of a god appear to have been observed so commonly and with so much solemnity as by the Aztecs of ancient Mexico. With the ritual of these remarkable sacrifices we are well acquainted, for it has been fully described by the Spaniards who conquered Mexico in the 16th century, and whose curiosity was naturally excited by the discovery in this distant region of a barbarous and cruel religion which presented many curious points of analogy to the doctrine and ritual of their own church. They took a captive, says the Jesuit Acosta, such as they thought good, and afore they did sacrifice him unto their idols, they gave him the name of the idol to whom he should be sacrificed, and apparelled him with the same ornaments like their idol, saying that he did represent the same idol, and during the time that this representation lasted, which was for a year, in some feasts, in others 6 months, and in others less. They reverenced and worshipped him in the same manner as the proper idol, and in the meantime he did eat, drink, and was merry. When he went through the streets, the people came forth to worship him, and everyone brought him an alms. With children and sick folks, that he might cure them and bless them, suffering him to do all things at his pleasure. Only he was accompanied with 10 or 12 men, lest he should fly. And he, to the end he might be reverenced as he passed, sometimes sounded upon a small flute, that the people might prepare to worship him. The feast being come, and he grown fat, they killed him, opened him, and ate him, making a solemn sacrifice of him. This general description of the custom may now be illustrated by particular examples. Thus, at the festival called Toxcatl, the greatest festival of the Mexican year, a young man was annually sacrificed in the character of Tezcatlipoca, the god of gods, after having been maintained and worshipped as that great deity in person for a whole year. According to the old Franciscan monk Sahagún, our best authority on the Aztec religion, the sacrifice of the human god fell at Easter or a few days later, so that, if he is right, it would correspond in date as well as in character to the Christian festival of the death and resurrection of the Redeemer. More exactly, he tells us that the sacrifice took place on the first day of the 5th Aztec month, which, according to him, began on the 23rd or 27th day of April. At this festival, the great god died in the person of one human representative, and came to life again in the person of another, who was destined to enjoy the fatal honor of divinity for a year, and to perish like all his predecessors. At the end of it, the young man singled out for this high dignity was carefully chosen from among the captives on the ground of his personal beauty. He had to be of unblemished body, slim as a reed and straight as a pillar, neither too tall nor too short. If through high living he grew too fat, he was obliged to reduce himself by drinking salt water. And in order that he might behave in his lofty station with becoming grace and dignity, he was carefully trained to comport himself like a gentleman of the first quality, to speak correctly and elegantly, to play the flute, to smoke cigars and to snuff at flowers with a dandified air. He was honorably lodged in the temple, where the nobles waited on him and paid him homage, bringing him meat and serving him like a prince. The king himself saw to it that he was apparelled in gorgeous attire, for already he esteemed him as a god. Eagle down was gummed to his head, and white cock's feathers were stuck in his hair, which drooped to his girdle. A wreath of flowers like roasted maize crowned his brows, and a garland of the same flowers passed over his shoulders and under his armpits. Golden ornaments hung from his nose, golden armlets adorned his arms. Golden bells jingled on his legs at every step he took. Earrings of turquoise dangled from his ears. Bracelets of turquoise bedecked his wrists. Necklaces of shells encircled his neck. And depended on his breast, he wore a mantle of network, and round his middle a rich waistcloth. When this bejeweled exquisite lounged through the streets, playing on his flute, puffing at a cigar, and smelling at a nosegay, the people whom he met threw themselves on the earth before him, and prayed to him with sighs and tears, taking up the dust in their hands, and putting it in their mouths in token of the deepest humiliation and subjection. Women came forth with children in their arms and presented them to him, saluting him as a god. For he passed for our Lord God. The people acknowledged him as the Lord. All who thus worshipped him on his passage he saluted gravely and courteously. Lest he should flee, he was everywhere attended by a guard of 8 pages in the royal livery, 4 of them with shaven crowns like the palace slaves, and 4 of them with the flowing locks of warriors. And if he contrived to escape, the captain of the guard had to take his place as the representative of the god and to die in his stead. 20 days before he was to die, his costume was changed, and 4 damsels delicately nurtured and bearing the names of 4 goddesses, the goddess of flowers, the goddess of the young maize, the goddess our mother among the water, and the goddess of salt, were given him to be his brides. And with them he consorted. During the last 5 days, divine honors were showered, and the destined king remained in his palace, while the whole court went after the human god. Solemn banquets and dances followed each other in regular succession, and at appointed places. On the last day, the young man, attended by his wives and pages, embarked in a canoe covered with a royal canopy and was ferried across the lake to a spot where a little hill rose from the edge of the water. It was called the Mountain of Parting, because there his wives bade him a last farewell, Then, accompanied only by his pages, he repaired to a small and lonely temple by the wayside. Like the Mexican temples in general, it was built in the form of a pyramid. And as the young man ascended the stairs, he broke at every step one of the flutes on which he had played in the days of his glory. On reaching the summit, he was seized and held down by the priests on his back upon a block of stone, while one of them cut open his breast, thrust his hand into the wound, and wrenching out his heart, held it up in sacrifice to the sun. The body of the dead god was not, like the bodies of common victims, sent rolling down the steps of the temple, but was carried down to the foot, where the head was cut off and spitted on a pike. Such was the regular end of the man who personated the greatest god of the Mexican pantheon. The honor of living for a short time in the character of a god and dying a violent death in the same capacity was not restricted to men in Mexico. Women were allowed, or rather compelled, to enjoy the glory and to share the doom as representatives of goddesses. Thus, at a great festival in September, which was preceded by a strict fast of 7 days, they sanctified a young slave girl of 12 or 13 years, the prettiest they could find, to represent the maize goddess Chichimecahuatl. They invested her with the ornaments of the goddess, putting a mitre on her head, and maize cobs round her neck and in her hands, and fastening a green feather upright on the crown of her head to imitate an ear of maize. This they did, we are told, in order to signify that the maize was almost ripe at the time of the festival, but because it was still tender, they chose a girl of tender years to play the part of the maize goddess. The whole long day they led the poor child in all her finery, with the green plume nodding on her head from house to house, dancing merrily, to cheer people after the dullness and privations of the fast. In the evening all the people assembled at the temple, the courts of which they lit up by a multitude of lanterns and candles. There they passed the night without sleeping, and at midnight, while the trumpets, flutes, and horns discoursed solemn music, a portable framework or palanquin was brought forth, bedecked with festoons of maize cobs and peppers, and filled with seeds of all sorts. This the bearers set down at the door of the chamber in which the wooden image of the goddess stood. Now the chamber was adorned and wreathed, both outside and inside, with wreaths of maize cobs, peppers, pumpkins, roses, and seeds of every kind, a wonder to behold. The whole floor was covered deep with these verdant offerings of the pipe. When the music ceased, a solemn procession came forth of priests and dignitaries, with flaring lights and smoking censers, leading in their midst the girl who played the part of the goddess. Then they made her mount the framework, where she stood upright on the maize and peppers and pumpkins with which it was strewed, her hands resting on 2 banisters to keep her from falling. Then the priest swung the smoking censers round her. The music struck up again, and while it played, a great dignitary of the temple suddenly stepped up to her with a razor in his hand, and adroitly shore off the green feather she wore on her head, together with the hair in which it was fastened. Snipping the lock off by the root, the feather and the hair he then presented to the wooden image of the goddess with great solemnity and elaborate ceremonies, weeping and giving her thanks for the fruits of the earth and the abundant crops which she had bestowed on the people that year. And as he wept and prayed, all the people standing in the courts of the temple wept and prayed with him. When that ceremony was over, the girl descended from the framework and was escorted to the place where she was to spend the rest of the night. But all the people kept watch in the courts of the temple by the light of torches till break of day. The morning being come, and the courts of the temple being still crowded by the multitude, who would have deemed it sacrilege to quit the precincts, the priests again brought forth the damsel attired in the costume of the goddess. With the mitre on her head and the cobs of maize about her neck, again she mounted the portable framework or palanquin and stood on it, supporting herself by her hands on the banisters. Then the elders of the temple lifted it on their shoulders, and while some swung burning censers and others played on instruments or sang, they carried it in procession through the great courtyard to the hall of the god Huitzilopochtli, and then back to the chamber, where stood the wooden image of the maize goddess whom the girl personated. There they caused the damsel to descend from the palanquin and to stand on the heaps of corn and vegetables that had been spread in profusion on the floor of the sacred chamber. While she stood there, all the elders and nobles came in a line, one behind the other, carrying saucers full of dry and clotted blood, which they had drawn from their ears by way of penance during the 7 days' fast. One by one they squatted on their haunches before her, which was the equivalent of falling on their knees with us, and scraping the crust of blood from the saucer, cast it down before her as an offering in return for the benefits which she, as the embodiment of the maize goddess, had conferred upon them. When the men had thus humbly offered their blood to the human representative of the goddess, the women, forming a long line, did so likewise, each of them dropping on her hams before the girl, and scraping her blood from the saucer. The ceremony lasted a long time, for great and small, young and old, all without exception had to pass before the incarnate deity and make their offering. When it was over, the people returned home with glad hearts to feast on flesh and viands of every sort as merrily. We are told, as good Christians, at Easter partake of meat and other carnal mercies after the long abstinence of Lent. And when they had eaten and drunk their fill and rested after the night watch, they returned quite refreshed to the temple to see the end of the festival. And the end of the festival was this: the multitude being assembled. The priests solemnly incensed the girl who personated the goddess. Then they threw her on her back on the heap of corn and seeds, cut off her head, caught the gushing blood in a tub, and sprinkled the blood on the wooden image of the goddess. The walls of the chamber and the offerings of corn, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables which cumbered the floor. After that they flayed the headless trunk, and one of the priests made shift to squeeze himself into the bloody skin. Having done so, they clad him in all the robes which the girl had worn. They put the mitre on his head, the necklace of golden maize cobs about his neck, the maize cobs of feathers and gold in his hands, and thus arrayed they led him forth in public, all of them dancing to the tuck of drum while he acted as fugleman, skipping and posturing at the head of the procession as briskly as he could be expected to do, incommoded as he was by the tight and clammy skin of the girl and by her clothes, which must have been much too small for a grown man. In the foregoing custom, the identification of the young girl with the maize goddess appears to be complete. The golden maize cobs which she wore round her neck, the artificial maize cobs which she carried in her hands, the green feather which was stuck in her hair in imitation, we are told, of a green ear of maize, all set her forth as a personification of the corn spirit. And we are expressly informed that she was specially chosen as a young girl to represent the young maize, which at the time of the festival had not yet fully ripened. Further, her identification with the corn and the corn goddess was clearly announced by making her stand on the heaps of maize, and there receive the homage and blood offerings of the whole people, who thereby returned her thanks for the benefits which in her character of a divinity she was supposed to have conferred upon them. Once more, the practice of beheading her on a heap of corn and seeds and sprinkling her blood, not only on the image of the maize goddess, but on the piles of maize, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables, can seemingly have had no other object but to quicken and strengthen the crops of corn and the fruits of the earth, in general by infusing into their representatives the blood of the corn goddess herself. The analogy of this Mexican sacrifice, the meaning of which appears to be indisputable, may be allowed to strengthen the interpretation which I have given of other human sacrifices offered for the crops. If the Mexican girl, whose blood was sprinkled on the maize, indeed personated the maize goddess, it becomes more than ever probable that the girl whose blood the Pawnees, similarly sprinkled on the seed corn, personated in like manner the female spirit of the corn. And so with the other human beings whom other races have slaughtered for the sake of promoting the growth of the crops. Lastly, the concluding act of the sacred drama, in which the body of the dead maize goddess was flayed, and her skin worn, together with all her sacred insignia, by a man who danced before the people in this grim attire, seems to be best explained on the hypothesis that it was intended to ensure that the divine death should be immediately followed by the divine resurrection, if that was so. We may infer with some degree of probability that the practice of killing a human representative of a deity has commonly, perhaps always, been regarded merely as a means of perpetuating the divine energies in the fullness of youthful vigor, untainted by the weakness and frailty of age, from which they must have suffered if the deity had been allowed to die a natural death. These Mexican rites suffice to prove that human sacrifices of the sort I suppose to have prevailed at Orisha were, as a matter of fact, regularly offered by a people whose level of culture was probably not inferior, if indeed it was not distinctly superior, to that occupied by the Italian races at the early period to which the origin of the Orishan priesthood must be referred. The positive and indubitable evidence of the prevalence of such sacrifices in one part of the world may reasonably be allowed to strengthen the probability of their prevalence in places for which the evidence is less full and trustworthy. Taken altogether, the facts which we have passed in review seem to show that the custom of killing men whom their worshippers regard as divine has prevailed in many parts of the world. Chapter 60. Between Heaven and Earth. Section 1. Not to touch the earth. At the outset of this book, 2 questions were proposed for answer. Why had the priest of Orisha to slay his predecessor? And why, before doing so, had he to pluck the golden bough? Of these 2 questions, the first has now been answered. The priest of Orisha, if I am right, was one of those sacred kings or human divinities on whose life, the welfare of the community, and even the course of nature in general are believed to be intimately dependent. It does not appear that the subjects or worshippers of such a spiritual potentate form to themselves any very clear notion of the exact relationship in which they stand to him. Probably their ideas on the point are vague and fluctuating, and we should err if we attempted to define the relationship with logical precision. All that the people know, or rather imagine, is that somehow they themselves, their cattle, and their crops are mysteriously bound up with their divine king, so that, according as he is well or ill, the community is healthy or sickly, the flocks and herds thrive or languish with disease, and the fields yield an abundant or a scanty harvest. The worst evil which they can conceive of is the natural death of their ruler, whether he succumb to sickness or old age. For in the opinion of his followers, such a death would entail the most disastrous consequences on themselves and their possessions. Fatal epidemics would sweep away man and beast. The earth would refuse her increase. Nay, the very frame of nature itself might be dissolved. To guard against these catastrophes, it is necessary to put the king to death while he is still in the full bloom of his divine manhood, in order that his sacred life, transmitted in unabated force to his successor, may renew its youth, and thus, by successive transmissions, through a perpetual line of vigorous incarnations, may remain eternally fresh and young, a pledge and security that men and animals shall in like manner renew their youth by a perpetual succession of generations, and that seed time and harvest and summer and winter and rain and sunshine shall never fail. That, if my conjecture is right, was why the priest of Orisha, the king of the wood at Nemi, had regularly to perish by the sword of his successor. But we have still to ask, what was the golden bough? And why had each candidate for the Orishan priesthood to pluck it before he could slay the priest? These questions I will now try to answer. It will be well to begin by noticing 2 of those rules or taboos, by which, as we have seen, the life of divine kings or priests is regulated. The first of the rules to which I would call the reader's attention is that the divine personage may not touch the ground with his foot. This rule was observed by the supreme pontiff of the Zapotecs in Mexico. He profaned his sanctity if he so much as touched the ground with his foot. Montezuma, emperor of Mexico, never set foot on the ground. He was always carried on the shoulders of noblemen, and if he lighted anywhere, they laid rich tapestry for him to walk upon. For the Mikado of Japan to touch the ground with his foot was a shameful degradation. Indeed, in the 16th century, it was enough to deprive him of his office. Outside his palace, he was carried on men's shoulders. Within it, he walked on exquisitely wrought mats. The king and queen of Tahiti might not touch the ground anywhere but within their hereditary domains, for the ground on which they trod became sacred. In traveling from place to place, they were carried on the shoulders of sacred men. They were always accompanied by several pairs of these sanctified attendants, and when it became necessary to change their bearers, the king and queen vaulted onto the shoulders of their new bearers, without letting their feet touch the ground. It was an evil omen if the king of Dosuma touched the ground, and he had to perform an expiatory ceremony. Within his palace, the king of Persia walked on carpets on which no one else might tread. Outside of it, he was never seen on foot, but only in a chariot or on horseback. In old days, the king of Siam never set foot upon the earth, but was carried on a throne of gold from place to place. Formerly, neither the kings of Uganda, nor their mothers, nor their queens might walk on foot outside of the spacious enclosures in which they lived. Whenever they went forth, they were carried on the shoulders of men of the Buffalo clan, several of whom accompanied any of these royal personages on a journey, and took it in turn to bear the burden. The king sat astride the bearer's neck with a leg over each shoulder, and his feet tucked under the bearer's arms. When one of these royal carriers grew tired, he shot the king onto the shoulders of a second man without allowing the royal feet to touch the ground. In this way they went at a great pace, and traveled long distances in a day when the king was on a journey. The bearers had a special hut in the king's enclosure in order to be at hand the moment they were wanted, among the Bakuba, or rather Bushongo, a nation in the southern region of the Congo, down to a few years ago. Persons of the royal blood were forbidden to touch the ground. They must sit on a hide, a chair, or the back of a slave, who crouched on hands and feet. Their feet rested on the feet of others. When they traveled, they were carried on the backs of men. But the king journeyed in a litter supported on shafts. Among the Igbo people about Aka in southern Nigeria, the priest of the earth has to observe many taboos. For example, he may not see a corpse, and if he meets one on the road, he must hide his eyes with his wristlet. He must abstain from many foods, such as eggs, birds of all sorts, mutton, dog, bushbuck, and so forth. He may neither wear nor touch a mask, and no masked man may enter his house. If a dog enters his house, it is killed and thrown out. As priest of the earth, he may not sit on the bare ground, nor eat things that have fallen on the ground, nor may earth be thrown at him. According to ancient Brahmanic ritual, a king at his inauguration trod on a tiger's skin and a golden plate. He was shod with shoes of boar's skin, and so long as he lived thereafter, he might not stand on the earth with his bare feet. But besides persons who are permanently sacred or tabooed, and are therefore permanently forbidden to touch the ground with their feet, there are others who enjoy the character of sanctity or taboo only on certain occasions, and to whom accordingly the prohibition in question only applies at the definite seasons, during which they exhale the odor of sanctity. Thus, among the Kayans or Bahas of central Borneo, while the priestesses are engaged in the performance of certain rites, they may not step on the ground, and boards are laid for them to tread on. Warriors again on the warpath are surrounded, so to say, by an atmosphere of taboo. Hence, some Indians in North America might not sit on the bare ground the whole time. They were out on a warlike expedition. In Laos, the hunting of elephants gives rise to many taboos. One of them is that the chief hunter may not touch the earth with his foot. Accordingly, when he alights from his elephant, the others spread a carpet of leaves for him to step upon. Apparently, holiness, magical virtue, taboo, or whatever we may call that mysterious quality which is supposed to pervade sacred or tabooed persons, is conceived by the primitive philosopher as a physical substance or fluid, with which the sacred man is charged just as a Leyden jar is charged with electricity, and exactly as the electricity in the jar can be discharged by contact with a good conductor. So the holiness or magical virtue in the man can be discharged and drained away by contact with the earth, which on this theory serves as an excellent conductor for the magical fluid. Hence, in order to preserve the charge from running to waste, the sacred or tabooed personage must be carefully prevented from touching the ground. In electrical language, he must be insulated if he is not to be emptied of the precious substance or fluid with which he, as a vial, is filled to the brim. And in many cases, apparently, the insulation of the tabooed person is recommended as a precaution, not merely for his own sake, but for the sake of others. For since the virtue of holiness or taboo is, so to say, a powerful explosive which the smallest touch may detonate, it is necessary in the interest of the general safety to keep it within narrow bounds, lest breaking out it should blast, blight, and destroy whatever it comes into contact with. Section 2. Not to see the sun, the second rule to be here noted, is that the sun may not shine upon the divine person. This rule was observed both by the Mikado and by the Pontiff of the Zapotecs. The latter was looked upon as a god whom the earth was not worthy to hold, nor the sun to shine upon. The Japanese would not allow that the Mikado should expose his sacred person to the open air, and the sun was not thought worthy to shine on his head. The Indians of Grenada in South America kept those who were to be rulers or commanders, whether men or women, locked up for several years when they were children, some of them 7 years, and this so close that they were not to see the sun. For if they should happen to see it, they forfeited their lordship, eating certain sorts of food appointed. And those who were their keepers at certain times went into their retreat or prison and scourged them severely. Thus, for example, the heir to the throne of Bogota, who was not the son but the sister's son of the king, had to undergo a rigorous training from his infancy. He lived in complete retirement in a temple where he might not see the sun, nor eat salt, nor converse with a woman. He was surrounded by guards who observed his conduct and noted all his actions. If he broke a single one of the rules laid down for him, he was deemed infamous and forfeited all his rights to the throne. So, too, the heir to the kingdom of Sogamoso, before succeeding to the crown, had to fast for 7 years in the temple, being shut up in the dark and not allowed to see the sun or light. The prince who was to become Inca of Peru had to fast for a month without seeing light. Section 3. The seclusion of girls at puberty. Now it is remarkable that the foregoing 2 rules, not to touch the ground and not to see the sun, are observed either separately or conjointly by girls at puberty in many parts of the world. Thus, amongst the Negroes of Loango, girls at puberty are confined in separate huts, and they may not touch the ground with any part of their bare body. Among the Zulus and kindred tribes of South Africa, when the first signs of puberty show themselves while a girl is walking, gathering wood, or working in the field, she runs to the river and hides herself among the reeds for the day so as not to be seen by men. She covers her head carefully with her blanket that the sun may not shine on it and shrivel her up into a withered skeleton, as would result from exposure to the sun's beams. After dark she returns to her home and is secluded in a hut for some time. With the Awankande, a tribe at the northern end of Lake Nyassa, it is a rule that after her first menstruation, a girl must be kept apart, with a few companions of her own sex, in a darkened house. The floor is covered with dry banana leaves, but no fire may be lit in the house, which is called the house of the Awasungu, that is, of maidens who have no hearts. In New Ireland, girls are confined for 4 or 5 years in small cages, being kept in the dark and not allowed to set foot on the ground. The custom has been thus described by an eyewitness. I heard from a teacher about some strange custom connected with some of the young girls here, so I asked the chief to take me to the house where they were. The house was about 25 feet in length and stood in a reed and bamboo enclosure, across the entrance to which a bundle of dried grass was suspended to show that it was strictly taboo. Inside the house were 3 conical structures about 7 or 8 feet in height, and about 10 or 12 feet in circumference at the bottom, and for about 4 feet from the ground, at which point they tapered off to a point at the top. These cages were made of the broad leaves of the pandanus tree, sewn quite close together so that no light and little or no air could enter. On one side of each is an opening, which is closed by a double door of plaited coconut tree and pandanus tree leaves. About 3 feet from the ground there is a stage of bamboos which forms the floor. In each of these cages we were told there was a young woman confined, each of whom had to remain for at least 4 or 5 years, without ever being allowed to go outside the house. I could scarcely credit the story when I heard it. The whole thing seemed too horrible to be true. I spoke to the chief and told him that I wished to see the inside of the cages, and also to see the girls that I might make them a present of a few beads. He told me that it was taboo, forbidden for any men but their own relations to look at them. But I suppose the promised beads acted as an inducement, and so he sent away for some old lady who had charge, and who alone is allowed to open the door. While we were waiting, we could hear the girls talking to the chief, in a querulous way, as if objecting to something or expressing their fears. The old woman came at length, and certainly she did not seem a very pleasant jailer or guardian, nor did she seem to favor the request of the chief to allow us to see the girls, as she regarded us with anything but pleasant looks. However, she had to undo the door when the chief told her to do so, and then the girls peeped out at us, and when told to do so, they held out their hands for the beads. I, however, purposely sat at some distance away and merely held out the beads to them, as I wished to draw them quite outside, that I might inspect the inside of the cages. This desire of mine gave rise to another difficulty, as these girls were not allowed to put their feet to the ground all the time they were confined in these places. However, they wished to get the beads, and so the old lady had to go outside and collect a lot of pieces of wood and bamboo, which she placed on the ground, and then going to one of the girls, she helped her down and held her hand as she stepped from one piece of wood to another until she came near enough to get the beads I held out to her. I then went to inspect the inside of the cage out of which she had come, but could scarcely put my head inside of it. The atmosphere was so hot and stifling. It was clean and contained nothing but a few short lengths of bamboo for holding water. There was only room for the girl to sit or lie down in a crouched position on the bamboo platform, and when the doors are shut, it must be nearly or quite dark inside. The girls are never allowed to come out except once a day to bathe in a dish or wooden bowl placed close to each cage. They say that they perspire profusely. They are placed in these stifling cages when quite young, and must remain there until they are young women, when they are taken out and have each a great marriage feast provided for them. One of them was about 14 or 15 years old, and the chief told us that she had been there for 5 years, but would soon be taken out now. The other two were about 8 and 10 years old, and they have to stay there for several years longer. In Kabadi, a district of British New Guinea, daughters of chiefs, when they are about 12 or 13 years of age, are kept indoors for 2 or 3 years, never being allowed, under any pretense, to descend from the house, and the house is so shaded that the sun cannot shine on them. Among the Abim and Bukawa, 2 neighboring and kindred tribes on the coast of northern New Guinea, a girl at puberty is secluded for some 5 or 6 weeks in an inner part of the house, but she may not sit on the floor lest her uncleanliness should cleave to it, so a log of wood is placed for her to squat on. Moreover, she may not touch the ground with her feet. Hence, if she is obliged to quit the house for a short time, she is muffled up in mats and walks on 2 halves of a coconut shell, which are fastened like sandals to her feet by creeping plants. Among the Otadanims of Borneo, girls at the age of 8 or 10 years are shut up in a little room or cell of the house, and cut off from all intercourse with the world for a long time. The cell, like the rest of the house, is raised on piles above the ground, and is lit by a single small window opening on a lonely place, so that the girl is in almost total darkness. She may not leave the room on any pretext whatever, not even for the most necessary purposes. None of her family may see her all the time she is shut up, but a single slave woman is appointed to wait on her. During her lonely confinement, which often lasts 7 years, the girl occupies herself in weaving mats, or with other handiwork. Her bodily growth is stunted by the long want of exercise, and when, on attaining womanhood, she is brought out, her complexion is pale and wax-like. She is now shown the sun, the earth, the water, the trees, and the flowers, as if she were newly born. Then a great feast is made, a slave is killed, and the girl is smeared with his blood. In Sarum, girls at puberty were formerly shut up by themselves in a hut which was kept dark. In Yap, one of the Caroline Islands, should a girl be overtaken by her first menstruation on the public road, she may not sit down on the earth, but must beg for a coconut shell to put under her. She is shut up for several days in a small hut at a distance from her parents' house, and afterwards she is bound to sleep for 100 days in one of the special houses which are provided for the use of menstruous women. In the island of Mabuya, Torres Straits, when the signs of puberty appear on a girl, a circle of bushes is made in a dark corner of the house. Here, decked with shoulder belts, armlets, leglets just below the knees, and anklets. Wearing a chaplet on her head and shell ornaments in her ears, on her chest, and on her back, she squats in the midst of the bushes, which are piled so high round about her that only her head is visible. In this state of seclusion she must remain for 3 months. All this time the sun may not shine upon her, but at night she is allowed to slip out of the hut, and the bushes that hedge her in are then changed. She may not feed herself or handle food, but is fed by 1 or 2 old women, her maternal aunts, who are especially appointed to look after her. One of these women cooks food for her at a special fire in the forest. The girl is forbidden to eat turtle or turtle eggs during the season when the turtles are breeding, but no vegetable food is refused her. No man, not even her own father, may come into the house while her seclusion lasts, for if her father saw her at this time he would certainly have bad luck in his fishing, and would probably smash his canoe the very next time he went out in it. At the end of the 3 months she is carried down to a freshwater creek by her attendants, hanging onto their shoulders in such a way that her feet do not touch the ground, while the women of the tribe form a ring round her, and thus escort her to the beach. Arrived at the shore, she is stripped of her ornaments, and the bearers stagger with her into the creek, where they immerse her, and all the other women join in splashing water over both the girl and her bearers. When they come out of the water, one of the two attendants makes a heap of grass for her charge to squat upon. The other runs to the reef, catches a small crab, tears off its claws, and hastens back with them to the creek. Here in the meantime a fire has been kindled, and the claws are roasted at it. The girl is then fed by her attendants with the roasted claws. After that she is freshly decorated, and the whole party marches back to the village in a single rank, the girl walking in the center between her two old aunts, who hold her by the wrists. The husbands of her aunts now receive her and lead her into the house of one of them, where all partake of food, and the girl is allowed once more to feed herself in the usual manner. A dance follows in which the girl takes a prominent part, dancing between the husbands of the two aunts who had charge of her in her retirement. Among the Yarraikana tribe of Cape York Peninsula in northern Queensland, a girl at puberty is said to live by herself for a month or 6 weeks. No man may see her, though any woman may. She stays in a hut or shelter specially made for her, on the floor of which she lies supine. She may not see the sun, and towards sunset she must keep her eyes shut until the sun has gone down. Otherwise, it is thought that her nose will be diseased. During her seclusion, she may eat nothing that lives in salt water, or a snake would kill her. An old woman waits upon her and supplies her with roots, yams, and water. Some Australian tribes are wont to bury their girls at such seasons more or less deeply in the ground, perhaps in order to hide them from the light of the sun. Among the Indians of California, a girl at her first menstruation was thought to be possessed of a particular degree of supernatural power, and this was not always regarded as entirely defiling or malevolent. Often, however, there was a strong feeling of the power of evil inherent in her condition. Not only was she secluded from her family and the community, but an attempt was made to seclude the world from her. One of the injunctions most strongly laid upon her was not to look about her. She kept her head bowed and was forbidden to see the world and the sun. Some tribes covered her with a blanket. Many of the customs in this connection resembled those of the North Pacific coast, most strongly, such as the prohibition to the girl to touch or scratch her head with her hand, a special implement being furnished her for the purpose. Sometimes she could eat only when fed, and in other cases fasted altogether. Among the Chinook Indians who inhabited the coast of Washington state, when a chief's daughter attained to puberty, she was hidden for 5 days from the view of the people. She might not look at them nor at the sky, nor might she pick berries. It was believed that if she were to look at the sky, the weather would be bad, that if she picked berries, it would rain, and that when she hung her towel of cedar bark on a spruce tree, the tree withered up at once. She went out of the house by a separate door and bathed in a creek far from the village. She fasted for some days, and for many days more she might not eat fresh food. Amongst the when girls reach puberty, they are placed in a sort of gallery in the house, and are there surrounded completely with mats, so that neither the sun nor any fire can be seen. In this cage they remain for several days. Water is given them, but no food. The longer a girl remains in this retirement, the greater honor is it to the parents. But she is disgraced for life if it is known that she has seen fire or the sun during this initiatory ordeal. Pictures of the mythical Thunderbird are painted on the screens behind which she hides. During her seclusion, she may neither move nor lie down, but must always sit in a squatting posture. She may not touch her hair with her hands, but is allowed to scratch her head with a comb or a piece of bone provided for the purpose. To scratch her body is also forbidden, as it is believed that every scratch would leave a scar. For 8 months after reaching maturity, she may not eat any fresh food, particularly salmon. Moreover, she must eat by herself and use a cup and dish of her own. In the Tsetsup tribe of British Columbia, A girl at puberty wears a large hat of skin which comes down over her face and screens it from the sun. It is believed that if she were to expose her face to the sun or to the sky, rain would fall. The hat protects her face also against the fire, which ought not to strike her skin. To shield her hands, she wears mittens. In her mouth, she carries the tooth of an animal to prevent her own teeth from becoming hollow. For a whole year, she may not see blood unless her face is blackened. Otherwise, she would grow blind. For 2 years, she wears the hat and lives in a hut by herself, although she is allowed to see other people. At the end of 2 years, a man takes the hat from her head and throws it away. In the Bilcola or Bella Coola tribe of British Columbia, when a girl attains puberty, she must stay in the shed which serves as her bedroom, where she has a separate fireplace. She is not allowed to descend to the main part of the house, and may not sit by the fire of the family. For 4 days she is bound to remain motionless in a sitting posture. She fasts during the day, but is allowed a little food and drink very early in the morning. After the 4 days' seclusion, she may leave her room, but only through a separate opening cut in the floor, for the houses are raised on piles. She may not yet come into the chief room. In leaving the house, she wears a large hat which protects her face against the rays of the sun. It is believed that if the sun were to shine on her face, her eyes would suffer. She may pick berries on the hills, but may not come near the river or sea for a whole year. Were she to eat fresh salmon, she would lose her senses, or her mouth would be changed into a long beak. Amongst the Tlingit, Tlingit, or Kolash Indians of Alaska, when a girl showed signs of womanhood, she used to be confined to a little hut or cage, which was completely blocked up with the exception of a small air hole. In this dark and filthy abode, she had to remain a year without fire, exercise, or associates. Only her mother and a female slave might supply her with nourishment. Her food was put in at the little window. She had to drink out of the wing bone of a white-headed eagle. The time of her seclusion was afterwards reduced in some places to 6 or 3 months, or even less. She had to wear a sort of hat with long flaps, that her gaze might not pollute the sky, for she was thought unfit for the sun to shine upon. And it was imagined that her look would destroy the luck of a hunter, fisher, or gambler, turn things to stone, and do other mischief. At the end of her confinement, her old clothes were burnt, new ones were made, and a feast was given at which a slit was cut in her under lip parallel to the mouth, and a piece of wood or shell was inserted to keep the aperture open. Among the Koniags, an Eskimo people of Alaska, a girl at puberty was placed in a small hut in which she had to remain on her hands and feet for 6 months. Then the hut was enlarged a little so as to allow her to straighten her back. But in this posture she had to remain for 6 months more. All this time she was regarded as an unclean being, with whom no one might hold intercourse. When symptoms of puberty appeared on a girl for the first time, the Guaranis of southern Brazil on the borders of Paraguay used to sew her up in her hammock, leaving only a small opening in it to allow her to breathe. In this condition, wrapped up and shrouded like a corpse, she was kept for 2 or 3 days or so long as the symptoms lasted, and during this time she had to observe a most rigorous fast. After that, she was entrusted to a matron who cut the girl's hair and enjoined her to abstain most strictly from eating flesh of any kind until her hair should be grown long enough to hide her ears. In similar circumstances, the Chiriguanos of southeastern Bolivia hoisted the girl in her hammock to the roof, where she stayed for a month. The second month, the hammock was let halfway down from the roof, and in the 3rd month, old women, armed with sticks, entered the hut and ran about striking everything they met, saying they were hunting the snake that had wounded the girl. Among the Maticos or Mataguayos, an Indian tribe of the Gran Chaco, a girl at puberty has to remain in seclusion for some time. She lies covered up with branches or other things in a corner of the hut, seeing no one and speaking to no one, and during this time she may eat neither flesh nor fish. Meantime, a man beats a drum in front of the house. Among the Yuracares, an Indian tribe of eastern Bolivia, when a girl perceives the signs of puberty, her father constructs a little hut of palm leaves near the house. In this cabin he shuts up his daughter so that she cannot see the light, and there she remains fasting rigorously for 4 days. Amongst the Macuses of British Guiana, when a girl shows the first signs of puberty, she is hung in a hammock at the highest point of the hut. For the first few days she may not leave the hammock by day, But at night she must come down, light a fire, and spend the night beside it, else she would break out in sores on her neck, throat, and other parts of her body. So long as the symptoms are at their height, she must fast rigorously. When they have abated, she may come down and take up her abode in a little compartment that is made for her in the darkest corner of the hut. In the morning, she may cook her food, but it must be at a separate fire and in a vessel of her own. After about 10 days, the magician comes and undoes the spell by muttering charms and breathing on her, and on the more valuable of the things with which she has come in contact. The pots and drinking vessels which she used are broken and the fragments buried. After her first bath, the girl must submit to be beaten by her mother with thin rods without uttering a cry. At the end of the second period, she is again beaten, but not afterwards. She is now clean, and can mix again with people. Other Indians of Guyana, after keeping the girl in her hammock at the top of the hut for a month, expose her to certain large ants, whose bite is very painful. Sometimes, in addition to being stung with ants, the sufferer has to fast day and night so long as she remains slung up on high in her hammock, so that when she comes down, she is reduced to a skeleton. When a Hindu maiden reaches maturity, she is kept in a dark room for 4 days and is forbidden to see the sun. She is regarded as unclean. No one may touch her. Her diet is restricted to boiled rice, milk, sugar, curd, and tamarind, without salt. On the morning of the 5th day, she goes to a neighboring tank, accompanied by 5 women whose husbands are alive. Smeared with turmeric water, they all bathe and return home, throwing away the mat and other things that were in the room. The Rari Brahmins of Bengal compel a girl at puberty to live alone, and do not allow her to see the face of any male. For 3 days she remains shut up in a dark room, and has to undergo certain penances. Fish, flesh, and sweetmeats are forbidden her. She must live upon rice and ghee among the Tiains of Malabar. A girl is thought to be polluted for 4 days from the beginning of her first menstruation. During this time she must keep to the north side of the house, where she sleeps on a grass mat of a particular kind, in a room festooned with garlands of young cocoa nut leaves. Another girl keeps her company and sleeps with her, but she may not touch any other person, tree, or plant. Further, she may not see the sky, and woe betide her if she catches sight of a crow or a cat. Her diet must be strictly vegetarian, without salt, tamarinds, or chilies. She is armed against evil spirits by a knife, which is placed on the mat or carried on her person. In Cambodia, a girl at puberty is put to bed under a mosquito curtain, where she should stay 100 days. Usually, however, 4, 5, 10, or 20 days are thought enough. And even this, in a hot climate and under the closed meshes of the curtain, is sufficiently trying, according to another account. A Cambodian maiden at puberty is said to enter into the shade. During her retirement, which, according to the rank and position of her family, may last any time from a few days to several years, she has to observe a number of rules, such as not to be seen by a strange man, not to eat flesh or fish, and so on. She goes nowhere, not even to the pagoda. But this state of seclusion is discontinued during eclipses. At such times she goes forth and pays her devotions to the monster who is supposed to cause eclipses by catching the heavenly bodies between his teeth. This permission to break her rule of retirement and appear abroad during an eclipse seems to show how literally the injunction is interpreted, which forbids maidens entering on womanhood to look upon the sun. A superstition so widely diffused as this might be expected to leave traces in legends and folk tales, and it has done so. The old Greek story of Danae, who was confined by her father in a subterranean chamber or a brazen tower, but impregnated by Zeus, who reached her in the shape of a shower of gold, perhaps belongs to this class of tales. It has its counterpart in the legend which the Kyrgyz of Siberia tell of their ancestry. A certain Khan had a fair daughter, whom he kept in a dark iron house, that no man might see her. An old woman tended her, and when the girl was grown to maidenhood, she asked the old woman, "Where do you go so often, my child?" said the old dame. "There is a bright world. In that bright world, your father and mother live, and all sorts of people live there. That is where I go." The maiden said, "Good mother, I will tell nobody, but show me that bright world." So the old woman took the girl out of the iron house. But when she saw the bright world, the girl tottered and fainted. and the eye of God fell upon her, and she conceived. Her angry father put her in a golden chest and sent her floating away. Fairy gold can float in fairyland, over the wide sea. The shower of gold in the Greek story and the eye of God in the Kyrgyz legend probably stand for sunlight and the sun. The idea that women may be impregnated by the sun is not uncommon in legends, and there are even traces of it in marriage customs. Section 4. Reasons for the seclusion of girls at puberty. The motive for the restraint so commonly imposed on girls at puberty is the deeply ingrained dread which primitive man universally entertains of menstruous blood. He fears it at all times, but especially on its first appearance. Hence, the restrictions under which women lie at their first menstruation are usually more stringent than those which they have to observe at any subsequent recurrence of the mysterious flow. Some evidence of the fear and of the customs based on it has been cited in an earlier part of this work, but as the terror, for it is nothing less, which the phenomenon periodically strikes into the mind of the savage has deeply influenced his life and institutions, it may be well to illustrate the subject with some further examples. Thus, in the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, there is, or used to be, a superstition which obliges a woman to separate herself from the camp at the time of her monthly illness, when if a young man or boy should approach, she calls out, and he immediately makes a circuit to avoid her. If she is neglectful upon this point, she exposes herself to scolding, and sometimes to severe beating by her husband or nearest relation, because the boys are told from their infancy that if they see the blood, they will early become gray-headed, and their strength will fail prematurely. The Diary of Central Australia believed that if women at these times were to eat fish or bathe in a river, the fish would all die and the water would dry up. The Arunta of the same region forbid menstruous women to gather the Iraqer bulbs, which form a staple article of diet for both men and women. They think that were a woman to break this rule, the supply of bulbs would fail. In some Australian tribes, the seclusion of menstruous women was even more rigid, and was enforced by severer penalties than a scolding or a beating. Thus, there is a regulation relating to camps in the Wakulbura tribe which forbids the women coming into the encampment by the same path as the men. Any violation of this rule would, in a large camp, be punished with death. The reason for this is the dread with which they regard the menstrual period of women. During such a time, a woman is kept entirely away from the camp, half a mile at least. A woman in such a condition has boughs of some tree of her totem tied round her loins, and is constantly watched and guarded. For it is thought that should any male be so unfortunate as to see a woman in such a condition, he would die. If such a woman were to let herself be seen by a man, she would probably be put to death. When the woman has recovered, she is painted red and white, her head covered with feathers, and returns to the camp. In Mooralit, one of the Torres Straits Islands, a menstruous woman may not eat anything that lives in the sea, else the natives believe that the fisheries would fail. In Galilea, to the west of New Guinea, women at their monthly periods may not enter a tobacco field, or the plants would be attacked by disease. The Minangkabaurs of Sumatra are persuaded that if a woman in her unclean state were to go near a rice field, the crop would be spoiled. The Bushmen of South Africa think that, by a glance of a girl's eye at the time when she ought to be kept in strict retirement, men become fixed in whatever positions they happen to occupy, with whatever they were holding in their hands, and are changed into trees that talk. Cattle-rearing tribes of South Africa hold that their cattle would die if the milk were drunk by a menstruous woman, and they fear the same disaster if a drop of her blood were to fall on the ground and the oxen were to pass over it. To prevent such a calamity, women in general, not menstruous women only, are forbidden to enter the cattle enclosure, and more than that, they may not use the ordinary paths in entering the village or in passing from one hut to another. They are obliged to make circuitous tracks at the back of the huts in order to avoid the ground in the middle of the village where the cattle stand or lie down. These women's tracks may be seen at every Caffrey village. Among the Baganda, in like manner, no menstruous woman might drink milk or come into contact with any milk vessel, and she might not touch anything that belonged to her husband, nor sit on his mat, nor cook his food. If she touched anything of his at such a time, it was deemed equivalent to wishing him dead, or to actually working magic for his destruction. Were she to handle any article of his, he would surely fall ill. Were she to touch his weapons, he would certainly be killed in the next battle. Further, the Baganda would not suffer a menstruous woman to visit a well if she did so. They feared that the water would dry up, and that she herself would fall sick and die unless she confessed her fault and the medicine man made atonement for her. Among the Akakuyu of British East Africa, if a new hut is built in a village, and the wife chances to menstruate in it on the day she lights the first fire there, the hut must be broken down and demolished the very next day. The woman may on no account sleep a second night in it. There is a curse both on her and on it. According to the Talmud, if a woman at the beginning of her period passes between two men, she thereby kills one of them. Peasants of the Lebanon think that menstruous women are the cause of many misfortunes. Their shadow causes flowers to wither and trees to perish. It even arrests the movements of serpents. If one of them mounts a horse, the animal might die or at least be disabled for a long time. The Guayquiris of the Orinoco believe that when a woman has her courses, everything upon which she steps will die, and that if a man treads on the place where she has passed, his legs will immediately swell up. Among the Brai-Brai-Yiri Indians of Costa Rica, a married woman at her periods uses for plates only banana leaves, which, when she has done with them, she throws away in a sequestered spot. For should a cow find and eat them, the animal would waste away and perish. Also, she drinks only out of a special vessel, because any person who should afterwards drink out of the same vessel would infallibly pine away and die. Among most tribes of North American Indians, the custom was that women in their courses retired from the camp or the village and lived during the time of their uncleanness in special huts or shelters, which were appropriated to their use. There they dwelt apart, eating and sleeping by themselves, warming themselves at their own fires, and strictly abstaining from all communications with men, who shunned them just as if they were stricken with the plague. Thus, to take examples, the Creek and kindred Indians of the United States compelled women at menstruation to live in separate huts at some distance from the village. There the women had to stay, at the risk of being surprised and cut off by enemies. It was thought a most horrid and dangerous pollution to go near the women at such times, and the danger extended to enemies who, if they slew the women, had to cleanse themselves from the pollution by means of certain sacred herbs and roots. The Estiaceles Indians of British Columbia imagined that if a menstruous woman were to step over a bundle of arrows, the arrows would thereby be rendered useless, and might even cause the death of their owner. And similarly that if she passed in front of a hunter who carried a gun, the weapon would never shoot straight again. Among the Chippeways and other Indians of the Hudson Bay Territory, menstruous women are excluded from the camp and take up their abode in huts of branches. They wear long hoods which effectually conceal the head and breast. They may not touch the household furniture, nor any objects used by men, for their touch is supposed to defile them, so that their subsequent use would be followed by certain mischief or misfortune, such as disease or death. They must drink out of a swan's bone. They may not walk on the common paths, nor cross the tracks of animals. They are never permitted to walk on the ice of rivers or lakes, or near the part where the men are hunting beaver, or where a fishing net is set, for fear of averting their success. They are also prohibited at those times from partaking of the head of any animal, and even from walking in or crossing the track, where the head of a deer, moose, beaver, and many other animals have lately been carried, either on a sledge or on the back. To be guilty of a violation of this custom is considered as of the greatest importance, because they firmly believe that it would be a means of preventing the hunter from having an equal success in his future excursions. So the Lapps forbid women at menstruation to walk on that part of the shore, where the fishers are in the habit of setting out their fish, and the Eskimo of Bering Strait believe that if hunters were to come near women in their courses, they would catch no game. For a like reason, the Carrier Indians will not suffer a menstruous woman to cross the tracks of animals. If need be, she is carried over them. They think that if she waded in a stream or a lake, the fish would die. Amongst the civilized nations of Europe, the superstitions which cluster round this mysterious aspect of woman's nature are not less extravagant than those which prevail among savages. In the oldest existing cyclopedia, The Natural History of Pliny, the list of dangers apprehended from menstruation is longer than any furnished by mere barbarians. According to Pliny, the touch of a menstruous woman turned wine to vinegar, blighted crops, killed seedlings, blasted gardens, brought down the fruit from trees, dimmed mirrors, blunted razors, rusted iron and brass, especially at the waning of the moon, killed bees, or at least drove them from their hives, caused mares to miscarry, and so forth. Similarly, in various parts of Europe, it is still believed that if a woman in her courses enters a brewery, the beer will turn sour. If she touches beer, wine, vinegar, or milk, it will go bad. If she makes jam, it will not keep. If she mounts a mare, it will miscarry. If she touches buds, they will wither. If she climbs a cherry tree, it will die. In Brunswick, people think that if a menstruous woman assists at the killing of a pig, the pork will putrefy. In the Greek island of Kalindos, a woman at such times may not go to the well to draw water, nor cross a running stream, nor enter the sea. Her presence in a boat is said to raise storms. Thus, the object of secluding women at menstruation is to neutralize the dangerous influences which are supposed to emanate from them at such times. That the danger is believed to be especially great at the first menstruation appears from the unusual precautions taken to isolate girls at this crisis. Two of these precautions have been illustrated above, namely the rules that the girls may not touch the ground nor see the sun. The general effect of these rules is to keep her suspended, so to say, between heaven and earth, whether enveloped in her hammock and slung up to the roof, as in South America, or raised above the ground in a dark and narrow cage, as in New Ireland. She may be considered to be out of the way of doing mischief, since, being shut off both from the earth and from the sun, she can poison neither of these great sources of life by her deadly contagion. In short, she is rendered harmless by being electrical language insulated. But the precautions thus taken to isolate or insulate the girl are dictated by a regard for her own safety, as well as for the safety of others, for it is thought that she herself would suffer if she were to neglect the prescribed regimen. Thus, Zulu girls, as we have seen, believe that they would shrivel to skeletons if the sun were to shine on them at puberty, and the Macuses imagine that if a young woman were to transgress the rules, she would suffer from sores on various parts of her body. In short, the girl is viewed as charged with a powerful force, which, if not kept within bounds, may prove destructive both to herself and to all with whom she comes in contact. To repress this force within the limits necessary for the safety of all concerned is the object of the taboos in question. The same explanation applies to the observance of the same rules by divine kings and priests. The uncleanness, as it is called, of girls at puberty and the sanctity of holy men do not, to the primitive mind, differ materially from each other. They are only different manifestations of the same mysterious energy which, like energy in general, is in itself neither good nor bad, but becomes beneficent or maleficent according to its application. Accordingly, if, like girls at puberty, divine personages may neither touch the ground nor see the sun, the reason is on the one hand a fear lest their divinity might, at contact with earth or heaven, discharge itself with fatal violence on either, and, on the other hand, an apprehension that the divine being, thus drained of his ethereal virtue, might thereby be incapacitated for the future performance of those magical functions, upon the proper discharge of which the safety of the people, and even of the world, is believed to hang. Thus, the rules in question fall under the head of the taboos, which we examined in an earlier part of this book. They are intended to preserve the life of the divine person, and with it the life of his subjects and worshippers. Nowhere, it is thought, can his precious yet dangerous life be at once so safe and so harmless as when it is neither in heaven nor in earth, but as far as possible, suspended between the two. Chapter 61. The Myth of Balder, a deity whose life might in a sense be said to be neither in heaven nor on earth, but between the two was the Norse Balder, the good and beautiful god, the son of the great god Odin, and himself the wisest, mildest, best beloved of all the immortals. The story of his death as it is told in the Younger or Prose Edda, runs thus. Once on a time, Balder dreamed heavy dreams which seemed to forebode his death. Thereupon the gods held a council and resolved to make him secure against every danger. So the goddess Frigg took an oath from fire and water, iron and all metals, stones and earth, from trees, sicknesses and poisons, and from all four-footed beasts, birds, and creeping things, that they would not hurt Balder. When this was done, Balder was deemed invulnerable, so the gods amused themselves by setting him in their midst, while some shot at him, others hewed at him, and others threw stones at him. But whatever they did, nothing could hurt him, and at this they were all glad. Only Loki, the mischief-maker, was displeased, and he went in the guise of an old woman to Frigg, who told him that the weapons of the gods could not wound Balder, since she had made them all swear not to hurt him. Then Loki asked, "Have all things sworn to spare Balder?" She answered, "East of Walhalla grows a plant called mistletoe." It seemed to me too young to swear. So Loki went and pulled the mistletoe and took it to the assembly of the gods. There he found the blind god Hother standing at the outside of the circle. Loki asked him, "Why do you not shoot at Balder?" Hother answered, "Because I do not see where he stands. Besides, I have no weapon." Then said Loki, "Do like the rest, and show Balder honor as they all do. I will show you where he stands, and do you shoot at him with this twig." Hother took the mistletoe and threw it at Balder as Loki directed him. The mistletoe struck Balder and pierced him through and through, and he fell down dead. And that was the greatest misfortune that ever befell gods and men. For a while the gods stood speechless. Then they lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. They took Balder's body and brought it to the seashore. There stood Balder's ship. It was called Ringhorn and was the hugest of all ships. The gods wished to launch the ship and to burn Balder's body on it, but the ship would not stir. So they sent for a giantess called Hyrrokkin. She came riding on a wolf and gave the ship such a push that fire flashed from the rollers, and all the earth shook. Then Balder's body was taken and placed on the funeral pile upon his ship. When his wife Nanna saw that, her heart burst for sorrow, and she died. So she was laid on the funeral pile with her husband, and fire was put to it. Balder's horse, too, with all its trappings, was burned on the pile. Whether he was a real or merely a mythical personage, Balder was worshipped in Norway, on one of the bays of the beautiful Sogn Fjord, which penetrates far into the depths of the solemn Norwegian mountains, with their somber pine forests and their lofty cascades dissolving into spray before they reach the dark water of the fjord far below. Balder had a great sanctuary. It was called Balder's Grove. A palisade enclosed the hallowed ground, and within it stood a spacious temple with the images of many gods. But none of them was worshipped with such devotion as Balder. So great was the awe with which the heathen regarded the place that no man might harm another there, nor steal his cattle, nor defile himself with women. But women cared for the images of the gods in the temple. They warmed them at the fire, anointed them with oil, and dried them with cloths. Whatever may be thought of an historical kernel underlying a mythical husk in the legend of Balder, the details of this story suggest that it belongs to that class of myths which have been dramatized as ritual, or, to put it otherwise, which have been performed as magical ceremonies for the sake of producing those natural effects which they describe in figurative language. A myth is never so graphic and precise in its details as when it is, so to speak, the book of the words which are spoken and acted by the performers of the sacred rite. That the Norse story of Balder was a myth of this sort will become probable if we can prove that ceremonies resembling the incidents in the tale have been performed by Norsemen and other European peoples. Now, the main incidents in the tale are two: first, the pulling of the mistletoe, and second, the death and burning of the god. And both of them may perhaps be found to have had their counterparts in yearly rites observed, whether separately or conjointly by people in various parts of Europe. These rites will be described and discussed in the following chapters. We shall begin with the annual festivals of fire and shall reserve the pulling of the mistletoe for consideration later on.